We are, I think, streaming, and we're gonna have to find out if the audio works. Let's see if we can do this. Go over to live stream and see if we're connecting. And says we are. Says connection is good so far. Let's see if we can check up with the channel itself. Okay, we're gonna go to the channel. Everybody, thank you for your patience, and we're going to make this work as best as we can. Of course, everything takes time. And we're just back in San Francisco, back in the crypt. All right, now let's take care of this. Everybody do your upvotes, and we'll see who else we can bring on. Okay. Now we're going to try the call. Okay, and infinite call, and we're going to do a meet now audio call. Okay then. Call is going out. And then we're going to see if anyone responds. Oh, my shoulder. Okay, everybody, pick up. There we are, dear Earthseas. Now let's see if you're registering because the computer updated. Could you say something? You're not. No, you're not. Of course not. No. Okay, so we're going to go to settings and we're going to do, what do I do? We do audio, and then we've got to do desktop audio, device not connected or not available. Then we do the speakers, the Yeti microphone, press OK. And say something, please.
I hope I'm registering now.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Let's see, you're getting good at this.
I could do without, I assure you. It's so all that being said, let's try and see if other people can hear you. Dear Heather and T-Tank, let us know if you can hear Aristides specifically.
Yeah.
And thank you, both of you. Obviously, my voice is shot, so I need you to do the blurb if you're ready, dear Aristides, while I ask everyone to say if you can hear him. Do it for a little bit, and then I'll have to take a very, very short break to just get rid of this Coke bottle that's in my vicinity. But do your blurb first. I'll be here with you through the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, both. She says she hears both. Good. So you know it's not wasted. Okay. God bless you, Heather. I love you. And love you too, T-Tank. Okay. Yeah. So.
All right. I have clicked up on the pop-up to get me to the program. We'll get to that.
By the way, tonight there's no footnotes, so don't whatsoever.
Okay.
But you can talk about the text.
All right, no footnotes. But no matter what, as soon as you get here, however you get here, you want to hit the thumbs up, upvote. It's important not just to show your support, but to influence the algorithm. And there are a number of ways to do that, and that is important because that affects the likelihood for Douglas to be displayed in high up in search results and in suggested content. So hit that upvote. There are downvotes that are placed by mean and worthless people, but they're not displayed by YouTube. However, they do affect this. So always hit that upvote right away. And there are other things you can do as far as YouTube, but probably even more important than any of those things, there's something more you can do, and that is send Douglas a contribution of money, cold hard cash, either actual cash. Don't put it in the mail though, please. Get a money order, or yes. The easiest way is with PayPal, and we will put that link into the.
Of course, when you
chat.
say don't, yeah, thank you for that. What? And of course, when you say don't put it in the mail, we need to qualify that by saying don't put actual hard cash in the mail.
Right. If you'd like to send a check or money order, that can go in the mail. All right, we'll put the PayPal link there. You don't need the link to donate in this way. It's actually very easy. All you have to do is remember he's on PayPal. His name's Douglas Dietrich. You can search that name, or preferably the he has it right here on the front thumbnail poster for the program. Douglas D. Dietrich. That is his handle or username on PayPal. You'll get there. You'll see his little picture, and you'll send him whatever money you can afford. We hope, if you appreciate coming here and hearing all the things he has to say.
Forget what you can afford. Just send everything you've got.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You'll get more money. Yeah, it's Christmas. Somebody will give you money,
That's
and
right.
and that's
Time
why
of
you need to
giving.
give your money to Douglas
Yes.
for Christmas in this holiday season, where you where you show your love and appreciation with money, as is natural. Which is, we hope it's not that way in your real life, but it is that way here. So
Yes.
yeah. So
you
please do that. Find the link. You could even set up a recurring or payment once a month or something like that. So it does add up. Even if you can't send a whole lot every month, it does add up. So, or just send a very large lump sum right now. Merry Christmas.
That's right.
And I don't think I want to say Happy Hanukkah. Anyway, send Douglas some money. In that way, or if you need if some other way would work best for you, get in touch with him. He's not shy about giving out his email or whatnot, or to contact him. So leave, you can ask in the chat or leave a comment after the program. Comments are only enabled after the live turns to a regular video beneath the program window. They are not right now. Once that happens, though, it would be great if you could upvote the pinned comment that Douglas always puts there for similar reasons, because if it's downvoted and not upvoted, YouTube may disappear it. It'll contain his crucial info, like the PayPal and his website, etc. Please also like any other positive comments there. Please feel free to leave your own. All these things do influence the algorithm on his behalf and his likelihood to be discovered by people. Other things that will do that include if you see a share button under the window there,
Yes.
click that to
by the
generate.
way, just before you get started on that, I'm going to dispense with this Coke bottle, rinse the taste of Coke out of my mouth, and I'll be right back. So keep going for another 3 minutes, okay? All right.
Okay.
Approximately.
All right.
Probably more.
Okay.
Be right back.
So,
thank you.
Yep. You can hit the that share button underneath the window. Hope you see that there. If not, or what I used to say is you can just copy the YouTube.com or similar link right out of the browser window. But I think if you click share, YouTube knows you did that, and that is an action. It makes it obvious that the content is popular. You can also, you may see a button that says clip. It might only be on the PC, but with that, you can cut out like a 1 minute a little clip or teaser, and it will make it its own little short video of that. Send it on your behalf, but it should link back to Douglas's channel. So you can do those things. The interface is a little bit different on like mobile, but on PC you can also, during the replay, not right now, you can right click on the window. If there's a certain time you think is very interesting and someone needs to be directed right to that time to hear that discussion, you can right click on the window during the replay and it'll generate a link with a little timestamp added on the end. That will bring the person right to that point in time in the program. So that is something you can do. But to do all these things, you do need to be signed into YouTube. If you find it you can't like or do any of these things. Oh, and you, of course, subscribe, subscribe, as they say. If you are not if you were seeing a subscribe button there below the window, then you are not subscribed, or wouldn't. I don't think it'll show you that. It might say subscribed. It doesn't do that for me anymore. So if it says subscribe, please hit that and subscribe. If you have in the past and you want to make sure that you still are, you can go to his main channel page there. His name in blue is a link. Don't click out of the window right now, but at some point go by the his main channel page, which is just youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich, and there it'll show you that you're subscribed.
Okay, I'm back. Oh,
Yeah.
wonderful! Your dulcet tones are still ringing in everybody's ears.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Well, they've been better, but okay. So check that you're subscribed. Check that you're subscribed. Find that little bell icon, notification bell, and turn that on. It will allow a pop-up on your device that will automatically come up. It'll let you click right into the program, so you don't have to remember anything or find any favorite, a link or anything. Just click you right there. Even I use that. Very, very convenient. So do those things. Yes, you need to be signed in to do all these things to YouTube or on YouTube. Easiest way is if you have a Gmail. YouTube should recognize that. You don't need to make another login, I think. If not, if you don't have any kind of Gmail and you've never signed into YouTube, it can't be that hard. I don't think you have to have a Gmail. You can probably do it with some other type of email account. And I guess you have to make a name and password at that point. Anyway, get signed in or figure out how to get signed in, or if you have a Gmail that should work, use that. And then once you're signed in, one way or another, there should be a little icon up in the corner for your account, and you have a little menu there. The things to look at in there are make sure your restricted mode is off, because you are presumably not a child, and that is to protect children from adult content. If you were to be so irresponsible as to hand your device to a child and walk away, you'd probably turn that on. But we hope that's not the case. If that is the case, please do find your parents' PayPal account and send Douglas some money at Douglas D. Dietrich on PayPal. But short of that, make sure restricted mode is off. And then there is a little entry there, or a little option for switch account. That doesn't actually mean different accounts. That means creating channels underneath your existing account. And what that allows you to do, in addition to publishing content in those various channels, the intended usage, it also, each of those channels or any new channel you create can also independently upvote content. So that, believe it or not, you as one person can place multiple upvotes, which if you're so able to do that, I'm actually doing that now. That's why I'm a little kind of fumbling a little bit. Yep, but there I did. Here, I upvoted again. Look at that.
Thank
amazing. Yep. Where are we at now?
I'm
Come on,
still trying to
people.
regain
8.
my
I see
voice.
only 8. I see only 8 upvotes. We're not getting 20. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. Just come on. It's the least you can do. What else? Okay, yeah. So as Douglas said, there's no footnotes in tonight's title for the first time
in a while, but
in a while.
We'll be back to it soon enough. Yeah.
Yeah. If there was a footnote, you'd see a little asterisk, and that would break out to something that will be explained in the description. Box. If you go below, yes. And hit more or see more or whatever, to see the full description there. Sometimes there are footnotes that further expound upon various things Douglas wants to acknowledge or commemorate for this program: anniversaries, holidays, historical events. Generally, what else? Mm-hmm. Those type things, and the explanation.
I'm trying to get my voice back while you find yours. Yes.
Yeah, the explanation will be, below, in one shape or form or another. What is there now?
Well, you've covered so much, and all of it's important. But we do want to remind people that, in particular, you're it's not only a matter of the fact that you will be unsubscribed. Understand this. This is something that's confirmed among all YouTube creators. All YouTube content creators cross-reference the each other just by looking at each other's videos. And I see other YouTube content creators confirm the fact that YouTube unsubscribes thousands of people at a time. And the reason for this is monetary. YouTube is hitting monetized channels like theirs because that way it doesn't have to pay them. You see, the more subscriptions that
Uh,
they have, then the more they are going to have to be paid a certain amount if they've monetized their channels via the YouTube. People used to make their living off of this. They can't do that anymore because YouTube changed its entire monetary policy. But now it's added a second tactic where it's simply unsubscribing people by literally thousands. And so YouTube content creators will see their audience cut in half in terms of the numbers. In my case, this is far more political because my channel is not monetized, and this helps you avoid ads. You don't get ads when you review Douglas Dietrich. If you're monetized, your channel, you have to accept ads. And this is how YouTube works. But in my case, it's simply political suppression. My channel is simply unsubscribed consistently as if it were a monetized channel by a percentage point or point, I mean, take it from there, Aristides. You can understand the economics by now. And, Aristides grasps these things very well and very quickly. And he's thank God for him, because with his training as an engineer, and by the way, yeah, anything going on in the engineering world that really stands out to you these days? Material science or anything like that? Just
I'll
curious.
have to say that, I'm not so up on the cutting edge. I still think it's interesting that thing you sent me a while back where they improved the flexible polymer type body armors. Everybody thinks Kevlar, but that's so 1980s really. But they've other newer generations of those materials by adding, I guess, aligned, some type of aligned short carbon fibers or something. So
Incredible.
they made those body armor more even more effective. It is pretty amazing.
Wow, that's
That a
really
flexible,
incredible.
yeah, a flex. No, you said it to me, I think.
But still,
Right.
I honestly thought it was something that you had a hand in creating,
No,
yeah,
no, no,
or
no. It
developing
actually was some guy at a Chinese university or something.
in mainland
So
China.
I think so.
Wow. Okay.
I think so.
Incredible.
Which, yeah. Um,
Shows they're really getting
so
ahead of us in some.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, the fact that we're hearing about it means it's like public. It might have been collaborated across. It's not their secret, obviously, if we're hearing about it. So other people are now going to do it and
Well, imagine what
whatnot.
we're not hearing.
Yeah, well, that's always a question everywhere. I think that's those are the most fascinating technical things of all, the ones that we're not hearing about.
Mhm.
But who knows what they are. But yeah, an 1/8 inch thick layer of, flexible material being able to stop a handgun. I mean, it stops it from going through you. It doesn't, mean that it doesn't feel like you're getting hit by a ball peen hammer. But anyway, that's very unpleasant. How did we get there? I don't know.
Well, I was bringing up the fact that you're an engineer, and because of this, you
Oh
have a
yeah,
logical mind that has a good grasp of things like the economics of YouTube very
yeah.
quickly. So, yeah.
I get. Yeah. Okay. So the monetized people, so then there's less, less they have to pay out. But why was it well, for you said it's political, basically.
It's
So,
simply political suppression. I mean, here's another good example for those of you. I forwarded the email to Aristides and YouTube with our latest episode before tonight. YouTube put an age restriction on that particular
mhm,
episode. And this happens every once in a
yep.
while. This actually happens once in a while. We already have an age restricted channel But when they add that age restriction to a particular episode, then no one can access that episode unless you're signed into YouTube. So, in other words, we already age restricted
Okay.
our channel so that children theoretically cannot
Did
access it when they're on YouTube without
did
parental.
you? Because does it
Yeah.
say that somewhere?
What do you
I
mean?
don't
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't see
Oh, if
I
you
don't
open
see
up
that it
the
says that
email,
about the
yeah.
channel.
No, 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 no. It says that about the episode. The
The episode, yeah,
chat,
I saw
yeah,
that. I saw
yeah.
that. But
So, yeah.
you are you saying you voluntarily did it with the channel or
No, no, I
no?
voluntarily did it. Well, yes, I'm saying I voluntarily did it with the channel, but not that episode or
Oh,
specific
right. Well,
episodes.
I don't see it indicated on the channel, but that doesn't mean it's not true.
Oh, you mean about
The
not
channel.
child friendly content? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
definitely it's on the channel. Yeah, I mean,
I don't see it. I don't see
yeah,
it indicated though.
yeah. Oh, I'd have to show you. Yeah, it's one of these things it doesn't seem to be publicly indicated. You have to really be looking for it.
Actually.
So let's see if we can actually show our man Aristides this. So let's do a screen share on the call, and since he's a producer, he should certainly be shown this. And let's take a look at this. I mean, of course, I'd show anybody this really, uh, but as a producer, he really does need to see this. Okay, so here we go. I'm doing screen share. Can you see the screen share?
Hold on. I've got to get to that
Okay.
window.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so it doesn't show it here. It shows it on this particular episode. So our latest episode says age restrictions set. So basically, it'll say that this is not appropriate for all audiences, but it says right here the users who are under 18 or users of any age who are signed out can no longer view this. So you have to be signed into YouTube just to even view particular episodes. So it is another form of suppression with an episode that they consider particularly potent or controversial, which they did the last episode before tonight's. And it does remind me of the illustration of Dick Cheney as our man, our man Aristides pointed out. The way I sketched out FDR, he looks like Dick Cheney. But I got a lot of questions about this from people who were asking about it, and people were right in terms of it's not just that my father was a sailor on leave and not in uniform. The one time that he was called out as a serviceman to help FDR, because they didn't want a dignitary to help FDR to the podium. They asked a common serviceman to do so because obviously you're not going to impose that on a dignitary because that would put them on an equal footing with the president as opposed to a serviceman. It would look like a servant. But also it was the fact that my father was leading him. My father essentially took a very aggressive lead of Roosevelt and got in front of him to pull him along. And that's why that photograph was never released and ultimately ordered destroyed. And those orders had no time limitation date on them. So since it was never destroyed at the time, and when I finally found the photograph and the documents I was collating, unfortunately, in the presence of a supervisor, I had to destroy it under orders because the orders were still standing to destroy that photograph of my own father. Which he was not aware that that was my father. I was and had to trace it out, and that was the best I could do at the time because I could not photocopy it in the presence of a supervisor. He didn't mind my tracing it because he thought I was just doing this for an art project, which everybody knew I was involved with commercial art at the time. Now, what I'm going to do now is take our man Aristides to the other channel. Let's see if I'm afraid to do this, so I'll have to show you later. Because if I push the go live and I go to the go live, and it might be there if we
What?
go live
I'm
here. Let's,
I'm
yeah.
well, I'm seeing indications that you cannot that a whole channel in itself cannot be age restricted. It's per video. It's per content per video.
No. Believe me, it's per channel, and the user has to do it. The user has to do it. So I'll show you later privately if I can't. If they're not showing it now, let me see. Oh, wait a second. I was just there. So let's again see if this shows it here. If we scroll down, we're seeing only the taskbar. Later on, I'll have to show you privately, but because we're doing live right now, I can't scroll it down. But normally, this page when you're not live streaming would show you these options. And I'll show you privately later. Not obviously not after tonight's show immediately, but tomorrow maybe, because I should be free the next few days. And I'll show you where the person has the option to make their entire channel age restricted, which, believe me, Brendan and I did. We did that years ago. Years ago. As a matter of fact, we did that as soon as I started the channel, so it still indicates that. And I'll just show you where it does. So yeah, it's not episode by episode. They honestly, because there's channels that just do serious content, or content. It's not serious. Most channels on YouTube are not serious, even the political ones. It's just that most channels are actually engaging in really stupid things like Jackass. Remember the old series Jackass? And so these people have to age restrict their entire channel because they're trying to get they're trying not to expose such things to children. And if you don't do that, it gives more of a risk of your entire channel being taken down. So yeah. So anyhow, I'll show you later. So all that being said, yeah. So what else is going on with yourself? Anything you're willing to share with our listeners about the weather? You sound in good health.
Thank you. I'm not sure what else is going on. Some rain today because it's not cold, but that'll change soon. Sure.
That's so cute. Okay, so we'll probably start into monologue soon enough. I guess I'll start with asking Aristides to stay on with myself because, like I said, I'm still trying to get my voice back, and it just is not kicking in yet. My voice, that is. So we're going to, and it may never kick in tonight. I don't intend to stay on too long tonight. We're gonna try and hit midnight, my time, Pacific time. But obviously, I was very involved, and paid the price for it by all the talking I was doing in terms of tutoring the lads at the estates. And there's a number of reasons why. I do want people to know that yesterday was the International Day for the commemoration and dignity of the victims of the crime of genocide and the prevention of said crime. So for those of you who do not know, this is an awareness day. Everybody should maintain an awareness day calendar, and in a very general sense, you get a pretty good idea of when I'm tutoring. History blends into, well, it's considered in schools to be a liberal arts major. If you're majoring in history, for those of you who don't know, you're considered a liberal arts major. And this puts you on a level with people involved with culture. Matter of fact, history teacher is considered more in league in academia with artists who are teaching the arts than an English teacher, because English is considered a basic. So English teachers really don't theoretically get involved with higher literature until graduate studies. It's basically until you're at the point of maybe high school you get involved with the literary aspect of English, the English language. But if you're a history teacher, you're involved with literature quite heavily, even more so just as a matter of course, with how literature expresses the historical elements that the writer at the time is working on, such as Charles Dickens was exposing the horrors of England to the point where we refer to it as, in some cases, as Dickensian England, or the time of England that Dickens articulated so acutely, so well in detail that he was the English language version of television of his day. At that time when he was able to portray in a case-by-case basis, just in literature, a young girl dying, taken by the diseases that were running rampant throughout England, the way he would describe how the British Army would just scoop, literally like a bulldozer, hundreds of men off the street at a time, just literally take men by the hundreds. and just send them overseas, because that's how many homeless men there were on the streets at any given time. Thousands of them. You could just literally comb them and pick out hundreds of men who looked serviceable. The way he described these things made him as integral to the historian's craft as he is to anyone teaching English. In fact, more so. So when it comes to my bringing up literature, I had to balance out what the lads were exposing me to, and that was the fact that oh God, Simon Cowell is on Netflix, I think it is, streaming his pseudo documentary. None of these documentaries are, of course, documentaries in any dignified sense. They're more like mockumentaries where somebody's just getting they're promoting themselves. They're just promotionals that are extended into a very entertaining extended commercial. But the guy who made the X Factor is coming back with this thing that is really fucking depressing. And I do wish that Brendan would join us to help add some dimension to this, because he followed, well, he didn't follow. Someone else we knew followed, Liam Payne. And that alone was very odd, because Liam Payne was part of a boy band and he wound up killing himself. Now, for those of you who do not remember, there was an episode, how you were here at the time, overseas. Do you remember when Ian West was on with myself and Brendan, and it was brought up that Liam Payne had died, and then Ian West was trying to pretend that he knew this guy, and said, "Oh yeah, well he would just take any drugs I handed him or anyone else handed him." Okay, so you remember that? Yeah, so Liam Payne died in the middle of making this documentary. Now, this is what shocked me, because when it was streaming, the Blood Boys were watching this, because there was all these hot young boys that Liam Payne is trying to recruit for a new boy band. He's made a documentary of it just to try and make himself relevant again. And so they're there for the boys. And in other words, they're all watching it for the ass. And it's just so depressing, because Liam Payne died in the middle of this so-called documentary. But the documentary is not going into the fact, and anybody's willing to correct me on this, because I kept tuning in and out. I was just watching it as they were watching it, but I was tending to other things at the time. This is obviously wasn't part of our courses. It was something that has to do with my remuneration, or my payment for tutoring the lads, is to be given access to essentially blood, and which is, of course, what in Silicon Valley is a big part of the secret Silicon Valley economy, is blood transfusion and parabiosis. So we have gone into that at length in the past. We don't need to go into that right now. But as a result of my being given access to that outside of the course of tutoring them, I spend a lot more time with them in a very casual sense than than most tutors would. So as a result, you get to see what they're looking at in their spare time. And so Simon Cowell had to put this element of tragedy into the documentary. But so far as I could tell from what I saw, it didn't seem like he was acknowledging the fact that this man was murdered. This young man was murdered at the age of 31. And but at the time that he died, just on a personal note, it feels like forever ago. Do you remember how long ago that might have been when that was? I mean, we could look up, but it feels like forever. We'll look up date Liam Payne died. Because
hold on, if I look in my notes. Is the guy's name well, if I just search for Liam.
Oh, it was Liam Payne. Yeah, so it was October 16th of 2024. He died right before my birthday last year. So this is like a year ago, but it feels like 10 years ago by now. And it strikes me as so bizarre that Simon Cowell did not go into the fact that this lad was murdered, which was concluded legally by the police in Argentina, by the courts of law who pursued his killers. and brought them to justice as, at least the ones who immediately killed him. The higher conspiracy goes beyond them. But he was obviously the death of a conspiracy. He was death. He died by conspiracy, and
Yeah.
that, of course, was not going to be brought up by Simon Cowell. But he could
I
have. I'm sorry. Go on.
no, go on.
Uh, yeah, that of course wasn't going to be brought up by Simon Cowell. But the least Simon Cowell could have done was fucking acknowledge the fact that this guy was murdered, which I did not, from what I saw, get out of. Anyhow, did you have any other thoughts on that?
It was let's see, yeah, 23 October's I think when you discussed it.
Yeah. Okay.
Was
Thank you. That's incredible. No, that's incredible. That means
of
we just
last year, not this
yeah.
year, last year,
That's right.
right?
Which means that's right. Which means we discussed it on my father's birthday. So that was my late and sainted dad's birthday that we discussed it on. So I and so that alone is also pretty incredible. Some synchronicity there. But so Simon wasn't acknowledging that, but obviously that's a factor to use a pun, because remember Simon Cowell used to do the X Factor. But that was a factor in the weird nature of the documentary itself, because he had to make himself look like he cared. Now, maybe that's unfair of me to say that, in the sense that maybe he did care. Maybe he was, emotionally impacted by this. But if I were emotionally impacted by some young man's death who I had been personally involved with in some way, or even professionally, at some point Cowell was professionally involved with this person. So for him not to acknowledge the fact that he was murdered struck me as very odd, and yet he was forced by that incident to change the nature of the documentary. It's like there's two parts of the documentary. Is everything before before Leon Payne's death is just Simon Cowell just trying to say how, oh, am I running out of time? Am I relevant anymore? And all this bullshit. And then what happens is he gradually. By the way, we got this picture of Simon Cowell here, a Netflix series, The Next Act. That's what it was called, The Next Act. Thank you. Yeah, and so it's just absolutely. It's horribly depressing. You see in front of Simon Cowell on this photograph all of these photographs of young men that this guy is recruiting, and so when it comes to what he's doing, it's already of a kind of sensitive nature. There's so much potential here for sexual abuse that he has to be open about what he's doing so that he shows the public that he's not fucking these kids. That's half of why this was made. It's almost as a cover your ass. And so that's another depressing aspect to this. And like I said, it's got two parts to it. It's just he's trying to show how relevant he is, and that's actually, the pathetic nature of the first part. Then this murder takes place during the documentary that he has to change the nature of the documentary to show how much he cares. To the point where he gathers the parents of these young boys that he's recruiting to meet with him along with their sons. And this is exclusively their sons. So it's really disconcerting. It's just disconcerting, because it's kind of like what he's putting these lads out on stage for is to sell their sex appeal. So you're getting a lot of hot young guys together, and you're bringing their parents with them to acquiesce to this. And so ask me any questions is what he's saying then, to the parents. Now, I don't know if I don't know how they do it at the estates, but somehow they get to see these things in blocks. I guess you could do that with Netflix, is that you can see that, like, you could binge watch if they're separate episodes altogether. I'm not quite sure, because I've never cared. But this was going on for what seemed like hours to me. And so there was a parent. Was it a parent that was asking him? If I remember correctly, yeah, it was a parent. He asked Cowell in this weird meeting with all these kids and parents together, sons and parents, no girls, and all these, one parent asked Cowell what he'd say to his own son if he were in a similar position to the one their sons are in now, answering a cattle call for the meat market. That wasn't presented that way. The questioning was presented very respectfully, but this is essentially what they're asking. And Cowell started to say that, first of all, he'd consider if he thought his son could hack it. Like, well, really, if my son could deal with what came after fame, your life changes. There's no privacy. Mm. And then he shifted mid-sentence. He said, he started talking about their sons. He deflected it. They're going to be looked after. I've always prided myself that I do care about the people I work with. Genuinely care. And if we're going to go forward with the boys, it'll be with my absolute belief and support. If you have any concerns about anything, just call me. Now, there's a difference here that sums up the entire bleak, depressing nature of what Simon Cowell is engaged in, which is, in a very real sense, trafficking young boys. It doesn't matter if it's not physically sexual, it's sexual. He's trafficking their sex appeal, basically to young girls, but increasingly in this stage, openly to members of the same sex as well. And the real horror here, or the real injustice, is that Cowell's own son, if he even has one, would never be in a position like these parents' sons. This is the grisly paradox of these boy bands that Simon Cowell shepherds to success. It's that these are working class kids growing up in industrial slums in the north of England, which the north of England is like Dixieland in the United States. It's like the Confederate South. It's this deindustrialized economic wasteland. Mm. And in the north of England, unlike, how the South has what used to be a distinct accent, less and less so, but in England, their accents put that to shame. It's like their accents from some areas of England are infamous for, even though they're speaking English, they may as well not be speaking the same language. In fact, comedians in England will make a point of like speaking Cockney or something during a comedy act just because it's incomprehensible to someone who's speaking London English. So these kids have distinct accents, except when they're singing, it can be considered sexy in England or elsewhere, but they're not, when they're just talking, it's not helpful for their employment. And there's nothing to get employed for anyway. They're all born in broken homes. They have no pre-existing industry connections. And I don't mean just the music industry. I mean any industry. They've got no practical guidance. So there's no real understanding in these moments of what Cowell is asking these starry-eyed teenagers and their parents. He's asking them to, if his parents decided to pass all this up, the opportunity he's offering, they're basically denying their kids any chance in life whatsoever. So he's like taking advantage of people who are drowning by throwing out a net. So when it comes to this, you're just looking at Cowell. He's already considered a has-been. God knows who's going to take his place because he was like the go-to figure in across the Atlantic for doing this stuff. A form of pimping, really. And he's just a pipeline for dreamers without money or resources. And so Liam Payne be damned. These parents really, if they love their children, just have to let them bite. Because ultimately, what other option is there? There's no employment. There's no future. and this is like the only lifeline that they've got. It was just horrific. Okay, so obviously all the lads were enjoying this just because they're looking at other young lads that appeal to them. I, of course, tried to put this into context for them, and it just becomes another lesson, which is one of the reasons why I'm allowed to spend so much time with them, is that, of course, it's understood that I turn pretty much everything into an educational lesson and a study in sociology. But this was a good example of one of the things I dealt with, and I tried to balance it out with introducing a new novella for the lads to read that was very important for education in the cultural sense that many people are, well, in America, you're completely unfamiliar with. And this involves, of course, the Daikaiju franchise. But before I go over to the greater cryptid franchise, what Americans, of course, know as Titans through the Godzilla MonsterVerse franchise. And by the way, yeah, have you ever been a fan of those films? I mean, have you seen Godzilla versus Kong? I mean, like the new universe stuff the Americans are putting out. Any of that stuff? Are you into any of that?
Me,
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
Newer stuff. I
yeah. The
mean,
newer stuff.
not like those old.
Original ones, not like the. I
No,
mean, both. I mean, but before we
no,
go, yeah.
newer stuff. I'm not aware of. I generally
Okay.
don't go for newer reboots of things.
Hmm. Yeah. And
Yeah.
but you remember all the old Godzilla
Oh yeah.
franchise films and all that.
Oh
Excellent.
yeah. Well, they would be played on TV and
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're
yeah.
so much younger than I am. I'm not quite sure what you grew up with. So
Not
what?
that much.
Enough. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
A few years,
Yeah,
but no, yeah. But the stuff that you were, the stuff
but
that you watch was still in reruns being played on TV. Believe me.
right. Yeah. What about what I said about before I go into that? What about what I said about Simon Cowell? I'm presuming, of course, you weren't exposed to this particular series or documentary that he was tossing.
What was the program
It's called
called?
Simon Cowell: The Next Act, and so it's got they've got like we provided some release date news from the
Is
docuseries.
this
Somehow
current or is this something in the past?
this is just ongoing now.
Ongoing now. Is this
Yeah.
what he's been doing? I didn't even know he was doing this.
Well, he's never done this before. Make it into a documentary. He's just
Oh.
he's documenting what he's done, but it all feels so dated. It's very bizarre. He's out of time. By that I mean he he can be taken both ways. Like he's running out. He's only got that's why they call it the next act. It's more likely the last act.
Hmm.
By the way, I've just thumbed up both these things from John Doe, T. Take Berry, and it was like I know I thumbed it up before and that it didn't take or something. Anyhow, so here's Heather Holman's talking about knowing about the weather, and she's talking about Noah's flood and all that, and that's cool. Thank you so much for that. It's weird, very synchronous. What is this other thing about the bull being thrown? I for what was that that was sent to us? Anyhow, we'll get back to that later with T Tank. When I'm talking about the Simon Cowell thing, it's not so much that you've seen the series because you don't strike me as the kind of person who would be watching this. What I'm asking is what I'm saying about these young lads. Does it bring any thoughts to mind? Like your own thoughts on this, the whole boy band phenomenon and all that.
Yeah, I don't have much of a position on that. Not my thing. These type of things are popular though, boy band, girl band, and then you get over and what stuff, even over what various, they do this stuff all over in various Asian countries have their versions of these things, and all right, what is it called? I don't know. Yeah, not my thing, but I guess more Simon Cowell's thing, huh?
I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I don't know. He's I don't know. Yeah.
Never followed Simon Cowell too closely.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to. No, it's kind of like no. I was just asking more about the economics of it, the tragedy of these kids having no other opportunities, which I
Yeah.
guess pretty much that's pretty obvious. I guess I'm just
Mhm.
belaboring the obvious.
Well, how do they go from no opportunity to be? So they're cultivated. That's what it is.
They're groomed. Yeah,
Yeah. Right. Right.
yeah, they groomed, and
Yeah.
it's no, it just is, and it's on an industrial scale, and it's right before our eyes.
Right.
So, yeah, all that having been said, that's another aspect to the documentary that made it, literally offensive, was the fact that, then one of the kids gets literally sacrificed, satanically sacrificed, meaning Liam Payne, I'm referencing Liam Payne here, dying, horribly by violence on Aquino's birthday. Which doesn't speak well of Simon Cowell. He may or may not be connected, but I would suspect he probably is. And, at any rate, for that to happen, and then and then he has to heard about it. Then he has to bring all the parents together and say how much he cares. It's pretty repulsive. It's just pretty repulsive to watch. And now that having been said, on a much more
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know. He definitely seems like a prick, but he's probably a creep too.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine otherwise. Really, it's yeah. Thank you for that input. That's appreciated. That input is appreciated. By the way, it does bring to mind. I cannot resist this. You heard, Aristides earlier. He's talking about, Merry Christmas. And he brought up Hanukkah, and I do want people to understand that, as I said, there have been discussions that resulted in the latest episode before tonight being marked as age restricted, because the content in the last episode was considered potent enough for them to make certain that kids really couldn't access it. Obviously, there's plenty of kids who can break right through these barriers, but they do their best so that they can't. And also, it eliminates further distribution from my show randomly appearing anywhere. People have to be signed into YouTube specifically in order to see that episode. That having been said, in that episode, we discussed the Holocaust pretty intensively. As part of opening that last episode, right, Aristides? We did, if my memory serves me correctly. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mostly you.
Yeah.
Wasn't me.
At any rate, the when it comes to the what we brought up about Jewish culture and the Holocaust, again, the point to be made is that the state of Israel officially takes the stance that the Armenian Holocaust never happened. For those of you who don't know, my adoptive son is by genetics Armenian. Generally speaking, obviously, there's a trace of Asian in there that was found through the genetic testing that was performed later in life by his husband. Obviously, this is real genetic testing. We're not talking about haplogroups and the stupid what is it called? 23andMe, I think it's called. Was that yeah 23andMe? Just so everybody knows, 23andMe was always a scam. And their scam ultimately ended because they're really, it was all shit. 23andMe is bankrupt because it was a phony service. There was whatever you got from 23andMe, you might as well shit can the results. Whatever they told you is inapplicable. But people took it as gospel. And there were entire haplogroups that were excluded from whatever test they did. So, for one thing, understandably, Native Americans demanded 23andMe not test for Native American ancestry because they didn't want white Americans or other Americans, anyone else, to suddenly claim they were Native Americans and then try to take advantage of benefits that are exclusive to Native Americans. There are plenty of benefits that are exclusive to Native Americans. And they wanted to prevent people from trying to, deplete that funding. And so 23andMe would never give you results because they couldn't, because they weren't testing for it, of Native American ancestry. That's just one example. There were plenty of others. But the whole thing was a joke. And but real genetic testing still costs thousands and thousands of dollars. You're not going to get any results from something where you spend only a few $100 on or something like that, because it's a joke. It was just done like it would be. I consider it far less useful than going to a palm reader at a county fair. You might as well go to a palm reader at a county fair. You'd get more useful information out of that than you would from a test result from 23andMe. That having been said, we're reminded of it because we had one young lady on the show named Christine, who was a one-time guest who was unforgettable, and she identified violently, I must say, without exaggeration, as Jewish because of 23andMe provided her this one single notional strand of Jewish DNA, which was something like literally 0.00 some score of numbers percentage, which is so useless. So it's at that point you might as well say you're Martian. I mean, it was just totally inapplicable to her genetic fabric. But they threw that in there, and she took that and ran with it and identified as if she were actually Jewish. She identified with she re-identified herself, and she made that the core matrix of her existence. So she came on my show and started saying fuck you to everyone on the show, basically because basically because of my mother, who she was actually talking about, and I reminded her of that, but she was talking about a fascist who she saw a film about that was a princess of Manchuria. In the case of the film she was watching, different person that was executed. Well, obviously, my mother was in a very similar position, and it's a parallel story. But the historical drama that she saw, she started saying, well, but this woman, she was a Nazi, so fuck her, because she was identified with collaborating, as the Manchurians did, with the Japanese. And by collaborating, don't think of this as it's an allied propaganda term, really. They're allied with the Japanese because it was an existential reason. The communists wanted to exterminate the Manchurians, who had dominated China for hundreds and hundreds of years due to the Manchu dynasty, the Qing dynasty. And so the communists exterminated the Manchurians when they invaded northern China, as the Chinese call it. Northern China is not northern China, and it needs to be renamed by its historical name, Manchuria. So when and by the way, just euphonically, the actual name for Manchurians is not Manchurians. That's an anglicization. The actual name is Manju, or Manjiao in some dialects. Actually, the Manchurian dialect itself, it's Manju, as in Jew, Manju, which simply means in the Manchurian language, pure. It means they're the pure people. Well, they were all but annihilated by the communists. This is why they sided with the Japanese. So when it comes to the Manchu peoples, she said, oh, well, they're Nazis, so fuck them. And I said, well, my mother was, one of them. effectively involved with that dynasty. So you're saying that about my mother. Of course, she was so vehement, it was hard to take offense simply because you're obviously not dealing with someone who's necessarily even personally uh, attacking you. They're attacking this concept in their life that is that's indicative of their own pathology. So you're dealing with somebody who's insane as opposed to directly attacking you. They're attacking these vague concepts that they think are anti-Jewish, which includes ethnicities that were not directly involved with the Holocaust, which she identified with as her sense of victimhood, in her sense of victimhood. Now, that having been stated, the reason that this is important is because when she brought up Manchuria, started saying fuck you to me and everybody else who was listening, and it was all based on this notional strand of her identity in this cultural matrix, which she took up to give herself some sense of grounding or depth, and it was sad, and she was only on once, but not because I wouldn't let her on again. It was simply because she simply refused to appear again, because her life was dealing with her heroin addiction. So all that being presented, when we're dealing with the Holocaust, and I'm bringing it up like I did in the last episode, which resulted in one of the factors resulting in the age restriction, we're dealing with, of course, trying to analyze cultural phenomenon. And we were talking about the fact that when it comes to certainly the state of Israel officially, and many Jewish people in the diaspora, which means Jewish people who live in the United States and elsewhere, they definitely deny the Armenian Holocaust. Now, good example, my son Ed Beth was working with someone who was Jewish, and their entire relationship was involved with activist politics, and it had to end because of that very issue. When my son began dealing with awareness campaigns concerning the Armenian Holocaust to try and get the United States to recognize the Armenian Holocaust, understand that the Democrats took up the issue under Barack Obama and President Joe Biden to acknowledge the fact that the Armenians suffered a Holocaust. The Jewish lobby, which now is far more identified with the Republicans than it is with the Democrats, officially denies the Armenian Holocaust. The Turkish nation, which perpetrated the Armenian Holocaust, now funds Princeton University and paid millions of dollars to build an entire department, and not just organize a department, but to finance the construction of entire buildings, an entire extension of the Princeton campus for Islamic studies, to Islamize postgraduate students in the United States. And as part of that stipulation of pumping millions, tens of millions of dollars into Princeton, Princeton agreed to officially deny the Holocaust of the Armenians. So Princeton's official party line for the academic university is that no Armenian Holocaust happened because they get millions of dollars from the Turks who perpetrated that Holocaust. All of this was done working with Jewish professors in a lobby at Princeton. So it's important to examine this aspect of Jewish culture in the United States as we approach Christmas and Hanukkah season, and as I personally remind myself of Jewish people who have literally made great sacrifices for myself personally, and done things that were pivotal to my very survival. Good example as historical parallel here. My biological father, Adolf Hitler, he had a doctor who took care of his mother as she was dying, who's Jewish, named Dr. Eduard Bloch. Dr. Eduard Bloch's name is spelled Eduard, surname spelled Bloch, Eduard Bloch. And Dr. Eduard Bloch, who cared for Hitler's mother in her dying days, Hitler made certain that he was placed under SS protection and never, along with his entire family, they were never harassed, and they certainly didn't suffer any of what happened to many other Jews under the administration of the Third Reich. And when the Americans began deploying Holocaustic strategy, and the term is quite legitimate here, the Americans perpetrated a Holocaust, which is defined as death by fire, sacrifice by burning. And this can be en masse. Mass sacrifice by burning was initially the Jewish term for their version of a holy war, meaning their parallel term for crusade or jihad, a holy war in the name of their God. Biblically, when God, the God of Abraham, which if you're a Christian is not your God or mine, the God of Abraham is your God or mine in the Christian sense, only in the sense of the covenant with everyone that came as through Christ. But the God of the people of the desert is not your God. That God is a psychotic entity that orders the genocide of entire peoples. The God of the people of the desert in the time of the Old Testament. That Old Testament God demanded the annihilation of the people of Canaan. And the Jewish people were to inherit the land of Canaan, the promised land, through Holocaust, meaning mass death by burning. They were ordered to literally burn the grounds, the property, and the trees, the vegetation of Canaan to the root. The term is to the root. And they were there to, kill all the men, women, and children, though in truth the women and children were sold into slavery, sexual slavery. Many of the young boys were sold into labor, but every single man was killed. And the divine order was really to kill them all. There seems to be some evidence that people were spared only for slavery or exploitation, but essentially they were annihilated as a culture and as a race. The ethnos was bred out of existence. This is known in the Jewish terminology as a Holocaust, which renders their version of holy war mass genocidal, far more so, by orders of magnitude, than any crusade or jihad. So it was by the Holocaust, their method of holy war, that they either committed territorial aggrandizement or mass conversion, as happened with the Turks, and in particular a Turkish tribe that became Jewish by religion, known as the HARBŁRs. Okay, without going into all of that, the important thing here is that you have a genocidal history in which the term Holocaust is used, and that term Holocaust, sacrifice, mass death by sacrifice, is legitimately used in the European theater of war in context of Dwight David Eisenhower, under the orders of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, declaring a crusade, which you will see that term officially used in American war terminology in World War II, even as related to the general public against the Japanese, in documentaries that were produced by the United States War Department, such as Crusade in the Pacific. Crusade in Europe. Crusade in the Pacific. This was presented as a holy war, and therefore a holy war in which mass bombing by incendiary methods reduces entire cities into ash and their populations by incendiary technology, producing firestorms in which the surface of the earth became hotter than the surface of the sun. You legitimately use the term Holocaustic strategy. This was a Holocaustic strategy destroying entire populations in the open air, incinerating them alive, which is something the Nazis did not do. In other words, what the Nazis did was make certain everyone was dead before they went into the ovens. And this was surely pragmatic. It was not humanitarian. Obviously, when you're faced with a hot oven, threat of death don't mean shit. You're going to charge machine gun fire rather than go into that oven. So, yes, they had to make certain everyone was dead before they went into the ovens. Such being said, nevertheless, people were not burned alive in death camps. Whereas Americans were destroying people alive, burning them alive, as well as the Brits. So Dresden was the ultimate example. Tokyo, the ultimate example of Holocaustic technology being applied in a mass destructive genocide. This is simply technical, legal, by every definition, biblical. This is all correct. It's correct application of the terminology. So that being said, the Americans performed a war of Holocaust as the Jewish people did biblically. So taking that into account, as I discussed in the last episode, and extending that to what I'm reminding myself of here in dealing with the Jewish culture in America, which, unlike most people living in San Francisco, I've grown up all my life exposed directly and intensively to Jewish culture. Now, if anyone takes a look at Jewish population in the maps of the United States, there's really only two concentrations of Jewish population. Los Angeles, where they dominate mass media. The entire mainstream mass media machine is dominated by Hollywood and Los Angeles production studios. And obviously the primary Jewish concentration is there, but the real primary Jewish concentration is obviously where finance is located in New York City. So basically, any population map of Jewish concentration of population is going to show New York City and Los Angeles as the primary, in fact, almost exclusive Jewish population you're going to find in the United States. They have two satellite cities. All Jews in New York City, that's a horrible thing to say, the privileged among them go to Miami to die. That's America's hidden Holocaust. All Jews of any means relocate to Miami to die, like some kind of school of fish or something. And in Los Angeles, which is in the same state of California, they don't even migrate to another state. They film all car chases in San Francisco because San Francisco is a city of hills, and as you see in the movie The Rock, it is a place where you go to film car chases. This goes all the way back to Steve McQueen and the movie Bullitt, which pioneered the cinematic car chase. So San Francisco is where they go to film car chases from Los Angeles, Hollywood, and as a result, there is a satellite city-state status of San Francisco to Los Angeles. So unless you're living in Miami, New York City, Los Angeles, or San Francisco, which has its own Jewish district in one of the, well, in fact, the wealthiest neighborhood in San Francisco is the Jewish district with its own synagogue, and it is fortressed. It is fortressed. As if they were under siege in a newly settled territory. And the security around the Jewish community centers is it's military grade. At any rate, you will be searched for bombs in your car if you drive into their garage. You will be searched personally as you enter their facilities. These are community centers, which I have been in. I have been inside synagogues and community centers, and I didn't burst into flame. But such being said, that's a whole different story. It involved when I was caring for my parents and part of the OSHR Lifelong Learning Institute for Extended Education. extended adult education is the full terminology that was used. All that being said, when it comes to my exposure to Jewish culture, because of where I lived and grew up, I can definitively say that I have experiential knowledge of Jewish culture firsthand, which is something most people cannot claim. There are a lot of people who just live all these different places and they develop this concept of Judaism that's really not founded in personal experience. And because I've had that personal experience, I'm personally indebted to more than a few Jewish people in my life. One of them, Cynthia Siegel, a former physical intimate of Mark Siegel, who took over Coast AM for a period of time. And her own involvement was as the hostess of the UFO Connection, which was a little TV series out of the capital of California itself, Sacramento, capital of the state of California. She was someone who helped me as a public informant actually produce Roswell and the Rising Sun, a little documentary, by hosting it in this Denny's where they hosted the MUFON, or Mutual UFO Network, presentations. And she lost her job with the UFO Connection as hostess of the UFO Connection, which she had been hostessing for years. When she tried to bring me on to the actual television series itself, they fired her. There was I believe his name was Goldstein. I'll have to look it up really, but he was a Jewish attorney who helped prevent me from going to federal prison at the time that when my parents died and the United States government ordered back taxes due, which I never received or was never paid for, as a person who was caring for my parents for over 10 years. Each one of them was recognized for 24-hour-a-day care provision, which means I was personally responsible for 48-hour care provision every day. In other words, I was working 2 full days of work every day. Within a 24-hour time span, I was working what was recognized a 48-hour time span, and was ergo in cyberspace making more money than the President of the United States. None of this was received. It all went back by recognizing me as a care provider through what was called share of cost, or SOC. It all went back to the state of California. All of my paychecks arriving said 0.00. The reason for this was so that I could be recognized as a care provider, and therefore my parents were insured by the state so that I could take them to civilian care facilities like UCSF, which of course had to be done because my mother was too old. She was past retirement age when I got my father transferred into the VA system for care, as opposed to the Letterman Army Medical Center at the Presidio Military Base, when I forced the closure of the Presidio Military Base by exposing the human child sex trafficking scandal that was being conducted en masse on an industrial scale on site the Presidio Military Base, which, when the Army and military covered their ass, forced them to institute a month of the military child to propagandize how good they are at daycare, which is just incredibly bizarre on the face of that alone. Can you imagine any military in the world, Russian, Japanese, any military in the world, making it a point that their military care is exemplary for children? Look up the month of the military child in the United States and imagine any other military on earth saying, we have a month of the military child because our daycare for children is the best in the country, that there's no other daycare provided to anyone else in our culture than the daycare provided by our military. Like, a military, to my knowledge, historically, has been an organization in any culture that is established to break things and kill people. It's what Pete Hegseth obsesses on. He calls it lethality. They talk about lethality under the Trump maladministration repeatedly as the whole point of a military in readiness. So as a force in readiness, how on earth do you make it a point that you're there to provide daycare? The insanity speaks for itself. Whatever else a military is, and we know what it is, it's there to break things and kill people. The one thing we should all agree on the basis of logic, is that it should never be a family environment. Who on earth wants the military to exist as a welfare state for families? Well, that's the American military. Other nations import industrial products or services. The United States imports family ghettos. When Ron Brown, the man who ran Housing and Urban Development, the HUD, the ghetto department of the United States government, was assassinated, killed. He died in Bosnia. What the fuck is the head of Housing and Urban Development in the United States doing in fucking Bosnia? Because they're importing entire military families to a war zone in military bases where they live, go to movie theaters, pop popcorn, do everything people in ghettos do. This is what America imports. He was there to see the relocation of entire military families, women and children who live in military bases all over the fucking world. This is what your American military does. And this is unacceptable. It is unacceptable by any logic. So when they say that they're providing the best healthcare in the world, this had to do with my closure of the United States military base, the second most important military base in American history and in American military function, to the Pentagon. So once I got that closed, and they had to close the entire Letterman Army Medical Center, which is a military hospital, then I had to get my father transferred into VA care, which is a civilian bureaucracy, a civilian welfare state. The largest healthcare system in the world. The largest healthcare system in the world, meaning the entire national healthcare system of India with 1 billion people, communist China with 1 billion people, is smaller than the Veterans Administration in the United States in terms of a healthcare system, because you have America at war with everybody all the time, and they produce so many veterans in so many wars that 10 to 20% at any given time of our population is veterans, which requires a Veterans Administration healthcare welfare system just for them. If you want to eliminate the deficit and our incredible economic malaise, get rid of the VA and stop giving all these benefits to veterans, because it's killing the rest of us. All of our money goes into the VA, and it breaks the rest of us. All these people get free meds, free healthcare, free surgery, free psychiatry, free everything the rest of their lives. They don't pay a cent for what you are dying, literally dying to pay in terms of healthcare. Why? Because it all goes to them. You deserve that kind of healthcare. Why do they deserve that? For what? Quote unquote service to the nation? How are they serving you? Going abroad and killing people is not a service. It's a duty. You should be called up to do that if the need arises. It doesn't, because we're never under threat. Haven't been historically for quite some time. And that includes World War II, which, as I pointed out before, far more of the people in World War II didn't want to go. They were drafted. Only 1/3 of the military service personnel in World War II were volunteers. The rest were drafted, whereas far more people volunteered to fight the communists in Vietnam. 2/3 of the population of the military serving overseas were volunteers in Vietnam. Only 1/3 of the military in Vietnam serving on the front lines were draft A's. So all that being explained, I had to get my dad transferred into this enormous VA system, but they wouldn't take his wife, my mother, because she was too old. It was past her retirement age. So in order to get her insured, I had to be recognized as the care provider for both parents. As a result, I could only do that if I agreed to have all the money circulate back into the state through what was called share of cost. And as a result, in cyberspace, I'm making tons of money without paying taxes because I simply had none of that being put into federal taxes. It all went into state taxes because they took that out while they paid themselves. The state of California did, but they didn't pay the feds. When Uncle Sam came demanding his cut, the only thing that kept me out of jail was to pay tens of thousands of dollars, but I otherwise would have had to have paid hundreds of thousands. The person who saved me from that was a Jewish tax attorney who organized what was called an offer in compromise with the IRS. So these are just two examples. There's plenty of other positive Jewish people in my life, as well as negative ones. There's none of them currently in my life right now, but historically I've had experiences with Jewish people that render myself indebted as I was, as indebted as Hitler was to the doctor who took care of his mother. Now, Dr. Edward Block, when the Americans began the Holocaustic attack on Germany and started firebombing and essentially incinerating entire cities and their populations alive, Hitler could no longer effectively protect Dr. Edward Block and made certain that the United States of America was approached through intermediaries to have Edward Block transferred to the United States. And the United States accepted him. And when they took Dr. Edward Block in the middle of a conflict, they did so only on the promise that he'd be allowed to propagandize against Adolf Hitler, which Adolf Hitler acquiesced to. So when Dr. Edward Block came to the United States, he was forced against his own will to write a so-called diary, and a book was published titled I Was Hitler's Doctor. And so Dr. Edward Block was forced to say all these horrible things about Hitler, which were not true, and claimed that, Hitler used to patronize, or he was a client of Jewish prostitutes, which then he ultimately infected him with VD. And all of this, of course, was just produced under duress. So again, if that book were not a lie, if it were not simply a propaganda piece, it would be cited in every historical documentary and every historical textbook in schools. It's not, because it's so blatantly just a character assassination piece that it's not even recognized as legitimate text to source. That's why you've never heard of it. Also, it would not be of any propaganda value today because Dr. Edward Block was a Jewish person who took care of Adolf Hitler and his mother. Therefore, Hitler felt very indebted to him. Now, these things can happen on a personal level, and they do not impact the general level. They happen at what would be considered an extremely squad level, tactical level in terms of interfacing with reality. On a grand scale strategic level, Adolf Hitler did not feel that level of indebtedness to the Jewish people. And at the same time, having articulated the tactical interpersonal level of indebtedness that I have had personally, in parallel to that kind of experience my biological father Adolf Hitler had, on a grand scale strategic level of Jewish culture in the United States, I've already articulated that Jewish people are the greatest Holocaust deniers as a culture, not just of Armenian Holocaust in their attempt to monopolize victimhood, mass victimhood, but also in the sense that they deny half of the people the Nazis classified as Jews per the Nuremberg race laws in Holocaust. When it came to the annihilation of European Jewry, the Nazis deemed anyone with a drop of Jewish blood to be Jewish, and this resulted in what the Nazis themselves boasted, because the Holocaust was not hidden. They boasted that they had annihilated 12 million Jews, whereas Jewish people, due to their sense of exclusivity, do not count half of this number because it did not result from a matrilineal line of inheriting Jewish blood. And therefore, through their own sense of exclusivity, Jewish people persistently and consistently insist 6 million died in the Holocaust. Of 6 million Jews, not 12 million.
And in regards with the doctor.
Yes, please continue.
Or going back to the doctor thing.
Yeah.
You would think the other situation, the genetic abnormality would have been mentioned, but obviously, that wasn't mentioned.
Yes.
With the couch swatch that had the drop of blood on it.
Yes.
Supposedly proved,
Thank you. Tell people about the absurdity of this, the entire insanity of the sperm ejaculate on the couch. Yeah, that's
it was just blood, or supposedly it was blood, but it was just like some kind of something, and it proved, it proved that your previous comment would have been impossible, basically.
Thank you. Yes, in other words, they were claiming Hitler essentially could not have sex based on genetic deformity, based on a smear of organic matter found on a couch cushion that
80 years later.
Yeah, 80 years later. 80 years later, that at the time of World War II, when they were claiming Hitler was having sex with Jewish prostitutes, that he exclusively had sex with them because he had a fetish. All of this was, just the insanity of the character assassination campaign mutates as the pathology becomes deeper. But that brings us to my ultimate point about Jewish culture, the horror of what we're dealing with today. But anyhow, before that, welcome back aboard, Brendan, and please share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. By the way, let's take advantage of your time here to describe a little bit about what happened with trees and yourself. And while you go on with that, if you would be so kind, I know you're at work, but if you could tell us about the tree assassination campaign.
I could do that in a bit. I'm a little busy right now, so I will return.
So let us know when you can return for that. Yeah. And then I'll at that time I'll get into talking a bit more about what happened on my own street concerning that in the past. More than what I told you.
Including the Cho attack.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And thank you. Bless you. Okay, so he'll be back. And in interim, until he returns, getting back to the point I was going to make about Jewish culture, and that forces me to look up. Let's see now. Okay, all right. Jewish actor in Glorious Bastards. Actor in Glorious Bastards. Produced what was it called? Emerald Hell torture film. Okay, and there's a point to all of this. Okay, Jewish. It says it doesn't match any documents. Okay.
Which character was it playing?
Oh God, I'd have to look it up. Let's look up Emerald Hell torture film first. It was called Green Torture. There we are. Grave Torture. Amazon. Okay, was it Amazon torture film? Amazon torture film. Okay, Amazon torture film. And okay, so Green Inferno. There we are. Green Inferno. So here we are. We produced Green Inferno. Green Inferno, whoever produced Green Inferno, and we should be able to find him, and it will help make my point. So it's Eli Roth. So Eli Roth, the Jewish actor who starred in Inglourious Bastards and also directed and produced The Green Inferno, is Eli Roth. He's known for his role as Donnie the Bear Jew Donovitz in Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Bastards, a character who specializes in bashing in Nazi soldiers' heads with a baseball bat. Now, Roth, who was raised Jewish, has stated that he drew on stories of the Holocaust from his family's history for inspiration. In addition to acting, Roth is a prominent film director, screenwriter, and producer, known primarily for his work in the horror genre. There we are. And of course, he's involved with producing Hostel, the torture flick, which is, about, torturing students to death in hostels and shit. Okay, now my point here is not to go on some
I'm
trip.
sure he's a great guy.
Yeah.
If that's what he writes on his spare time, I'm sure he's a great dude to be around.
His very filmography speaks volumes. Yes.
Talk about Freudian slip. Yeah. Freudian creation.
No. Okay, so here's the point to be made, is that in the pathology of the Jewish cultural matrix today, I'm speaking in a strategic sense, not on an individual level, in a general sense, Jewish culture is incredibly perverse. And this is the perversity as exemplified by Inglourious Bastards and Green Inferno. When it comes to the Jewish culture in America today, they want it all. In Inglourious Bastards, they want you to appreciate the Jewish warrior culture, where hearkening back to King David, hearkening back to Israel, they want you to appreciate and admire the Jewish male cultural, the patriarchal aspect of Jewish culture, which committed the Holocaust in the biblical sense. They want you to appreciate this, the nastiness, the male toxicity, the Jewish capacity for violence, and they want you to appreciate them taking on the Nazis all by themselves, to the point of taking out Hitler and the Nazi high command personally, in this masturbatory fantasy that is highly sexualized in Inglourious Bastards, torturing Nazi women and soldiers, but several scenes where they're torturing women. They want you to appreciate all this and see them as capable of taking down the Nazis and winning World War II all by themselves, and doing this essentially as a ethnically exclusive unit of Jews. And then they want you to also appreciate them as victims of the Holocaust, to the point when a pedophile, Roman Polanski, comes to the United States to open a Holocaust museum, to participate in the opening ceremonies as one of the MCs, one of the masters of ceremonies for a Holocaust museum in the United States, that he is above and beyond American law. We're talking about a man who date raped a young woman underage who repeatedly said no, so he roofied her and date raped her in we're talking about a literally underage American girl, and got away with it by, well, basically deporting himself to France, where he lived free of that. France does not agree to a expatriation and returning. Oh God, there's a technical term for it legally. Somebody help me here. France would not return him for justice, and
non-extradition
laws. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yet, in violation of our justice system, he returned to the United States to participate in the opening ceremony of a Holocaust museum, and when police tried to arrest him, a known pedophile and child rapist, the Jewish people threatened to basically riot, and they surrounded him, physically protected him from the police reaching him. and he essentially is immune to law. He was allowed to, at that point, be unmolested, to use a pun, and return to France, having participated in this ceremony of Jewish victimhood. So they want this mass victimhood to the point where people who are child predators are protected from the law, get to act with impunity, go anywhere they want in the United States, and do whatever they want, and return to wherever they go unmolested. There's several examples of this happening to Jewish people returning to Israel who are pedophiles and child molesters, by the way. But there's a great example of exploiting mass victimhood while wanting you to think of them as being so badass, so macho they can take out the entire Nazi high command themselves and win World War II. And then going on to produce films like Donnie the Bear Jew, who starred in Inglourious Bastards, Eli Roth, portrayed by Eli Roth. He goes on to produce The Green Inferno as an allegory to Palestine. In the movie Green Inferno, a young, breeding age, Caucasian American, blonde, obviously of Nordic or Aryan descent, is portrayed as going to campaign for the rights of indigenous people in the Amazon. But when their plane crashes in the Amazon rainforest, all of her cohorts are tortured to death in front of her eyes in a grisly manner, where they're consumed alive by cannibals. And these are the indigenous people she was attempting to protect, are skinning people alive and eating them alive. And then at the end of the film, when they're going to be massacred by the authorities, she produces her cell phone and defends them all by saying, "I'll film this if you kill them," because she's protecting the very people who tortured and ate all her companions alive. It's meant to be, by Eli Roth's own definition, the example of the ultimate form of liberal pathology of someone who protects Palestinians. Because to him, the indigenous people of the Amazon are an allegory for Palestinians, and that woman is supposed to be an allegory for Greta Thunberg. It's a film about Greta Thunberg, and this is Greta Thunberg protecting Palestinians, that she's lying. She's lying that these people are innocent. She's lying to protect them from the authorities, and then trying to put the authorities at fault for their own evil. They're intrinsically, genetically evil people, and they kill people and torture them. This is how he's trying to portray Palestinians, and that someone like Greta Thunberg advocating for the Palestinians is lying on their behalf, despite the fact that they would torture and eat alive all of her companions. That is Eli Roth. And so you see the pathology here is so repulsive. This is why I can say that, yes, we're not talking about the historical culture of the Kabbalah or Hanukkah. Talking about Jewish culture today is toxic. It's just purely toxic on a strategic level. So when you speak of this, you have to take into account the fact that this is what you're dealing with. And you're left without words. There's no words that do justice to this level of pathological, genocidal insanity. And this is why, when the Nazis sought a therapeutic replacement for Freud, because the Freudian technique was credited by the Nazis as foundational to psychotherapy, but it had to be acknowledged that Freud was obsessed with incest, with scatological filth. He based his theory of delayed gratification on holding in bowel movements until it felt so good to release that bowel movement that it was a pleasure. He expressed these in his psychotherapeutic philosophy. His theory of application of psychotherapy is loaded with these kinds of delayed gratification, delaying your orgasm until it's just right to release it. He was basing his entire therapeutic philosophy and foundation on things that otherwise people would never openly speak about. And while the Nazis credited him as a product of German education, just as they credited Albert Einstein, whom they considered as a product of German education in terms of their output, their societal contributions. These people were all products of German education. They realized they had to move on, and that's where they turned to Carl Gustav Jung, whom anybody can read about in books like The Aryan Christ, where Carl Gustav Jung were an ardent Nazi. He was someone who developed a theory that was far more symbolic and removed from all of this plumbing of the human body. And am I saying that his technique is superior? I'm just saying it was what the Nazis turned to as a replacement for what they considered to be degenerate. And then this was foundational to Nazi psychotherapy. So yes, psychiatry is highly dependent on on psychology. It's integrated therewith. A psychiatrist has both a medical doctorate and a degree in psychology. So with this conceptual replacement for Freud, Carl Gustav Jung was asked, well, how can anyone, even the Nazi Party, the Nazi Party specifically, but anyone in general, how can anyone generalize the Jewish culture when you have Jews that are liberals, like, help me out here, people, who's that guy who hosts politically, Bill Maher. How can you have someone like Bill Maher, who is this ardent liberal? Then you have people like, oh God, who's the Jewish guy who's so conservative, arch conservatives? Well, we'll turn towards Michael Savage, whose real name is Michael Weiner. I'm not kidding. His real name is Michael Weiner. He changed it to Savage because he was always saying his followers were members of the Savage Nation. You know, you can imagine him using his real name. They're all members of the Weiner Nation, which is really what they're members of, the Weiner Nation. But at any rate, you get these people on either side of the political spectrum. And so when Carl Gustav Jung was challenged at the time of the Nazis performing acts or committing acts of mass violence against Jews like Kristallnacht. And he was asked, well, how can anyone generalize the Jews? And, you've got people who are on either end of the political spectrum who are obviously both ardently or identitarian. They're Jewish identitarians. They identify as Jews as the foundation of how they present themselves and interface with the rest of humanity. How can you say that these people are part of the same phenomenon when they're obviously antithetical to themselves? I mean, you put the stereotype being, you put 10 Jews in any room and you're going to get 20 opinions. Carl Gustav Jung's response was, this is because the Jews are an insane race. And that is what we have to work with as the foundational reality of interfacing with Jewish culture. It's a culture which is the product of an inherent insanity that portrays other people as inherently or genetically evil, and therefore
Take
targets.
it easy on.
What? Say what?
Take it easy on my people, man.
Yeah, well, tell people about Christine and how you told Christine that you're more Jewish than she is by her logic, right?
Oh yeah, she said it's 0.01%. We were just like, how does that make you Jewish? How does that make you Jewish? He said, oh, because that test, the blood test told me.
It's 23andMe, right?
Yeah, and I told her, I was like, I'm more, Sephardic than you then, bitch. Because I'm like actually Semitic, and that's, where the Sephardic Jews come from. My family.
Levantine.
So.
Your family's
The Levantine.
Yeah, Levantine, but also, yeah, if we were to consider that where people get what you're talking about, that'd be Lebanon today, right? But Christian Lebanese, yeah.
Yeah, the Christian Lebanese, but my lineage is so old it goes back to like literally the tribes and shit.
Yeah, Assyria and shit. Yeah.
No, not Assyria, like pre.
Got it. Yeah, thank
pre-Babylonian
you.
era
tribe,
Got it.
Mediterranean area. Yeah.
Got it.
So we're talking like the original Jews. So I'm more
Yeah.
Jewish than any of these people.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Like Christine. Yeah.
Yes. So we'd say you would be descendant from the true Israelites as opposed to the Posiers occupying Palestine.
Precisely. Yeah. Precisely.
Thank you.
And they're the first ones to admit it. I mean.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
A very important point. Yeah. I mean, most of these are just East Europeans descended from the HARBŁR diaspora into Eastern Europe through the Caucasus Mountains region of Turkic peoples that had invaded that area and became what we know as the Azeris or Azerbaijan and shit. People like that. Yeah. So
when I talk to people out here, I ask them like, what are you guys doing for Hanukkah? Are you doing sufganiyot? Are you doing? And they said, we don't do that Israeli stuff. I'm like thinking to myself, like, wait a second. Like, so what? Like, I guess from an American standpoint, the Yiddish situation is more Jewish because it just has that air about it, more Jewish air about it or something. It's strange.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, not that I'm going to go into this very deeply right now, but the state of Yevry is the name of the microstatelet created as a buffer state between the Soviet Far East and Japan via Manchuria in 1937. In the 1930s, actually began in 31, 32, when millions of Sephardic Jews migrated to Manchuria with the help and sponsorship of the Japanese. The buffer statelet created, known as Yevry, is capitaled in Birobidzhan. And most people know it only through its capital, Birobidzhan, because it became a Soviet oblast. And the Soviets communized it and referred to it by its capital, Birobidzhan, which nobody can even look up.
It's still under that name, by the way.
Thank you. Yes, it's still extant. It's still, yeah.
Yeah. The Autonomous Jewish Oblast or something like that.
Thank you. Which Putin keeps inviting Jews to, and he keeps wondering why nobody shows up. He keeps telling people that Jews in America are welcome to resettle here. It's
cold. And the decoration is so bad. It's like there's like a bunch of menorah lights everywhere, like street lights. It's cheesy as hell.
It's like a Soviet. What would you call it? Like a Disneyland for Jews, except anything the Soviets did was horrible.
Yeah, it's like what the Soviets thought they would like, and they just put a bunch of like Star of Davids in gold on the lampposts. I mean, it's cheesy.
It's like something Trump would have built. It's like something Trump would have built.
Yeah.
Large. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, but nobody shows up. But the people who are there, stuck there from the time of World War II, they speak Yiddish. The national language, if you will, is Yiddish. So it's supposed to be a Yiddish-speaking Jewish microstatelet. There are people there, and their primary language is Yiddish, which is actually Russian after years of Russian occupation. But the point is that, the Yiddish culture is very different from the Jewish culture that speaks Hebrew. Again, this goes back to this kind of thing that was presented to Carl Jung. How are they even the same people? How can you generalize these people?
Are you seeing this latest news?
Okay.
So I guess it's true. He's going to do it before Christmas, unfortunately.
Oh, start a war. So he seized a very large oil tanker.
So it's, that always ends well. Oil embargoes always end in peace, right? Yeah, he's the peace president. It sounds like they were pirates. They just took it. So it's like, how, is that even legal?
Oh, God, don't even get me started. It's like the Americans have been massacring people on the high seas. They are,
this is like some evil world government shit if we're talking about One Piece.
It's true. Thank you. I couldn't. By the way, did you hear what I said earlier about Simon Cowell? I'd love your input on that, about Lampane.
Oh, God. Yeah, disgusting creature.
Okay.
I did.
Please. Yeah, please, I want your input. Come on now. You heard what I said.
I can't stand that nasty plastic piece of shit. I mean, what is...
Oh, he's
Forget
Botox.
About him trying to make a boy band. Yeah.
Oh man,
he's beyond Botox. He's like got a whole new face. They just it's like Madame Tussauds and shit. They just slap it on and wait for it to melt. He's disgusting, dude. Why were they even watching that? You know, that's a whole new level of gay.
For the boys. What do you think they were watching it for?
Well, yeah, that part makes sense, but you know, I guess he's like the drama bringer, Simon.
Oh,
He always,
yeah.
you know, he's a lot more muted than he used to be. He used to be like a total piece of shit. You know, he would just like berate people and. But
yeah, well, he no longer has. For one thing, he's older, and the other thing is that he no longer has that. I don't think the energy. It has a lot to do with age. By the way, here, look at this. Look at this link I just entered here, and tell me what your feedback would be appreciated. I mean, do you have a few moments now to take over the stage? I'd really like to go to the bathroom for a few seconds.
yeah, but I mean, is this what you're trying to say?
Yeah, could you go through this and give us your input on this while I take a leak?
I mean, I don't have that much time, but yeah, you do what you gotta do.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, come on, a Martha Stewart article. I wasn't expecting this from a vampire. Jesus Christ. That's actually a sick prospect. It's like a housewife vampire. It's like, you sick bastard. Okay, but yeah, do what you gotta do.
Oh, please, thank you. It's like okay, so and Aristides, join in and exchange with our man while I do this. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, I can help out. I guess I can.
The first thing I notice is their immaculate jackfruit that they have on this plate, and it's like, that's definitely not how you eat jackfruit. Like, it's like peeled and ready to go. This article that Doug put in the chat.
I have to go. I didn't find it.
But the title page with the photo is definitely like, it doesn't look right because the jackfruit is like way too clean and it's like all peeled and shit. That's not what jackfruit looks like unless you spend a lot of time.
Right.
You know?
It's totally staged. I mean, in other words.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what they're doing. It's kind of like a stock photo, but it's kind of like a little too much, a little too polished, in my opinion. You know,
right? I have to go. Yeah, there are some funny stock photos like that, or stuff I'm looking at on eBay, and it's like they try to create the photo, and like things are out of proportion. Like the person's hand is like totally the wrong size for the object.
Like they just cut and paste a hand.
Yeah.
That's classic.
Yeah.
And this article is pretty much just stating the obvious. It's just like, yeah, blueberries are good for you. Okay, good. Bananas, they're good for you. Yes.
Wow.
You know, how to eat a banana. I mean, this is literally like, it's like Doug's outdone himself finding the most redundant, useless article. Use a ripe banana as an egg substitute when baking. Okay, I guess that's maybe some people don't know that. Freeze bananas and toss them into smoothies. It's like, okay, cool. Banana pancakes. Like, I think that one it's so old that people probably forgot about it, so that's a valid suggestion. But it shows jackfruit, but it's just saying like the normal fruits that everyone knows. So like apples, pomegranates, there you go.
There's supposed to have protein. Fruits with protein, is that it? Yeah.
Fruits with protein. They all have protein. That's what's funny about packed.
I'm wondering which
fruits that are packed with protein.
Which one the most? I mean, like 1 gram, but like which one has a lot? Avocados.
I think avocados are up there. I mean, but like any living thing has protein because protein is just nitrogen. So any nitrogen-based life form is,
right. Yeah.
That's basically everything, including plants.
Right. So it's like basically saying it's the bare minimum of like anything would
to be alive.
But right.
But I get the point of the, like, they're trying to say it's, higher protein, because that's what it's like a buzzword, people want more protein because it's a buzzword. It's healthy thing. It's a buzzword. Yeah, it's so healthy for you. So let's see. Yeah, blackberries are pretty high in protein. I know that, but they're just so expensive, It's like, let's see, grapefruits also high in protein. Yeah, I mean relatively.
Passion fruit is pretty high.
Yeah, there we go. 5 grams, dang. But yeah, a cup of passion fruit's like $20, so
Right.
You have to buy like 5 of them or something.
Yeah. I'm just wait till avocados go
Still
on
good.
sale.
Seriously, it's worth it. It's worth it. Do you just do you do avocado toast?
I have, not like regularly, but it has ended up that way. Just, I don't know if there's a proper way, you know, like I might just kind of smear it on the toast and put a little, I don't know, hot sauce or something there. And
oh yeah, that's classic. Yeah, that's a classic one.
but,
Yeah, I mean,
also-
I'm not talking like the California version where it's like a skinny slice of toast with like a bunch of sprouts and it's like
oh
mainly
yeah, that's right. You gotta have
avocado
the
and sprouts.
sprouts. You gotta have the sprouts. That's right.
They
Which
make
I
it
like.
like
I do like them. You know, I will do some sprouts.
When that first trip, like, you know, when it first got popular, I liked it, but it started to get just so cheesy. You go to a cafe and it's like $20 for one slice.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like one single avocado, if that, with just like veggies on it. And it's like really $15-20.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm back. Oh, thank you.
little
Now I
bit
can
of
take
olive
on the
oil.
world. Go on.
Right.
You know. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for giving us the most useless article ever, by the way. It's like, it was like bananas. Bananas are good for you. Put them on pancakes. That's what it said. But I can see where the photo.
What is that a photo of? What is that a photo of?
Well, that was my first critique. Is that the jackfruit? It's jackfruit, but it's like no one on earth would ever put it on a plate like that. I mean, that's just not how you eat jackfruit. Like it comes out of like a bigger piece, and you have to like pull it out. And there's like a bunch of like these kind of latexy streamers that you have to strip it out of.
Oh, but by the way, Meals on Wheels, with their latest home delivered meal, every once in a while they'll deliver fruits or vegetables, and I think I have what's a squash or something. Can I eat that raw? Because I don't have no capacity to boil it or cook it in the crypt. I mean,
Squash.
I think it's a
What
squash.
type of squash?
I don't know. I wish I could show you. The next time.
Describe it. It's like you can
like,
wax lyrical about Jews, but you can't describe a fruit. Come on.
Yeah. Dude, this comes from the man who, when I said, "Tell him about the accident you had," he's like, "Oh, well, there's not much to say. I just had I was involved in an automobile, and this car came up, and there was an accident." And I said, "Dude, tell him about how the fucking safety balloon, the air cushion, what do they call it, exploded, nearly broke your nose, nearly shattered your glasses. Just how all
you're
this."
talking about the original. Yeah, the first accident was bad. Yeah.
Oh God! Yeah, you like went through that like you were describing a pencil on a table and shit. I said, "Geez, these people are not writers." Okay. Oh my God! I think our man Aristides was with us at the time. Weren't you involved with us at the time when this happened, Aristides?
What happened?
No, that accident's been like 3 or 4 years now.
Oh man.
The big accident.
I mean, 3 years ago, I was listening.
Yeah.
I think I remember some about an accident.
Yeah.
Okay, so then maybe Doug made me bring it up again because he likes me to like go through that torture.
Yeah, the horror,
psychological torture.
Yeah.
You remember when you almost died and that stupid, lady fucking pulled in front of you trying to make a U-turn? Then I'm like crawling around like in the street looking for my glasses like Velma and shit. And then all of the people that out of her dental office were like helping her and shit. And it was like, bitch, look, I know it's your friend, but like I'm about to like get hit and die, And then they got all mad when I was telling the cop, like, look, this bitch pulled in front of me and she's obviously at fault. And they were all mad at me. And it's like, look, it's not my fault she was, whatever was wrong with her. Wearing a mask by herself in her car and crashed, it's like all that oxygen got fucking. Anyways.
Was she literally like, she was old enough? I've seen people with oxygen tanks driving cars. Was she like that?
No, she was wearing a COVID mask by herself.
Okay. Yeah. And
it was like covering her face so much you couldn't see or something. I don't fucking know. Like it was that ridiculous. And then she pulled into 4 lanes of oncoming traffic trying to make a U-turn and like, like there was multiple people like trying to dodge her, and she swerved into me.
Look,
I T-boned her.
after a certain age, people really need to start taking regular
Dude, she
tests.
was younger than you. She
Yeah,
was younger than you. She was like maybe 50 to 50, like my mother's age, maybe.
Oh God! Don't tell me your mother's younger than me. Oh my God!
Maybe by like a year or something like that. But
Oh,
it's very
man.
similar. Yeah.
Oh my God! Oh, that's awful. Oh my God! Now I feel
I
ancient.
mean, you guys are aging out. It's not
Yeah.
my fault.
Well, I suffer. You remember how Ed Beth suffered gender dysphoria? I suffer age dysphoria. I have age dysphoria.
God.
I don't feel like I'm my age. So this is yeah.
Yeah, that's called mental, fucking. It's not retardation, but it's like stunted growth and shit. Like, I forgot what there's a term for it, but you have it. I'm younger because I'm a vampire, so therefore I can relate to you kids, and it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, you know what I noticed about all the boys that Cowell was recruiting is, to me, I just couldn't get into it. They're all hairy legs. There's nothing uglier on earth than a man's hairy leg. They're all you can see it on the Netflix. They're all wearing shorts, and they're all showing a lot of leg. And I'm like thinking, why?
Well, I hate to break this to you, then obviously you're not into dudes, because like what the fuck else would they have?
It's all the twinks at the the kids at the estate, they shave their legs just like I do. Not that they're emulating me, it's just what they do. And so it's along the lines of French bicyclists who shave, or Italian, European bicyclists, the cyclists in the competition, they shave their legs to prevent air friction from slowing them down even by a micrometer when they're engaged in their racing and their sports. So a lot of European young men do this, but obviously these British lads from up north,
Is that what they told you?
Oh, it also it helps to prevent friction when swimming, etc. So, but anyhow, these kids did not do that on the Cowell show. I just like, oh my God, it's like, to me, it's just so gross. But anyhow, so go on. You were saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, were you? Are you sure you're not that guy that went to Korea and made all the boy bands? That happened to be a PDF file.
Tell people about how he's a San Franciscan, and how that Asian girl was trying to say, "Oh, this is like
Chinese
Japanese."
Chick.
Yeah, this Chinese.
Yeah, the Chinese chick like blamed it on the Japanese.
Yeah, I believe that
she's a comedian. She's a famous Chinese comedian, but she's definitely China-centric.
Yeah,
sure.
and she's Sino-centric, and she's trying to be anti-Japanophobic. She's Japanophobic, and she's like, tell him. She's like trying to.
She was like, and she literally has like the thickest accent. That's her shtick, to sound like Chinese. But she actually has the accent, but that's part of her comedy.
She exploits it.
And
she exploits her
She
accent.
exploits it, yeah. And she says, oh, you know why all those Japanese boy bands and Korean boy bands look like girls? And the guy in the interview is like, what do you know? And she says, because Japanese guy he grew up in San Francisco. He was gay. And like, as if that was like had to be qualified. He was gay. and he went to Asia and he was into little boys. So he make them all look like little boys because that's what he likes, because he's a pedophile. He made them all
look effeminate. She's claiming
he made them something like that.
Yeah, she's claiming he feminized them for the sake of a fetish.
To look like children. Yeah, to look like children. Yeah. But they had to be boys because he was gay. It was like some weird inversion. But she kept saying he was Japanese. She said he's a Japanese guy.
Yeah,
and the only thing Japanese about him was his name.
Yeah, was his descent, was his ancestry.
Yeah.
Was his ancestry, as opposed to his culture. He was totally acculturated in America as a savage. Yeah,
and probably, let's not. I mean, I probably shouldn't say it, but he was probably of some other group that happens to be music producers. Because somehow he becomes like this hotshot music producer and gets to go to Asia and set this stuff up. So he allegedly he set up J-pop and then went to Korea and set up K-pop. And that's why they're all like super effeminate, and she was saying they put them on hormones to make them look like chicks, and which I guess is true, but I think that's just how they always look. You know? Like they do makeup and shit. It's not like it's, you know, they work at it. Let's just put it that way. They work a lot. Yeah.
No, the horror is that a lot of these K-pop dudes, they lift weights and they develop their muscles to look with, you know, all this hunk. They look like hunks and shit. And that's where a lot of people made mistakes when I was still on Facebook before I was banned and barred from Facebook because Lena Shea, alias Lena Crane, shoved all these swastikas up on my Facebook timeline, which she had managerial access to during the what was the Christchurch massacres, the mosque massacres.
Yeah, you would never display a swastika.
not after a mosque massacre, I wouldn't.
True.
She shoved up a bunch of them on the Facebook timeline after the mosque massacre, just to get me banned permanently from Facebook, which she succeeded in doing. But
you have like a legendary ban. I mean, it's like
it's
almost genetic or something.
Oh God, yeah. It's like, tell people.
Like we tried to make a Facebook a couple months back. Was it a couple months?
Yeah.
Like a ghost account, just so you can like do some like networking to make more money. And
something,
like as we were scrolling through it, like, oh, you know, here's someone you know. Like before you can even friend anyone, it said you are banned for being a terrorist.
Yes.
And it was just like, what the fuck? Like they didn't even give us a chance. They give the Taliban more time to fucking show their training.
Oh, it's true. To show
like,
the training
if it was Taliban, they could be like, running around with AKs, but not Doug can't even put his photo up.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
No, I didn't even have a photo. I was without
it was
a
just
photo.
It was a blank generic photo, and it was just like you are banned forever for being, I guess, you. And it's like at this point the you've switched routers and like computers, so the IP isn't really that much. It's probably not the same, and the computer's not the same.
Yeah, the IP is not the same. The computer's not the same. Yeah,
so they just fucking ew. Yeah. But anyways, that was bad.
Oh yeah. So
you're permanently banned from Meta. But
I
mean, I don't think talking about the J-Man's helping you really, and it's owned by them. I sentenced you to 2 days of dreidel during Hanukkah.
Yeah, but you remember, I actually put up Happy Hanukkah and stuff like that while I was on Facebook. I never spoke against them. I don't think what I'm doing now.
Well, I know that, but don't tell me. I mean, I mean, and to your credit, you've never and neither did Hitler for that matter. No one really ever came out and said crazy shit.
Yeah, thank you.
Allegedly, supposedly.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you so much. Yeah. Then again, Heather Holman says no one's ever accused Michael Aquino of doing anything. I love you, Heather. Oh,
yeah, he was a saint. When I was having tea with him, when he, astrally attacked me, or whatever you want to call it,
force ghosted you. When he force
ghosted me and said, "Doug's not so bad." He also said, or actually he didn't say this, but this was I was going to make a joke and say I did nothing wrong. He actually didn't even try that with me.
Didn't need to. He knew you would see right through that. That's more transparent than himself as a force ghost. Yeah.
Right. No, I definitely said some shit. I was like, yeah, this is like, like what's your evil ass doing here or something. Just, don't be so hard on Doug. I don't know why I remember that line the most. It was like it had to have been a joke. Some kind of sick joke he was saying. Like he was like trying to defend you or something. It's like, no.
Oh shit. Yeah. Well,
come on, you knew him. That had to have been a joke, right?
Well, let's put it this way. You got people out there who are appreciative of you because they think you're sticking it to the man. Thanks for standing up to Doug.
Oh yeah. Well, someone has to. You just fucking go off and support all this crazy shit. I only bought one child off the streets, and and we don't talk about the other stuff. And And then I don't know if we can even say the other part on air when you took umbrage to like, I would never drink,
that's no,
dead child punch bowls.
Actually,
Yeah.
this does bear relating to people because it
I
actually.
don't know if I want to go through it again.
well, you'll have to now because it's actually relevant to the episode before last. The episode before last when
Right.
I was talking about.
And as a caveat, I don't think it'll make you sound, better.
It's just a security issue. It was just a security job, part of my profession, and so I do want people to understand that I had discussed with Brendan in the episode before last. Brendan and I were discussing the dead because we were discussing the kokoro and the lifelines. Do bring up the fact that as soon as we discussed that, then we saw Nicolas Maduro wearing a red thread line on his wrist. And I said, what?
Yeah, specifically the Maduro thing. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. And then when I asked about that, you found suddenly everybody's wearing the red thread of kokoro as this. Tell people about this. This is just.
Well, yeah, so we brought it up and you were asking me, why is he wearing the red bracelet? And I said, I don't know.
It's not a bracelet. It's a thread. You'd call it like a wrist, kind of like a wrist thread.
Yeah, like a friendship bracelet. Bracelet.
Yeah.
But it was orange or red or like bright red or something.
It was red. They're all red.
And I made the joke. I said it's some kind of weird Masonic cult. Yeah. And then literally the next day, this truther bot account makes this whole conspiracy theory like all these famous people are wearing red threads because they're all part of the Red Thread Club and they're all these secret Masonic bloodlines.
With photographic evidence.
Yeah, with photographic evidence, which we don't know if it was AI, but it was definitely compelling.
Yeah.
Like it looked compelling. Yeah.
Yes. So it was right after
all these different people had red string, friendship bracelets, and they're all part of the same club. So they took what Doug and I were saying and made a whole theory about it.
Yeah.
Within 24 hours, basically.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, but all of them wearing the red thread of kokoro to emphasize.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is like this is kind of so common with us is this quote unquote synchronistic phenomenon, but it's not. They truly are listening. All kinds of people, and then people respond to it by crap like what we just described. All such having been said, these are definitely important topics, and people have been operating on the reality of such things as the red thread of kokoro. Shout out to Amy Como. I need to acknowledge what she timestamped, which was about the stone-throwing child. And for those of you who don't know, when I brought up the stone-throwing child in the episode before last, same one that Brendan and I were discussing, the dead, all of this quite relevant. Amy Como found that quite relevant to her life. I have no idea why. It's certainly relevant to mine. In my case, my sister was running up and crossing a bridge, very symbolic, and I threw a rock at her and hit her on the head, which left her with a scar on her eyebrow that was covered by makeup the rest of her life. She just, applied the pencil over it. And but in that case, the red thread of kokoro, the story of the stone throwing boy that was helped by the old man on the moon to find his lover, who turned out to be the young lady he threw a stone at. No, it was not his own sister in that case, and he married her. In my case, I can relate to that story and related that without telling the aspect of how I threw a rock at my sister when I was a kid. And by the way, she certainly deserved it. Consider it punishment for crimes not yet committed. She didn't deserve it at the time, maybe, and I look like some totally violent, violence-prone child at the time. But believe me, she's a fucking cunt and deserved everything. She deserved a lot more. All that being said, when it came to we're hearing noise from Brendan there while he's at work. When it came to the
is it too loud? I could mute.
Oh, no worries. No, we're fine. Yeah, when it came to Amy, what she relates to that is beyond me. She'll have to tell me, because it doesn't seem at all connected to the story of her creation of Dexter. For those of you who don't know, I've promised to keep that story secret until she gives me permission to relate it. But
It
basically,
doesn't sound like that. It sounds like something else she said on there
oh,
before.
you'd have to tell me privately if you feel it's inappropriately inappropriate to bring up
No,
on
it's
air.
not inappropriate. I just don't want to think about it.
But
And it's for her to tell. So
yeah, but let's just put it this way. For those of you who don't know, and Amy created Dexter, okay? Not the series, the actual serial killer.
yeah, not the scientist either. Scientist kid.
Oh yeah, not the scientist kid. That's right. There was some science cartoon. That was a cartoon, right? Dexter. It's a cartoon.
Yeah, Dexter's Lab.
Yeah, Dexter's Lab. No,
that's
not
the Dexter I would know.
okay. Yeah, not that Dexter. And not the TV series, but let's just say she created an actual real life Dexter serial killer. So yeah, whenever she's in the mood to relate that, she could relate that on her own.
I mean, I would, I would call it Dexter Light, but
Dexter Light, Dexter Light,
yeah,
Dexter Light,
because it's only a specific type of life form. But anyways.
we don't know that. We don't know that.
Well, I could only hope. Otherwise, it's
I assume he's graduated long time ago to humanity, to killing human beings.
Let's move on before I say something that I can't undo.
So, all that being said, so what happened was that while Brendan and I were discussing the dead in the episode before last and communications with the dead, one of the things that I brought up was having worked security in the industry of the dead, the industry of the mortuary business, or what would they call it? The funeral industry, the mortuary industry. There's got to be a better name for it than that. But it's just
if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, it would be called mortuary science. That's literally what it's called. The program.
Thank you. It is called mortuary.
But that's
science.
Something more highbrow. like you're embalming people.
But that's what they were doing. This is what they were doing.
So
these are the people I was dealing with at the time with that particular.
But the top echelon would be called forensic anthropology. That would be like, we're talking like the crime angle, and those people that dissect bodies and.
Well, that's NCIS. That's NCIS level. Okay, so
so basic level, or like I guess how should we say it? Just the professional level would be mortuary science. There you go.
Thank you. By the way, Holly Kiefer, who's welcome to join us, said about the red thread of life, kokoro. She said about the red little friendship bracelets that we're all talking about. She said, I thought it was a Jewish thing popularized by high-end Hebrew temple in Los Angeles. Madonna and all the celebrities had them. Okay, well, how would that involve Nicolás Maduro and some of these other political...
That's what they claim. And plus, that's what they claim. They'll just say, oh, it's that thing. Something out of LA. They'll just say that. Doesn't mean it's what it is.
So thank you, Holly, for that input. So when it came to the people understand this, I for a short period of time, when I was young, before I became care provider for both my parents, and for all intents and purposes got a medical education the wrong way, as their advocate and all the rest of that. I had harbored some fantasy for a period of time about becoming a doctor, and so thought of going back to school, finish.
Asians.
Yeah, and it just no, seriously, it wasn't meant to be in my case, that's for sure. And just anyway. So
is that why your mother was so upset? When her
that
presence
I didn't
emerged. Yeah.
That what emerged? What was that?
When her presence emerged when I was, visiting.
Oh, got it. That failed in that regard.
I don't know. All I heard was Doug's a failure. I thought it was because of the house, but we can assume it was because he didn't become a doctor. It was just an old Family Guy joke. The Asian parents, the kid's like 10 years old, and he's like studying, and the father comes in. He says, "Are you doctor?" And he's like, no. And he's like, talk to me when you doctor. And he like slams the door in his face. It's just an Asian joke.
No, it's like, and what our man Brendan is referencing, and I didn't get a chance to elucidate on what Sammy Romero brought up in the last episode that was struck with the community. Oh, by the way, while you're here, Brendan, tell Aristides. Aristides says, I don't see it anywhere on your channel that your channel's age restricted, and you can't do that. Aristides is under the impression that you cannot age restrict a channel. Tell him that we've age restricted our channel.
Okay, let's put it this way. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to, but of course, this channel gets special treatment. And when it was maybe like a year or two after you made it, it like literally prompted us and said, you have to decide which video is child friendly or not. And otherwise you have to exempt the whole channel as being, not for, for adults only. So that's what we had to do. And it's still in there somewhere.
It's there, right there on display on the studio itself when I go into live stream, which I'll show him later, with the share screen. Yeah. But it's definitely there.
That's what makes the latest. Did you said it publicly, or am I
I said it publicly that we've no.
Yeah, so that's what makes it so sus about the most recent thing, where it said this is not good for children, and it's like, well, we never claimed it was for children. I don't know why you guys it's like telling us water is wet. It's like this guy is a crazy vampire, don't let children watch it. It's like, yeah.
By the way, Aristides says that at the opening of every episode, right, Ari? Tell them every episode you tell people this is not for kids.
We even have a verbal acknowledgement. Thank you, Aristides. So
I think he's faded for the night. He sounded like he was getting
the point still stands. It's like, you should tell YouTube that. It's like, look, you don't need to send anything about, this.
But what they
like you said, someone said he's feeding on air.
Let's not go into the details.
He's feeding.
But all such being said, when it came to what we were discussing with the dead, not in the last episode that got what did they call that again? Age restricted. Not in the last episode, which was age restricted, but the one before that. I mean, the one before that, when I'm talking about eating the dead, that didn't.
Well, that was cool. That was cool. That's good enough. That's good enough for 0 to 12. Yeah, totally fine. Yeah. Well, the very. I don't know. Do you want me to say this about it, on air, anyways, or should I wait?
Maybe you should wait. Let's not take any risks. We'll wait until later. Okay. We'll discuss it privately before we decide.
Yeah.
But when it comes to so the episode before last, we were discussing communications with the dead, thanatophony as opposed to thanatophagy, and thanatophagy being eaters of the dead, or reference to the act thereof, and thanatophony being speakers for the dead, being those who communicate with the dead.
And somehow Doug finds the two combined somehow in multiples, but we'll just leave it at that.
Which kind of brings us back just momentarily, little tangent here about when our man Brendan was at my home. Where, by the way, poltergeist activity is becoming a bit more active lately with all of the occult siege and whatnot. I mean, my computer and the microphone just keep
a bit more active. It's like, if it was any more active, your cupboards would be falling off and your stacks of books would be falling off.
Yeah, and burying me alive, which is how my mother always said I was going to die. All my books would fall on me, and I would just be like nothing but my hands above the pile, groping, for air, trying to anyhow. So all such having been articulated, when he was here, Brendan, and he suggested, hey, let's make this old Hitachi work, man. This is like a treasure that belongs in a museum. And I was like saying, no, the moment you do that, my mom's crawling out and she'll ringu me. You've seen the films, because they come out of the classic TVs. That's the case, right? In the Ringu franchise, they only come out of the classic old Japanese TVs, right?
Well, it was made during the time of the CRT, but yeah, there's an occult reason for that.
Yes.
But
yes.
It's because the cathode ray tube,
yes.
like when it makes that, when the electron beam hits, it opens up. It can open portals. It can
Yes.
open portals, and that's
Yes.
how they generated Enochian text and all of that. Back, entities were able to write on that screen.
Yeah.
You know how the original ones were green?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, and tell people about that.
That's how they communicated to those spirits.
Yeah. Yes.
There you go.
It's important. By the way, I'm answering Ms. Lars 0007 here. She says, "Love you, Douglas. I have been listening and love the content. I love you in return, honey." So let me try and express that in the text box. And but at any rate, then what happened shortly after that? And this is, how does this happen? I mean, the computer's got to be somehow on all the time, and on my cell phone, which is what intelligence agencies do. Really, they just like turn your own cell phones into an instrument of surveillance by they leave it on all the time, even though you do not see it on. They basically are turning that into like a bug, what they would call a bug, basically a microphone to hear what you're saying, muffled though that can be by circumstance. But somehow they must have heard what we said about the Hitachi, because seriously, after that, I was cruising for porn, and the first thing that comes up is this AI generated image of this bosomy and buxomy Asian chick, Ringu inspired ghost-like chick crawling out of a Hitachi.
Out of a TV,
out of the old style TV, and obviously I was cruising for porn at the time, and my members shriveled in my hands right then and there. I can tell you that. That was like, so there you go. These things are not by accident. So such having been said, when we were
holy crap, I'm standing in front of the most vile photo of all history right now.
Yeah,
it's Churchill, FDR, and Stalin.
Oh God!
all on a couch smoking a stogie.
Oh my God! So
it must be at, what is it called, Yalta?
Yeah, it's the Yalta conference. That's the Yalta conference.
Yeah, and they all look disgusting as
well.
And they all look happy. They're all happy.
Yeah.
Why are they so happy?
Because
we're gonna kill everyone.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're gonna backstab all of our populations by the end.
Oh my God!
We love that. Yes.
They are disgusting people. Truly the enemy of all humanity. At any rate, so where are you running across this? At school?
It's just on a wall at the pizza parlor. Yeah.
Oh God!
We probably can't even use that term because of that whole fiasco before.
Yeah, that's
you know
right.
what? The soup kitchen. The soup kitchen. I'm passing it by in the soup kitchen.
Oh my God!
The next thing you know, one of those QAnon weirdos will come out and say he works at a pizza parlor.
Comet ping pong and all the rest of that.
No, it's nothing like that.
Yeah. Well, sure, honestly, the damage that these people have caused. So when it comes to what we were discussing about the dead and communing with them, the thanatophones, the speakers for the dead, speakers with the dead, it was brought up, of course, the abuses of women's bodies in particular after death. And I pointed out the fact that sometimes the greatest threat to a female's integrity after death is the staff of some of these places are morgues, are just holding areas for the bodies until these people are buried. Till these people are that's if they're fortunate enough to be buried. If they're victims of crime, they can wind up in a body holding area until the family claims the body and puts it in a more respectable funeral home. So there's these city morgues that hold victims of crime that are unknown until identified. And at any rate, if these bodies are not claimed, or if they're obviously victims of very violent crime, even if they're identified by the family, then they go towards a forensic pathologist, which at the time that I was young and thinking of becoming a doctor, that was the line of work I was thinking about, was forensic pathology, which is basically a doctor for the dead. And the old saying goes that when it comes to the MDs, they said that the GIMP, GIMP, General Internal Medicine Practitioner, your common doctor that you see, who is not until you're referred to a specialist, which is basically their primary job, is to see you and triage you, and if necessary, refer you to a specialist. That
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have
Yeah.
to say something about your acronym. I like the British one better.
Oh,
GP
yeah.
is better. General
GP.
practitioner.
Thank you. Yeah, there we go. But the GIMP is apropos in its own right. The GIMP, I mean, they're basically reduced to pill rollers, being pill rollers, and of course,
Yeah, they don't do anything. I mean, they just say,
thank you.
here's a couple prescriptions and I hope you get better.
Well,
then when you ask for a specialist, it's like a whole event, you know.
Oh yeah. Well,
Fuckers.
what's worse, unfortunately, is that in a very real sense, they do far too much. And this is what is so dangerous. My mother was a victim of this, is that they will prescribe psychiatric meds, and they should never, ever be allowed to do this. They need to be.
Oh yeah, I have a story about that. Yeah.
Tell us, please. By all means.
They gave me the stuff that what's his name, Peterson was on.
Oh, Jordan Peterson? Isn't that good
Yeah,
shit?
the
Give
stuff-
it to me. Oh man.
No, I'm not currently on it. This was like when I had my big surgery and all that, which we will not go into. But basically, he said.
But that again
he
involves a certain genetic subgroup, a certain haplogroup.
Yeah, well, that was a different doctor. That was the urologist. But I'm talking about just my GP. I kept saying, look, I'm in so much pain because this dude screwed me up.
Yeah.
And I'm having anxiety because I can't walk, literally can't walk and all that. And he said, here, take this. And so he was giving me the stuff that Jordan Peterson was on. Because he said, oh, this is the strongest, anti-anxiety you can get, and he thought it was going to help me, right?
Yeah.
And then after like 2 weeks, I had taken all of it, which is totally like way past what he prescribed, of course.
Mm.
And I was so out of it because of because of having this drastic surgery. I personally called him, and said, I need more. And he said, you what? He said, what? He was like yelling at me on the phone. He said, you did what? And then he said, I am dropping you from my practice. Never come back.
Whoa, he fired you as a patient. He fired you as a patient.
Yeah, and I said, well, what did you expect? Your doctor botched my job. And he agreed with me, and he said, but I can't take he said, I understand where you're coming from, but I can't take the liability.
That's right.
So at least he wasn't, by the end of it, he understood where I was coming from, but he said, look, you can't come back here.
Wow. Goddamn. Oh, so sorry you were through that. Though I must admit, not only that story of, what my dad, the dad who raised and guided me, my legal sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, would call these hard luck stories, and he had a whole lifetime full of them himself. He loved hard luck stories because misery loves company, but his whole life was a series of hard luck stories, and it was horrible because I grew up with that, and it's bad programming, and but all that being said, when it came to hard luck stories from Brendan Zogit, I have to admit there's a morbid entertainment, a gratuitous satisfaction because I'm a pathological sadist that I derive from what Brendan's been through. But worse yet, when he calls me about everything he's going through now, I have to confess there's this titillation that I feel with the expectation of a new horror that he's being subjected to with each phone call.
Well, you got to admit that they are pretty horrifying.
Yes. Oh, it's horrible.
Even I'm surprised. And you keep telling me, why are you so surprised? I'm like, because this isn't normal. That's why.
Yeah, it is.
Like, within 1 week, there was 3 we shouldn't go into it, but there were 3 fatalities in 1 week. I mean, it's just, this is unheard of shit. I mean, this is like.
Yes, it's statistically impossible. It's just statistically, impossible for this to be a coincidence. It's not coincident. It is literally, there's an ongoing
Not
attempt.
to mention getting rockets shot at you as you're walking, walk into your car and just getting shot at with incendiaries.
Yeah, incendiaries while you're in an environment with explosive materials that could have combusted. and at the least
open
blind.
buckets of chlorine.
Yeah, at the
in
least
the
blind.
direction of chlorine. Yeah.
That's right.
Like,
At the least blinded you, if not killed you. Which is like a fate worse than death.
it would have been like mustard gas. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
like you inhale that, it ignites, and then you inhale it, then your lungs, burn and
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah, of course. Yes, I mean,
World
believe
War
me.
I style.
Yeah. And when it comes to the horror that you experience, it's pretty much becoming almost daily. And believe me, I get it. I don't know if this is the time where we should go into the trees, but we'll go into that soon enough. But when it comes to the bodies we were discussing and a kind of communication with the dead, yeah, obviously things happened where I never became a forensic pathologist. Instead, became a care provider for my parents, which was, far more stressful, infinitely stressful. But the joke was, yeah, the running joke in the medical community forever. It's kind of like axiomatic. It's a medical axiom. Goes along the lines of the GIMP, the GIMP, the General Internal Medicine Practitioner, knows nothing and does nothing, and that or something of that nature. At any rate, they should not be prescribing psychiatric meds, and that should be left only to psychiatrists. And if a general practitioner ever prescribes psychiatric meds to you, unless they're good shit, like the stuff that our man Bren was kidding, just roll with it, of course. But otherwise, antidepressants or antipsychotics, definitely ask to be referred to a psychiatrist. Because this stuff can kill you, literally, as it effectively did with my mother. Because she was prescribed a antidepressant that it turned out, and race is quite real. This is an example of evidence that race is real, a very real factor. It's not some sort of pseudo-intellectual construct. And this should be, of course, completely intuitive. We should not even have to say that race is real, but American pathology concerning race sensitivity is so psychotic that, indeed mass psychotic, they'll try and convince you that we're all just different camouflage. No, races are very different, and they react to medicines very differently because of the reality of race. Jewish people have very race-specific diseases, as do blacks, as do other ethnicities. Irish people are completely incapable, effectively, of responding to anesthesia, resulting in the deaths of people of Celtic origin. Anyone in particular who manifests freckles and red hair and green eyes, in particular, you're almost certain to die under surgery without an anesthetic going the extra mile, an anesthetician going the extra mile, and really taking pains to make certain that you don't die during surgery of anesthetic shock. So this is because Celtic people are unresponsive to anesthetics at normal levels, and it requires enormous dosing, and as a result, many of them go into anesthetic shock and die during surgery. And literally, tens of thousands ultimately on an annual basis die worldwide because of this. There is a medical genocide of the Celtic people by refusing to acknowledge this reality because of the politics of race. This is the insanity of anti-Nazism. And so when you think about what happened to my mother, turns out Asian people have far less enzymatic capacity to process certain synthetic chemicals, and as a result, certain antidepressants will literally kill them. A good example is Dr. Lewis Bennett, the man who wrote the textbook on pharmacology, the textbook that's used in the United States medical industrial complex and to a degree worldwide. Dr. Lewis Bennett developed a heart medicine which was saved, well over 1 million lives by now, probably numbering in the millions, it's safe to say. Seriously, he saved millions of lives through this heart medication. He was well respected for it in Taiwan, which was Taiwan, my true homeland and heartland, where I was born, was the first place to apply his medicines. Yet he went to Israel, and Dr. Lewis Bennett was looked on as a murderer. And this is because his heart medicine kills people of Jewish ancestry. This is how real race is. So do not let anyone tell you otherwise. My mother was a victim of this, a general practitioner prescribing antidepressants without consulting a psychiatrist. So, at any rate, so the saying goes, the GIMP knows nothing and does nothing, or something of that nature, but then they say the surgeon does everything but knows nothing, because all they do is cut without, they'll just do as they're told by somebody will tell them this is where the problem is, go in there and cut. And so the surgeon just goes in there and cuts. And then they will say that it's the surgeon knows nothing and does everything. The general internal medicine practitioner knows everything but does nothing. I think that's what they say. The GIMP, general prac, knows everything but does nothing. The surgeon knows nothing but does everything. The dermatologist knows nothing and does nothing. And the forensic pathologist knows everything and does everything, but it's too late because the patient's already dead. So that was the old medical axiom that went around forever. So, but when it comes to morticians, the majority of them are frustrated, if not outright failed, medical students. And so they work with the dead where they can do no harm, quote unquote. And as I said, a lot of people have been attracted to the industry because they're necrophiles. It's just like who works in schools and childcare? Overwhelmingly pedophiles. I mean, pedophiles want to work with kids. And so enormous measures have to be taken to prevent the industry from becoming overwhelmed, flooded with pedophiles. Security, background checks, all the rest of that. Nobody does that for the funeral industry. So a woman's integrity is not safe, even in death. In fact, it's more in danger than it ever was. And we touched upon that in the episode before last. And what happens now is that we've broached the topic. I discussed it with our friend Brendan privately. One time I was conducting security for a funeral home, and the call went out because a young girl had died. Now, I can't even remember the exact circumstances in which she died, but the body was left pretty intact. In fact, entirely intact as far as I could see. But when it comes to when this happens, and as I said, it's a lot more common than people might think. In fact, it's all too common. Young girls die all the time, oftentimes by violence. Someone will strangle them to death, which doesn't impact the integrity of the body very much. Somebody will stab them a single time. Something like that happens, or they die in an auto accident where the body's not completely mangled and simply there was a brain injury or something that ultimately took them out. Or something horrible happens genetically or something and they die. Anyhow, when a woman's body, if she's sexually attractive or maintains a physical integrity where she's presentable and sexually appealing in death, if the body's still looking good, so to speak, the call goes out among that community. And obviously the way to avoid this is family industries. Usually if it's a family inherited industry, the mortuary business has been maintained for generations. Usually that's probably a bit safer for you. Also, female morticians, just like women, they offer services now in cabs where you can make certain it's a female driver. You want only a female driver. Of course, if you're trying to do that with a cab, you're going to wait forever. But the Uber industry and Lyft and these other industries are trying to say, okay, we offer you the option of requesting a female driver. And that's if you're a female, that would render your ride a lot safer, especially if you're drunk. So they should do this with funeral industries. There should be female-run funeral industries. This is why Sammy Romero's sister is so popular And outside of her own culture of Lavaza, she has all kinds of people who contract her for funerary services because she's female. And generally, women aren't necrophiles, or some of them are rare, some of them are, but it's very rare. But I've discussed how they handle that. But in other words, how they make a male cadaver
Well, then you should
perform.
play the lottery, then, Doug.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. That being said, when you have a female necrophile, the way they make the male cadaver perform is they take the embalming needle and just shove it down the piss slit, and you've got an erection, and they can ride that all night. It never goes down. Talk about a boner. But talk about a working stiff. Yeah. All that being said, however, so I was running security for a funeral home. A young girl had died. The call went out immediately to the community. Body party! BP, body party. And oh man. So they took this young girl. See, this was completely legal. There's no laws against this other than the law of desecrating a corpse. But how do you define that? That's where the problem comes in. Obviously, the professional community draws in and they protect themselves. They close ranks. So if I were to bring this up in a court of law, they would all stand witness against me and just say I was lying. But this is what happened. And what happens is that when it comes to desecrating a corpse, for instance, you use it in a case like when I was involved with the San Francisco Police Department, young man killed his father. And quote unquote, he actually didn't. Turns out he walked into the room, took a gun, and blew his dad's brains out. And the forensic pathologist identified beyond a shadow of a doubt, well, the moment he walked into the room, his father saw him and was so frightened he died of a heart attack, so he was dead by cardiac arrest before his son shot him, and therefore the son is not guilty of murder. By the way, this got that young man off the murder charge. The police could only charge him with desecration of a corpse. That was all they could charge him with. But that's where you apply desecration of a corpse. In the case of professionals... Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Couldn't they say it was manslaughter?
No, the guy was dead.
Your actions caused the death.
You mean just by coming into the room and the guy gets so scared he dies of a heart attack? No.
Yeah, I mean, it was intentional. It's still intentional.
Not really, unfortunately. Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe his dad deserved it. I don't know, but it's but no, they couldn't. Apparently not. Apparently, the way the case...
Dang, I need that guy's lawyer.
Yeah.
Quick,
Yeah, no shit. Well, in your case, your dad just killed himself, and did everything he could.
Yeah. Yeah, while squandering my fortune or whatever was whatever he could have had, he totally destroyed.
Oh, dude, you should have killed him long before he did that. I died.
You're telling me.
Yeah, god damn, you should have killed him 10 years in that before that spiral.
Well, hindsight's 2020. I wouldn't have let it get that far if I knew what was going to happen.
Well, he wasn't spiraling pretty much the day you were born. I mean, you kind of grew up with him doing that.
Well, no,
right?
when I was born, he owned multiple businesses and everything was fine.
Semi-functional. It was functional at least. Yeah,
it was functional. Yeah. But
I don't know if you could call it functional when you grew up with, all the crack whores surrounding your dad.
Well, it devolved really, it got really bad when I was older. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Oh man!
When I was younger, I was with my grandparents mainly. So,
were any of these chicks do you ever think of trying to move in on his territory? Were any of these chicks ones you were attracted to?
No. Oh my God, no. If you saw them, you would know how awful that is.
Okay.
What you just said, it's they're hideous. I mean, they were some of them were literally missing arms. I'm not joking. I'm not
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, it was that bad. Yeah.
God damn.
and we would like be like, hey, what happened to your arm? And she said, I was so messed out. I was in Oregon and I was running from the police, and I had finally lost the police, but then she like tripped out and lost control of the car and it cut her arm off. That was her story. That was her backstory. And then she said, and she looked like, still looked like a crackhead, but she said, I've, sworn off that life, and, I'm a good person now. And we were just like, okay,
Oh my
and then she'd be like, let me hit your weed. It was shit like that. Yeah, it was nothing. Yeah, like no, it was nothing good.
Yeah, and
luckily I had the Aquino hookup, and I got basically girls handed to me, and shit like that.
That's right, the chick drop off. It's called the chick drop off.
But I didn't know that at the time. Yeah. Well, I kind of did, but her father was like, here's behold a pale horse, and you will you'll learn the truth when you pull your head out of your ass, because he was some military, he was ex-military.
Right.
He said, you got to pull your head out of your ass, but you got to read this book and learn about Michael Aquino. He literally said that. I'm not facetious at all.
God damn. Dude, you were marked at birth. When they tried to switch you at birth, you got marked. Yeah. You got the target.
Yeah, well, it fucked me up permanently, and now I'm talking to a vampire. It's so bad. So not cool, man.
Like, what the fuck did you do in a past life? Like,
if anything, you ordered me to do it. If what we believe to be true, like, yeah, give me your orders, sir. Yeah, do this horrendous act, and nothing, we'll get away with it. And then here we go. And then apparently when I did it, they were like, why did you do this to us? And I said, I was under orders. And I said, the cosmic, forces at, when you die, they like sort you out and shit. And they said, well, just because you were under orders doesn't mean shit. And you get to go to the land of the enemy and suffer. So there you go. That's what happened.
Yes. Oh, there you go. If I weren't psychotic myself, I'd feel guilty about it.
Oh. Yeah, well, you ain't doing much better.
Yeah, no shit. True enough. Hardly indeed doing worse. By the way, just to show people about that, from how bad it is coming back to the crypt. Aside from everything else, my bathroom sink is gurgling now, which now the guy next door, I think it's the guy next door. I don't know if it's the guy upstairs or the guy next door, because either one, when their plumbing fucks up, then the plumber has to come and open this same little manhole, this tiny little manhole in front of our homes on Green Street. So it's right in front of my home and the home of the people next door, right between us, and obviously we share it. It's the same sewage system. And I recall distinctly when my upstairs landlord, generations ago by now, literally decades ago by now, called a plumber at one point. He literally opened up the manhole and said, there's a lot of shit in there. That's what he said. There's a lot of shit in there. So they literally cable that thing, and I think it's plugged up to the point where my sink is gurgling. So my sink is making these unnatural bubbling sounds when the water goes down. So I think it goes all the way to the sewer system. That's what it signifies, is that the sewage system is so bad, it's impacting my sink's ability for the water to actually go down. It could be something in the J-tube, or what do they call that little curve? But I think it's serious when I take into the context of the fact that the plumber's been there several times now, recently, to work with
the prognosis isn't good.
Yeah. I'm living on borrowed time here. This place is on borrowed time. It's just so when it comes to what I'm contending with, it's all like our man Brendan says, it's certainly no better for me than it is for him. Life is hard. So we do want everybody to take that into account when it comes to contributions. God knows our man Brendan has to earn money just to Fuck, what's going on now? Oh god, the slashing tires. Yeah, so fuck, and your own
Yeah,
tire.
and for the record, it was nothing to do with me. It's just
Yeah.
mysteriously people are losing tires all of a sudden. You know, yeah, including myself. So yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
that's there you go. But when it comes to people around him are losing tires, just like people around him are losing their lives. This is occult attacks that he's deflecting masterfully. So won't go too deep into it at the moment. But certainly when it comes to our discussing people who have lost their lives of the dead. So one time when I was in standing security in this funeral home, a young girl was brought in, body intact. She died young, looking good. She had a great looking corpse. Call went out. BP, party. Everybody in the community, of course, exclusively male, showed up. And they were partying throughout the night. I was ordered to stand guard for obvious reasons, prevent anybody who was not part of that community from coming in. And so what happened was they injected this young lady's body with fluorescent formaldehyde or embalming fluid, a fluorescent fluid, liquid that that went through her into her body systemically, and she literally glowed in the dark. It's like an angel. When they turned the lights out, she lit up the room with whatever they injected inside of her. Just this angel that they then put in a punch bowl. So they put her body in this big alcoholic punch bowl with, by that I mean punch with alcohol. Punch with a hard kick of alcohol in it. What would you call that? There's a name for that. I forget, really. A hard punch, hard or something. Anyhow, it was a hard punch, all right. But they were all drinking from that. That's that
Yeah, the
party.
hardcore shit used to be called jungle juice, but
Yeah, thank you.
I think that's something else.
Yeah, well, they were drinking from that all night, and it's like this sort of shit happens. Honestly, again, for a female, your integrity becomes even more difficult to maintain after death than when you were alive. If you're young and attractive, be aware of that. And what can you do about it? It's like, well, you can take up the attitude that I do. I'm not gonna die. Just, of course, with majority of people, you don't need to worry about that. I mean, nobody want it. It's like,
Well, at least you're not saying I'm gonna live to 108.
oh
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, don't yeah, oh, don't even get me started on that son of a bitch. But what does this remind me of when it comes to
You know
Dave?
who else said that?
Who?
Remember the Tai Chi guy that like always talking about like increasing the sexual juices or whatever. You remember that
Oh
guy?
Jesus, what? Yeah,
I
that
think he's
fucker.
Vietnamese. I think he's
Yeah,
Vietnamese.
yeah.
You know,
This
he says
pervert.
he
Yeah.
says wake up and massage your testicles every day. And it's just like for no reason, just like he's just saying what people want to hear. You know?
Yeah, I don't even
Like,
need a rationalization for that. Why do people need a rationalization? That's something I do
because
naturally.
then they can say it's Tai Chi. You know, I'm doing Tai Chi.
Yeah, that's Peter Moon level, all right.
Yeah,
That's
so
how
that
Peter
guy,
Moon.
that guy actually said, from 0 to 108.
Jesus
That was
Christ.
his time scale for human life.
Yeah, that's and that's because it's a sacred number. Explain to people how that's a sacred number. 108.
Yeah, I mean in Asia, it's actually a Vedic, reckoning, but it went into Buddhism and stuff, of being this sacred number. So, and it has like its multiples and different combinations of it, or reasons why it's a sacred number.
Yeah,
and it's also astrological. Yeah.
Yes, as an example, the Konggengpo of the Tibetans in the center of Tibet was the communist Chinese during the invasion of Tibet and afterwards during the Tibetan resistance, which continued all the way through the 90s. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, around 1991. the communist Chinese had invaded in the 1950s, and they still had not managed to shell the Kongenpo temple. Kongenpo was left standing not because the Chinese spared it, far from it. They aerial bombarded it, they artillery shelled it, and yet the structure remained standing. And this was because they had around the main gate in 27 little alcoves running up the sides, across the top, red robed monks that sat in the lotus position, chanting softly. In the south wall, I knew people who were there who noted the same arrangement, but the gate they surrounded had been carved of stone and could not be moved. To the north, hidden among smaller buildings, the person I know who was personally there saw one or two monks in place. The rest were there as well. And there was a gate to the east. Both the north and east walls fit flush into the mountain, so the gates led nowhere, yet people were watching them. That's because they were Pathab. They served as the guardians of Kongenpo, and they were the reason that Kongenpo remained standing through aerial, incendiary, and artillery bombardment. Honestly, when the person I knew who was there, he basically informed myself this is because there were 27 of these monks at each gate that added up to the sacred number of 108. Therefore, they were warded no matter which direction the enemies might choose to come at them, through the earth itself or from the sky above. That's how important and how powerful the number 108 is. So when somebody makes that claim, they're deeply imbued with occult knowledge. When they claim, I'm going to live to be 108, that doesn't mean that they're good people. That just means they're deeply imbued in occult knowledge.
Well, yeah, he knew. He just knew the significance of that number.
Yeah.
And it's convenient if you're like, worried about living long. It happens to be a ripe age,
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And but
it gave him what, like 40 more years? It's like, dude, what are you gonna do in 40 years?
yeah.
Watch your butt more.
Well, we know he's not going to make it that far at all. If he's still alive. If the fucker's even still alive. Peeper Moon.
Well, you mean embodied. You mean embodied.
Embodied, yeah.
Was trying to download his consciousness to the AI. So
That's right. The
so he can have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that one ad campaign that was showing basically him like in anguish and shit in the future?
Yes.
Saying,
yes.
Yeah, you took your human limits too far, and it was like some kind of weird AI generated ad campaign, and all the people looked kind of like him.
Yeah, like
it was weird.
Wasn't like it weird? Vinnie Barbaric. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really trippy. Yeah. And they were all like in anguish and shit. Like,
in anguish for eternity.
Stuck inside the machine.
Yeah, unable to die because the machine wouldn't let them. Yes. Matrix taken to a new extent. Yes, that's true. So all that having been expressed, and heading more in that direction tonight, to try and take us to midnight. So do you have time now to go into the torment of the trees that's been happening?
Yeah, I mean, I could say it. No problem. I never wanted to mention it on air, but it's fine if we can.
Okay.
So basically, I have this friend and I who, we did some like spiritual work, and we were, doing, nature connection and all that jazz. Mm-hmm. And so every time we would find a tree or point out a tree, in this kind of like free spirited, almost like, what's the best way to describe it? Like almost childlike kind of forest like way, oh, we really love this tree, or, this tree has a lot of, like it has a good presence or something like that. Mm-hmm. So pretty much every single tree we've ever pointed out or taken photos of has been mysteriously cut down or removed or damaged in some way. So that's what I was telling Doug. I said, every time we've pointed out a tree for at least 5 years in a row, it will get removed or cut or, mysteriously, like with no prior notice. So there was one in front of his house that had like an intriguing shape, and it was like the landmark for that area. It was like, everyone that lived in that area like knew, oh, that was the weird shaped tree, and it was like this quirky kind of thing. And then out of the blue, it just gets cut, and no one knows who did it, whether it was the city or the owner or who the heck did it, but it just disappeared, right? Just cut out of, out by the root, just pure evil. And it wasn't damaged or diseased. They just cut it. There's no reason for it. And then same thing with these other trees. It's like there was nothing. It wasn't falling on a house or something. It's just they just disappear. And this latest time, it was right next to. It was kind of like on a walking trail, but it was adjacent to a highway. And so we pointed it out. We were taking photos of it when it was blooming because it was this very rare type of acacia tree, acacia.
Yeah.
So it was very rare and like unusual for the area. Let's put it that way. It's very unusual, and it had like lots of spiritual, elements to it. It was a very important tree.
It embodied the kami, or the spirit of the area.
Yes, it was a kami type tree. It was very, and it uplifts the spirits, and it's a very like high vibrational tree, let's call it, right? And then so we were sitting there talking about it, and the only time we ever were both of us at the same time were there together, the one time we stopped and looked at it and took photos of it, we got this feeling like, okay, maybe we shouldn't draw attention to it, because since all this other stuff has been happening, we said, okay, then like, stop pointing it out. Let's just keep moving. And then sure enough, in the middle of the summer, a vehicle crashes through the barrier. We're talking like a full-on steel barrier, like a double-walled, like highway barrier, crashes directly through it, and I shit you not, dead center hits the tree, completely cuts it from the root. Just, what's the way to put it? Like targeted. It was like a targeted attack on the tree.
Yes.
With a vehicle, with someone's vehicle, probably killed the driver because,
one would hope.
Well, I presume they just, it just took over, some drunk guy just took, the entity just took it over and had him crash. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. I understand completely. Other people listening might not get it, but I sure as fuck do. Yes.
Yeah. So then we just go to that spot. What's the word for it? Like just serendipitously, just kind of like, oh, we're gonna go for a walk or something. And it was gone. It was completely obliterated, and there's like pieces everywhere. Like it just literally got targeted. And we were sitting there. We said, we don't have a good feeling about this. This was absolutely ridiculous.
But they marked the crime scene. They marked the crime scene with the Edomite parrot. Remember, I was talking about the child eating the parrot for Aquino. That was his training. One of his training was, I described how a high-ranking commissioned officer's parrot heard his secrets, and so Aquino had the young Thanatophage, a noob who he was breaking in, devour the parrot so that he could learn the secrets from the parrot, and he squawked out what the parrot would repeat while it was alive. And that gave some clues as to where to look for certain elements before the body of the commissioned officer himself was interrogated through thanatophagy. Questions to ask were derived from killing and eating the parrot first. So I was talking about killing and eating a parrot just on the episode on which I discussed thanatophagy as dated. If we go back now and look at the dates of the more recent episodes, only a few weeks ago, that was dated 9 days ago. And then this happened, and they left the red parrot, that red being the color of Edom.
So we said, oh wow, this is like absolutely ridiculous. There's no way a single car could find that tree. It's like like
in all the space around
hundreds of trees. It's like a forested area, hundreds of trees, hundreds of places to crash. There's 4 lanes of traffic. Everything. All of it doesn't add up to being anything but deliberate, right?
Yes.
Or a cold, we'll say.
Yeah.
And then, sure enough, we're standing there. We feel this weird ominous presence, you know, like some entity, and he was agreeing, and I was saying like, yeah, that feels like there's some kind of weird entity around. And we look to the right of the incident, you know, of the crash site, we'll call it, not UFO, we're talking like
Well, the
physical
murder
crash site.
scene, the murder scene, really. It's the murder of a
murder
living.
of the tree.
Yeah.
And this dark, you know, menacing aura, like, you know, anime style, was oozing out of this tree. And we were like, maybe the entity's still there. And we look, and it was a stuffed parrot, like a doll, like a little child's parrot doll, stuffed, placed in the tree, like in the top corner. Like, not, you know, it wasn't like it got dropped by a kid and someone placed it, you know, so the kid could find it or something, you know, something innocuous. It was like up in the branches, you know, placed. And so we both agreed. We said, if that thing didn't cause the crash, it was definitely a marker, or it was inhabited by some entity or a jinn.
Yeah,
because it was super suspect.
Yeah,
and
one scenario is like a forward control airstrike where a marker is placed on the ground by reconnaissance to basically send out a signal for the plane or the helicopter to respond to with their airstrike. That could have been placed there before the car crashed as a directional.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't visible from the street. So we initially thought that too, but it's
I don't mean as a visual. I don't mean as a visual marker. I mean just in terms of the negative energy. Yeah,
it was like a negative energy vortex. So if there was to be a crash, it would like draw all of that energy towards it or something. Something like,
or it was left after
like
as
an
a
occult
taunt.
bomb.
Yeah, or it was left after as a taunt specifically for you because they knew how much you valued that tree, and they hate trees.
It must have been because no one else has ever pointed out that tree, and my friend, the other guy, he was the only one ever to take photos of it. Like, people, you know, they just walk by it, they don't really know what it is. And we never saw anyone else stopping or looking at it or, you know, admiring it. It was just our specific interaction with it, and next thing we know, it's obliterated literally into pieces, just taken out from the root. So there you go.
And about the Edomites, Alira Walker was the young girl's name, and she was of Jewish ancestry. And Alira Walker had a long correspondence with me that was ongoing on Facebook. And Alira Walker was talking about the tree in San Francisco that when she was working in the Tenderloin in San Francisco, volunteering her time or working with some nonprofit charity organization, there was a Chotoa, one of the a pygmy ethnic group from Southeast Asia that is identified or misidentified with quote unquote alien grays, when it's really a phenomena, a psychic assault in the sleep by Cho, and which of course their very name means the god of death in Southeast Asia, Da Cho. But the one, well, you can tell the story just as well as I can. She was trying to protect this one sapling that became very precious to her. But
if I remember correctly, she would like take her lunch break, or she was in her apartment, was it, or something?
Yes,
basically,
right.
She would go outside to smoke. You know, and every time she would like water this tree, and she saw that it was like this, you know, this like life in this kind of desolate area, you know, and she said, I want to bring this tree, you know, and raise it and all that. That was the implication I got from her message.
Absolutely.
That she was trying to like foster this
cultivate
tree,
it.
she cultivate it, and she would like water it and spend time with it and talk to it and all that stuff. And then she saw this Chichoa literally come out of the sewers multiple times. And,
literally lift the manhole and emerge from the sewers. Gone.
Yeah, multiple times. And she said it was this pitiable kind of, it was almost like
not pitiable. Oh, she felt no pity, but go on.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, she thought it was wretched. Yeah, it just had this vile aura about it. But anyways, at one point, it literally knew, somehow it knew she was taking care of the tree, because it waited till the tree grew up a little bit.
It was evident because how she would stand guard over it, because she saw it take any other trees in the city and kill them. It was killing other trees in the city.
Yeah, it was killing the other saplings, and all kinds of weird stuff was going on. So she didn't want to. And then at one point, it does what she was afraid of, and it kills the tree and rips it from its root and you know,
Parades with it.
The sick glee starts waving it around and clapping, and you know, just horrendous scenes of, you know, and then she just said she felt so sickened that it, like, you know, she literally fell off a ledge and
a balcony. She saw the show parading with the sapling from her balcony, and was so enraged and angered she lost her balance and fell off the balcony and shattered her hip, which took a year to recover from. Horrific. And so we know they hate trees, but as the ultimate example, and of course our man Brendan can point out the stake from across my house, which is also pointed out by T-Tank Berry, who's photographed it. You know, literally a stake planted from my home. Yet for 2 years, this was in the time we were dealing with the lunatic known as Salman Sheikh, who claimed to be a Sufi, yet knew nothing of the works of Omar Khayyam or the Rubaiyat or any.
Jalal al-Din Rumi.
Yeah.
We were quoting, you know, Jalal al-Din Rumi to him, and he would say, "Yes, brother," and he wouldn't comment on it. You know?
But when you asked him directly about Rumi, well, tell us what you've learned from Rumi, and he was like, crickets, right?
He didn't say anything.
He couldn't say anything.
Like literally, he said nothing, or it was just total filler. It's like what?
No, he didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. He just went silent. Like like he was totally like caught open.
He pulled the "you tell me" or something.
I don't think it was even that. That requires a level of guile he didn't even have. He was just like silent. You know, and then I had to take over because this guy.
He basically just said yes. That yes, I love it or something.
Yeah, some shit.
Just something like that.
Some bullshit. It's not like the guy was taken offline or something. We knew he was still there.
No, we let him talk, but he never said anything of note. But don't worry, he wrote a book. What was his book? Should we plug his book?
Oh, no. He was claiming Native Americans are Sufi or some shit, Masonic or something. He's writing all these books now. He's writing all these books.
What did he say? They were like Freemasons or something? He said the Native American
Freemasonry's
Sufi
origins are Native American, and it really all comes from the Sufis. It's like Peter Moon level insanity, where the Moors are really the Native Americans.
The narrative always fits their trips. Whatever they feel is about. It's about them, basically.
Yeah, it's about them. With Peter Moon, all Native Americans are really black. With they're all Moors.
The Moors.
With our man Salman Sheikh, he's not our man, but he's our anti-man. Salman Sheikh is claiming all Native Americans are really Freemasons. You know what I mean?
And he took it to heart that we were saying he knew nothing about anything. That he makes a video every week now about these like obscure, like semi-occult topics, just to say, just so he could say, no, like Doug and Bren are wrong. I'm actually an academic, something.
No. Oh, Jesus. Well, you don't need to worry about promoting him because nobody can find his channel. Nobody can find it. It's like...
And he has the audacity to put, it's his official channel. Like anyone was going to try and copy him. It's like, dude, no one's copying you, dude. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Just like with Pete, like no one is plagiarizing your stuff. It's so bad, it's not worth it.
But that reminds me of David John West, which I was going to make the point about. Remind me to get back to the tree story on my block. But when it came to the Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon and all that, when it came to Salman Sheikh, his channel, it's very disturbing to look at. And anybody who goes there will know exactly what I mean. It's literally disturbing. It's truly a monomaniacal psychotic. It's like if you've ever seen the attempt in the original movie, The Fly, where the human fly the scientist goes through the teleportation machine and a fly happens to be in it. And
you talking about the 50s version?
Yeah, the 50s version that pioneered this incredible technique where they show him viewing his wife or his nurse or his assistant in the laboratory. A female he's viewing through the eyes of a fly. So he's got this multi-lens multifaceted view of her where she's appearing multiple times, like you're looking at through a fly's eye lens.
Yes,
That is what you
I actually
experience.
remember that exact scene, and it's pretty, it's pretty good, pretty weird.
Yeah, it's
For
pioneering.
what they had. You know?
Yeah. They that was revolutionary. That was a revolutionary technique to convey the horror of what it's like to be a fly. Is this man is now seeing the world through a multifaceted lens, and not in a positive sense. That's what you'll experience. You will become the human fly and see the world through that lens when you visit Salman Sheikh's channel, because it's the same fucking picture, even though it's not the same picture. It's the same picture of Salman Sheikh's
Even
head.
though the thumbnail, he takes a new thumbnail every time, but it's just he's in the same position with the same face and the same everything.
Expression, the same expression every time. He keeps filming himself directly looking at the camera, and he wears the same fucking clothes. And the only difference is he gets balder and balder with every preceding episode.
Yeah.
And yet he maintains the hair as if he thinks it's like a sacred tonsure, like it'll look like, but it looks like somebody took a marker and just penciled curly cues across his forehead, Frankenstein scar style. If you ever see the original Frankenstein Universal Pictures monster does not do this, but for child Halloween parties, they make Frankenstein look dorky and friendly by doing this. They'll put the scar right across his forehead, so it looks like somebody just sawed the top of his head off and then dropped the brain in. So that's how they make him appealing to kids, so he looks like a total dork. That's what you see with Salman Sheikh, except it's little squiggly hairlines. Like somebody's taken a marker and just drawn little single hairs across his forehead. Yet those
like
are real.
He's Charlie Brown, but
yeah,
without
like Charlie Brown.
Yeah,
like Charlie. Yeah. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that without you. He's got the Charlie Brown hairline, and it's absolutely repulsive,
but not cute or not charming.
Yeah, it's not cute or charming.
He looks like Linus, actually. Yeah, he looks like Linus. You know, Linus.
That's an insult to poor Linus. It's like there's.
Well, just the way his hair is drawn, but where it's like kind of see through.
It looks
kind of like see through.
Yeah, it's completely see through. All you see is scalp with these little lines. It's absolutely, and they're curly. They're curly. It's more the Charlie Brown effect, but the head looks like it's on the head of a fucking serial killer. At any rate, he's totally expressionless in every photograph, and he doesn't smile, because then he'd look creepy as fuck. I mean, it's like if he smiled, it would only make it worse. He's like,
it's hard to fix whatever's happening. Maybe just don't take more photos.
Yeah, just stop filming yourself. No, he's filming himself, but it comes out as a still when it's published. So he's video filming himself, and he has a different background, but it's barely different. He doesn't like pay attention to scenery. He doesn't. So it's the same thing in every film. So he's got the video, but it's all the same position, same stare, same blank look, same expression, which is totally expressionless. No smile, and he's advised not to smile because it would only make it look horrific. But he just looks horrible. And dude, stop filming.
And he keeps bringing back Crypt Keeper.
Yeah.
Whoever that guy
is. That guy named Doug something who claims he knew me. Yeah, was sleeping on a park bench for 20 years, yet somehow he knows Douglas Dietrich. And I personally look. Yeah, and Douglas Dietrich fucked me over, and he's the reason why I've been sleeping on the park bench where Salman Sheikh passes out the ice cream to the kids every morning. That's right. Yeah.
And he was saying, and when they first did the first slander vid, he sent it to me like it was supposed to be like this guy was like the authority.
The authority.
Like, I was supposed to trust this guy.
Like,
oh, here, Doug is evil because this guy agrees with me. I'm like, dude, this guy looks so sketch. Man.
Dude, all he had to do was go to you, and you could have told him how evil I am.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. They always like turn on Doug, and it's like, dude, everyone knows how sketchy it is. I mean, like, it's almost like you're wasting your time.
I mean, what are they saying that I haven't already said about myself? What they say
that's
about...
what I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah. Like, he's a piece of shit. He only cares about himself. And I'm like, okay.
Tell me something I don't know.
You think this is news or something? Like he said he made the dolls, but the dolls exist. And it's like, dude, I don't care.
What? Tell them I never said I made the biofacsimilacra.
No, you never once said that. You said first of all, you said you stole them, which you would think that if people hate you, they would say he's a thief.
Yes.
You know? But no, they never say that. They say he lied about making the biofax. I found them online. You know, like Nemo did.
Yeah.
He's like,
from
look at this
Taiwan,
weird
where
stuff.
I said they were produced by the Japanese. Yes, tell them.
He's like, look at these Taiwanese dolls that Doug is saying he built. And I said, dude, Doug never said he built them. And he obviously saw the fucking Taiwanese doll, because that's where he got his, you know, that's
where the military
from.
contracted to get them from. They're produced in Japan. They're sent to Taiwan, where the military contracted to order literally hundreds of them, if not thousands, ultimately over the many years, because Taiwan is not recognized by the United Nations, and therefore the trade is not traceable in this international trafficking sense. So it's done. They're produced in Japan, but traded out of Taiwan to very exclusive clientele. Tell them it's like adopting a child when you try to get one of these.
And that's another thing, is they never go into details. Like whoever's trying to say that you're lying or something, it's like like the first thing I did was try to buy one, and it says, please fill out this form, and it's like literally like you have to like scroll through it. It's a huge form. Yeah, it's like you have to fill out your place of birth and your what you have to like answer an essay. I'm not shitting you. I'm not joking.
Yes,
like it was literally an essay question you had to answer or something, like for whatever reason. And so it's not because something they just give out.
That's right. It's because it's like adopting a child. They want to make certain you have an environment that it can go to. The exception was made with the U.S. military because the money offered was so enormous. It's like they're buying people in bulk at defense contract level. And that's what the U.S. gets in return for selling Taiwan weapons. In return, Taiwan gets to buy weapons from the United States, and the United States gets these biofacsimilacra for the Defense Department, which it practices torture on because they're responsive like human beings, like human children. So, and that way they break down the interrogator's capacity for empathy by taking these dolls, because they're much more charismatic than your average human being, much more attractive than your average victim, and therefore you harden and callous yourself to any sense of
they're made to look almost sympathetic, like you want to kind of save them just by the way they look or something.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes, thank you. And many of them are based off the physiology as their template of myself or my mother, and the clothes are World War II Asian uniforms, like Manchurian uniforms or Taiwanese uniforms. And this is where I've always explained all of this, and Nemo's like saying, these
look what I found.
Look what I found as evidence.
He literally said, this is where Doug got his photo from. And I said, no shit.
Yeah, thank you.
He's already said that like so many times.
Yes, thank you. But they say this about everything I do. And this is evidence against him. Exactly what he said, but we're using it against him to claim that it's not true. Yeah.
He's actually a cosplayer. Yeah. He's stealing from a cosplayer. It's like, okay, whatever. And like, how would that even be like a slander? I don't get like, okay. So we're like millions of people on Twitter. I mean, so, it's like, what is your point? Like, so it's always bizarre angles with you.
Yes, just absolutely bizarre angles. But when
what am I supposed to do? Just say, oh man, this is the one thing, the punch bowl party was not enough. But this, this is where it got crazy. This is where it gets crazy. He's a cosplayer. This is where it gets insane. This is where the vampire gets really intolerable. It's like, dude,
this is
so
where,
stupid.
This is where David John West, who wound up like writing this like testimony against me, because he was saying he tried to write the vampire book. In other words, he was claiming he wrote the vampire book.
Or he stole Red Undead. Bro. We know that.
Yeah. So he was trying to claim it was never published. And so he writes this testimony. But at the time that I was working with him, where Lorien and Fenton fired him because he wasn't producing shit, he didn't produce a single word. Quite literally, everything he produced was trying to produce like this story that I didn't want to go into about the vampire product of the Soviet experiments that I encountered in the Balkans. And I had a brief, intimate relationship with her. And I said, I don't want to speak of this. I don't want to publish anything about this. It's all he wanted to write about because that was, quote unquote, the human angle story. And so Lorien and Fenton fired him because he wasn't producing shit. And so, anyhow, then he tried to claim he wrote the book. And so he's claiming that the book was never published, even though it has an ISBN number, which means it's called an ISBN.
And it was on Amazon. I remember even years ago when we were when you were dealing with it, it was on Amazon.
Yes, so it has what's called
listed out of stock.
Thank you. Listed as ISBN, meaning it has an ISBN number, an ISBN number as they call it in the industry, which you don't get unless it's kind of like a social security number. You don't get one if you die in birth. It's like if the child dies in birth, they never get a social security number. You got to, in other words, the book has to be published for it to get that. So he's claiming it was never published, even though it's got an ISBN, and the fucker was trying to claim he owned it. And but anyhow, so the guy, one time when I was working with him in trying to get him to produce something towards the book, and I was trying to tell him about vampires, to be sympathetic to them, he said, I'm not going to be sympathetic with something that wants to eat me. And I'm like thinking, who the fuck would want to eat you? Who the fuck would, this is why, for most of you people who die, you don't need to worry about being body partied, okay? Most of you are not the kind of people even a necrophile would touch. Seriously, it's like all these people who are worried about the government. When you watch TV, the TV is watching you. And it's like, I don't want people to be able to see me when I'm who would want to watch you? The majority of people out there, while you're sitting there gloomily masturbating or eating chips or, whatever you do on that couch, you're not anyone that anyone wants to look at. The majority of you are not candy for the eyes. It's just the fact that people even think that people want to look at them. You're truly flattering yourselves. The majority of people out there, you're just not something interesting. And then when I think about these people who really want to, maintain secrecy. Like Aristides said, look, the government, Google, which for all intents and purposes is the government, a government all its own, they already know. And beyond that, when people are trying to say the VPN freaks, the people who really go VPN for no good reason, and they say, oh, privacy with everything the government's getting into now, VPN's more important than ever. It's a very private, what do they call that? Very private network or something that they're trying to get into?
Virtual private network.
Virtual private network. First thing I think is, what are you trying to hide? With your average person, what are you trying to hide? What are you looking at online? I cruise for porn all the time, and I'm not afraid of what the government sees.
Some of it is for if you want me to give a real reason, then it's for country specific. Yeah. So if I want to look up something Japanese, it locks people out because of copyright issues. You have to use a VPN and say you're in Japan.
Oh, and then you know what?
Then you can read a Japanese website.
Okay, we've got to get me a VPN just so I can cruise for Japanese porn that's not allowed in the United States.
Yeah, there you go. Now, see, now it makes sense to you.
Yes, that
it took that to figure it out.
Yes, that you've got to come to my place and install a VPN just for that.
Yeah, fuck no, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, which by the way, think of that wasn't much time that pass between Brendan Zogi getting shot at in the tenderloin and getting bottle rockets blasted at him in front of industrial grade containers of chlorine. That's not much time has passed between those two attempts on his life. I mean, months, really, only if that, so it's like
far too soon.
Yeah, they're hitting you nonstop.
Yeah, and shit we're not even bringing up.
Yeah,
mind you.
That's right. Yeah, in fact, there's so much shit, it's almost impossible to recollect it all. After a while, you begin to forget. It begins to happen so often in so much rapid succession.
Well, you bring out the best in people, they just become, it's like every time you talk to someone new, it's like within a couple of months they're calling me saying, I want to kill someone with a spell. And I'm like, why do you want to do that?
That's
like,
Nemo
Doug
again.
We could. Doug
and by the way, we know you're listening, Nemo. We know you're
Doug
listening.
Said Aquino did. He didn't say we could. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, what are you guys not listening? It's like re-listen a couple times to the freaking Satan's Crusaders. It's not like you were saying we could do it. Anyone can do it.
Oh, well, it's like, I think these people, they heard Jambo the Reese Monkey when he's on air just talking about killing people with spells all the time, and they just conflate that with you and I thinking that
his spells were impotent.
Yeah, there you go. Well, they were impacting himself by blowback. Stupid fucker. All his cats died, and he's claimed Douglas Dietrich did this to me. Like, oh my God! With all the things I've got going on in my life, I must stop and invest time and energy into killing Jambo's cats.
Yeah.
Like,
well, in this case, I could vouch for you. You don't even have space to draw a fucking circle.
Thank you.
It's like,
thank you.
You ain't casting no spells. Man.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, there's not even room. Tell him there's not even room on my fucking walls to do that.
No. It was absolutely like, we're talking like something you see on TLC channel where they're like, this person is crazy, and they go in and like shit's falling on them. Yes. And they say, and then the old ladies or the old dudes like, it's fine, it's just the way I like it. And that's Doug.
yeah, it's not the way I like it. It's I live by this.
There's like mold. There's literally like mold oozing out of the walls and ectoplasm and
yeah.
And there was like stacks of grimoires. That part's true.
Yeah.
It was like the Book of Demons, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And you're like, hey, there's a cool part in here about children's blood. And I'm like, dude, come on, ridiculous.
No,
sick,
it was about
sick motherfucker.
No, it's about. I showed you about kid skin that they were using to manufacture.
That's
skin
right.
In the grimoires, that's what I worked with at the Presidio.
It was baby goats, though. Yeah.
Yes, baby goats, kid skin that they made into vellum. And tell people you saw this. You saw this in your own studies, actual vellum, and that many of these spell books are written on. Yes.
Yeah, and they're actually quite durable.
Yes, that's why they would use them. Go on.
The silverfish and the bookworms don't eat through it and all that shit.
Thank you. Yeah. So I was pointing that out to Brendan because basically he's getting attacked by poltergeists while he's here. I mean, tell him. I mean, the shit literally didn't just come flying off the walls at you. They were shuffling it on you like cards, like a deck.
It was like a stack of like envelopes, but it's like it was like a hefty stack. It wasn't loose or anything. But every time I turn around, it was like 3 or 4 were shooting off, like getting flicked off, and then I would like pick them up and stack them back, and then I would go to like plug in the computer again, and it would just be like
directly
like someone was dealing cards.
Yeah, at you. It was getting like somebody's shuffling cards at you. Yeah, right.
Yes.
Physically at you.
Directly at me, like hit me in the ass, like it was some kind of joke, some kind of bar joke, like oh ha ha ha, like, every time he turns around, it was like a practical joke, but like a ghost doing it, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to say, just to laugh, for laughs, shits and giggles,
Yeah.
But every time I'd be like, Doug, are you seeing this? Is there any, like, am I hitting it? And he's like, no, you're not hitting it. And I know I'm not like bumping into it. It's like, I made sure after the first time not to hit anything. So it's just like obviously sketchy. Yeah.
Oh, remember my home is over a Russian burial site from the gold rush days. That's why it's called Russian Hill. And all the homes in this area, this was built on top of a Russian cemetery. But the ghosts were all excited to find a living human being in here. I mean, I registered to them as one of them, basically undead. So, but yeah, he was the first living guy to enter this flat in a while, and they were all excited to see him and having as much fun with him as possible. But all such being said, the when it comes to yourself, I've had people like say, "Oh, I'm so worried about government surveillance," and and they think in terms of like literally, some jackass on Facebook once who was of Romanian ancestry, no less, but he was an American, acculturated, and he was like saying, "I don't want the government watching me while I'm taking a crap in the bathroom," and because he had a TV on going in the bathroom that I guess he would watch while to occupy himself while he's doing his business. But I mean, like, who would want to watch you do that? It's like, how insane must someone be?
They think they're so important, It's just...
And they flatter themselves that they're that attractive to look at. Yes, a pervert would want to watch a hot young chick sitting on the toilet, but not some Romanian dude. It's like,
not some bloke. Yeah, come on. Yeah. We all know that that's not. Or like what Aristides was saying about like people that are so obsessed with like not getting data mined.
Yes.
Where they like make their lives like 100 times harder just because they feel, I'm not giving my email out, and it's like, what is that gonna do? Like what they'll send you spam. I mean, it's a big deal. It's like the maximum, my email will get hacked. It's like there's nothing in those emails. Like if the email's all spam, what's the point of hacking? It's a waste of.
Thank
you.
It's
like the hacker from India wastes his time,
Yeah.
I remember a while back when I was getting like those spam calls, remember? Because of, they obviously, your detractors just sent my number to everybody.
Yeah.
all of
That's what they do.
Indian hackers, all the Indian scammers got it somehow. And they would say, "Sir, give me your account." And I said, "There's nothing in the account. Like, trust me." And they say, "No, sir." And I'm like, "Dude, trust me. You can hack my PayPal today, and you won't. There's nothing in there, and you could only get out if it even lets you. Like, the bank will shut it down. But they'll say, we know this guy doesn't have any money. It'll just bounce. It'll give you a bounce back charge on your PayPal. It'll say it'll charge the hacker. It'll be like $20, for a bounce charge." So it's like, and I was trying to explain that to them, and they thought I was lying, and I said, "No, trust me." And then after a while, I just told them. They said, they would ask me shit like, "We can help you with your taxes," and I would say, "I'm English," and I obviously don't even have an English accent, but I would say, "I'm English. I'm from London," and he says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir," and they would never call me back. They thought I was British.
Yeah, because the Brits are hip to the Raj. The Brits are hip to the Raj, and
to them, it's like it's like saying it's like talking to God. Like they don't want to jeopardize getting into England because that's their dream.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, remember Salman Sheikh. Everybody has their moments. That's why we tolerate them for as long as we do. Everybody has their moments. But Salman Sheikh, his one moment was he said he went to Pakistan.
Well, you have none. So.
Yeah. But Salman said you could depopulate Pakistan overnight by telling half of them you get to go to England, the other half you get to go to the United States, and
they wouldn't even. Yeah, there's no way they would stay. 100%.
Yeah. Oh shit! Oh, and like you said, every time he went to Pakistan, that's all anyone ever asked him. Get me to America! Get me to America, everybody.
Which shows how rich his family was, because even the richest people in Pakistan can't get out.
Yes, that's right.
Maybe he really was a Freemason, but he wasn't a good one.
Yeah, that's right. Well, no,
like an effective one. He wasn't an effective one.
No, let's put it this way: that it was only because he kept contributing to their coffers. They would humor him, and like you said, they just sat him down in the chair. They put him in the moon chair, the Peter Moon chair. What did we call it? The Montauk chair. They would put him in the Montauk chair.
The Montauk chair.
And pull the Cagliostro on him, and they both described the same thing. He and Peter both said the same thing. They sat in a chair and saw like shit. It was like Picard.
Light.
yeah, they were like Picard. It was how many lights they kept going through this Picard shit. Wow.
Yeah, like it was from Star Trek Next Generation.
Oh yeah, tell him about that. That this was what's his name? Yeah, Dr. David Lewis Anderson was just, rehashing Star Trek plot lines.
Yeah, well, I said that to Pete on
directly.
Air once. Well, yeah. Pete was like saying, yeah, he showed me the real Montauk chair, and it was this chair with lights, a spinning circular light, and it was pulsing, and
and that was from the TOS, the original series, right?
And I told Peter on air, you remember? I think you could probably go back and find it. No. I said, Pete, wasn't that was literally a Star Trek episode I watched the other day? And he said, yes, they got it from, he basically was trying to say they got it from Anderson. And I'm like, no, Anderson, no, Anderson was taking Star Trek plot lines, including the time crystal, which was from one of the the sequel films of like Next Generation, or maybe the original series sequel, right? Those Revenge of Khan, Khan Strikes Back, and all that shit. So one of those had a subplot of the time crystal, and they straight up took that whole thing, and he turned it into this like academic paper, pseudo academic paper about the real time crystal. And it was all just some Polish scientist or Polish physicist that just ripped the whole episode. And it was literally verbatim from the books or something. It was and he said, I discovered time crystals. And that's what they kept referencing. Because Peter would say, no, it's real science. It's real science. And it was just this. And when we looked it up, Doug and I, it was one single Polish article from about a time crystal that was like ripped verbatim from Star Trek.
Thank you.
And that guy got funding. He's the real winner, the Polish guy. He got funding to study that for 10 years as a doctor.
Yes.
Or was it post-grad? He got to post-grad that and just rip it from Star Trek and get paid to do that.
That's right. Which is, what these people would do. For anyone who has any doubt, of why the United States is the world's best defended third world nation. I mean, our man Brendan remembers distinctly when I was talking about the parties we used to have with Michael Aquino. Not Brendan, mind you. Brendan wasn't there.
No, I was not there.
Yeah, but I was. When Aquino was holding his parties, not body parties, by the way, but actual living girls were brought in, unfortunately, against their will, though I really wasn't thinking that at the time. I seriously wasn't. But when it comes to the Strategic Defense Initiative and all this, basically, I was at one time sitting around half-crocked at a party with a bunch of aerospace engineers, and they were all bullshitting about the contracts their companies were landing for SDI studies, Strategic Defense Initiative studies, at the time that I was working with the Department of Defense during the time of Ronald Reagan. And they were all like pushing X-ray lasers powered by fusion devices, orbital mirrors, rail guns, the whole ball of wax.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Well, it's rail guns are real, but I mean, they were just promoting them in this ridiculous context. Yeah.
I mean, they're real, but they're not like practical.
Thank you.
Put it that way.
Thank you. It's like they can be, but these guys were just trying to say, oh, okay, let's just drop the rods of God from orbital satellites. It's not that these
the tungsten rods.
Thank you, tungsten rods. It's not that these things are impossible. It's simply that the engineers who were pushing these concepts had no intention of realizing these projects. But it got to the point where I just made a joke of it, and hey, I said, thinking I was being funny, what about a tachyon beam weapon? It sits up there in orbit and waits for the Ruskies to launch, and then sends tachyon beams back in time and zaps their birds on the pads, meaning zaps their missiles on the sites, is what we would use a different vernacular. Zaps their birds on the pads 20 minutes earlier, before they launch. Like, this was my prescience concerning Minority Report, where you would catch a criminal before they committed the crime because of time displacement. Anyhow, some of the guys left, but a couple of them working for Lockheed Martin, they got this weird look on their faces. Yeah, one of them says, I think we could get about 20 mil for a preliminary study. And about a year later, I find out they actually did. The Pentagon put about $100 million into this shithole.
Grift.
Yeah, before they realized.
Super grift.
Thank you. Before they realized they were being had. I mean, seriously, and I didn't get a penny of that. So, but this is what this Polish guy was doing. So, and it's what David Lewis Anderson was doing. So it's all shit. It's all just shit. Honestly, this stuff doesn't even exist. But you Americans are out there thinking that you've got like flying anti-gravity delta wings and shit. I'm sorry,
Ridiculous.
you don't. Yeah, it's all crap.
And then you get Stargate SG-1 where they're saying we took the gray technology and made the Prometheus, the first human-made starship, and it like somehow can go hyperspeed, because the Nordic grays help them, like Thor and shit.
Yeah.
It was all like frail.
Yeah,
and,
no,
yeah. Stupid.
No, this was so offensive where Stargate, which, of course, tell them the horror story was, like myself with X-Files. One time I was at a singles meetup in Berkeley. And, of course, a lot of Jews. One Jewish woman said, oh, I teach kids. That was before I had any tutoring responsibilities with young lads, so I couldn't respond by saying, "Oh, I do too." No, I never even dreamed I would be in the position I am today. But when it came to this chick, she said, "Yeah, I teach kids. I had them do this Jewish X-Files. We did our own Jewish X-Files thing where she had them, like, I don't know, come up with paranormal ideas or something." And
Jewish X-Files.
Yeah, believe that. No, they got to Judaize or Judaify everything. I mean, but the X-Files, ironically.
The scariest thing is like what the money disappeared. Just
Yeah.
bring money monster or something.
Let's not get too offensive with this, but yeah.
Well, that was pretty innocuous.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, hey, it's my people. Remember?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's what's ironic is the X-Files is already Jewish. Fox Mulder was touted as a Jewish character, so it's like, what does you mean by Jewish X-Files?
The sex addict guy?
Yeah, the sex addict who disappeared after the X-Files. His career totally crashed because he was
a rapist.
Thank you. Well, he was on the level of, it's almost beyond rape. He's at the level of a dog. He was just humping people in front of him. Like what's his name?
And they got him out of it by sending him to rehab. It's like...
Yeah, and then he had to get out of public life.
No, he had a whole series after that.
Oh, did he really?
It was called Californication, where he played a sex addict. It's like they gave him, nothing.
He just
like
played himself.
Nothing like being the chosen people.
Yeah, but then he's nowhere now. He disappeared.
No.
Yeah, but who's the guy who reminded me?
Funny. They let him do that show, and then he acted out again. He like hit. He did something horrendous, and they said, "What did you expect? He was playing a sex addict." And it's like, so that's when they ushered him out. Finally, they said, "Okay, we can't have him."
Thank you.
Floating around.
Thank you. What's the guy they called Hedgehog in the porn industry? That he's like in the sense of Ron Jeremy. Jeremy.
Yeah,
so he's like Ron Jeremy, not in the sense that he was a porn actor, but he might as well have been. But David Duchovny. David Duchovny's his name. So David Duchovny, he wound up. So Heather Holman. Could you check out in the infinite call, the text box, Brendan? Heather's writing something. So, and
what does that have to do with me?
because she's saying, she asked Holly what Holly was referring to, and I said red strings on wrists. So she says it refers to birth order. But Holly, honey, why the fuck would Nicolas Maduro wear a red string to show, oh, I was the firstborn or thirdborn or whatever? Wait, come on, who would care about that? Come on, really?
Or he was was he in Hollywood recently? I don't think so.
Yeah,
at least not yet.
Yeah, not that I know. But you know what? What's his name? Steven Seagal went down to make action films with Nicolás Maduro, where Nicolás Maduro and Steven Seagal played the heroes taking out the bad guys. So that would be the only connection I can think of, would be Steven Seagal and Nicolás Maduro are now blood.
Well, just like the guy that made the post, he said, it's one big club and you're not in it.
Yeah. Well, who the fuck wants to be in a club with Steven Seagal and Nicolás Maduro?
Well, you can count me out.
Yeah.
You can count me out.
So, but do read aloud what Heather has to say, please, because you could make some, put this in context.
It's almost like, I'm sorry, I can't read it.
You can't access it? Oh, I'll do a screen share. Here we are. Let me do a screen share.
Well, no, I can see it. It's just, I can't get to it.
You mean open the text?
Yeah, it ties a scarlet thread around the firstborn.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Read that aloud. And how would that apply to all these people?
It's the story from the genesis of the baby. I mean, that was part of the...
That applies more to you, who was switched at birth with identity bracelets.
Yeah. So that was different, but... Yeah.
Yeah. So this is they're marking birth order.
It's some kind of biblical thing, but no, that's not what those Hollywood people are doing. Sorry to say. No, that's more like that's like biblical stuff, like Torah. We're talking like, or Old Testament stuff. That's not what they're doing.
So the point I was making about when I was at the singles meetup and this Jewish chick is telling me about the Jewish X-Files, which is kind of like saying, give me a good Jewish film or something that's exclusively Jewish. That's like saying a Jewish Inglourious Bastards. That's like saying we did a Jewish Inglourious Bastards reenactment. It's like, how do you make something that's already Jewish more Jewish? But, that's how they think. Or a lot of people in that culture are so narcissistic, they take it further. But at any rate, such being said, when it came to my bringing that up, it goes to what I was forced to suffer through the X-Files, because my dad had a crush on Gillian Anderson. No, not Hitler, but the guy who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich, had a crush on Gillian Anderson, the woman who played Dr. What's the name? Scully. Dana Scully in the series.
Scully and Mulder.
Scully and Mulder. Yeah, Scuzzy and Moldy. Yeah, Scuzzy and Moldy. Anyhow, my dad loved Scuzzy. He had a crush on her that you wouldn't believe. And so I was forced to watch the X-Files simply because of that. And Brendan suffered a similar fate of horror with his dad watching Stargate, which is just, tell people about that, just the horror of being forced to have that in the background because your dad...
just all the time. Yeah, Stargate SG-1 and just, on DVD, like full on, like the full series and shit.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's like, what was it? Was there a particular character he was infatuated with, or... What was it?
I think originally it was just that what they did is they co-opted all the Gen Xers with, they paid extra money for, what's his name? For MacGyver. They paid extra money for MacGyver to be the star.
Uh-huh.
So then people that were Gen Xers, they said, oh, I recognize this guy. It's MacGyver. And so they gave him enough MacGyver-y traits.
Yeah.
To where they felt they were just watching, an older MacGyver. Yeah. So it's just, that's why he liked him. He said, every time I would, ask him, what the hell are you watching? He said, it's the guy that played MacGyver. And I'm like, okay, I know that. Like, that doesn't mean, but that actually gave me a background to see how the, Americans think about, aliens, so-called, or whatever,
Yeah, but at the same time...
That's why it became this whole mythos.
Right. So at the same time, so what had happened was he developed this sense of artificial intimacy, this bonding with, what's the actor's name again who played MacGyver?
Oh, I forgot his name.
We can't even remember the fucker's name.
I know the other guy, Anthony Daniels, because he was famous for a while too. What's his name? The MacGyver actor.
Oh my god. And by the way, Iceland is now, breaking news here, Iceland is now the 5th country to boycott Eurovision. Iceland is joining Spain, España, Ireland, or Ire, Slovenia, and the Netherlands in boycotting Eurovision's 2026 contest. This is, of course,
But
because it's
over Israel?
over Israel and Palestine. Yes.
Oh
So-
God. Well, the last I heard, they just elected one of like a rabbi or something. So
In Iceland?
I guess it's yeah.
Where did they find one? Where
I
the
don't
fuck? They'd
know.
have to
I
import
don't
him.
know. They
Did
imported
they? They
him,
must
and
have to import him.
yeah,
What
they
the
imported
fuck?
him, and the first thing he said was, "Open the borders." It was like a meme. I don't know if
Really?
it's true. It was just a meme. It was just like
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
how they're always trying to prove something. They said, "Oh, look
Yeah.
at this."
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, I know. Memes. Yeah, and you
Yeah.
can't trust what you see in the meme, but still,
No.
weird shit. I mean, weird
Well,
shit.
my people do weird stuff, so who knows?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's yeah.
They definitely have an agenda.
Yeah. And so that being said, when it comes to Stargate, the horror is it presents the
Richard
show.
Dean Anderson, by the way.
Richard Dean Anderson, there we are. Which
That's MacGyver
yeah,
actor.
he became
Yeah.
the father figure to a generation. Yes, he's the father figure to a generation. Poor guy's too old for the Stargate remake. They're not bringing him back for the Stargate reboot. But
Oh, I haven't seen him in years. Like he's always had like
Yeah.
white hair, so it's hard to tell his age. But
yeah,
he's definitely old now.
yeah, he's old now, really old. Yeah,
Yeah.
and but yeah, he can't do the action thing anymore. That's obviously. But then again, these people like
And it was like he was the one sole savior of Earth, with like this just average Joe,
yeah,
And when he was off deployment,
Yeah.
out of the wormhole, he would just like go home and have a beer. It was like so cheesy, man.
yeah. That's
Like
just
if you were traveling cosmos, and then you just go home to have a beer. It was weird. It was bad. I didn't think it was that well written.
well, they were trying to make him the average Joe that my dad would have loved that kind of idea.
Yeah. So that's why these people like, including
Yeah.
my father. That's why they liked it.
Yeah. Of course, you're dealing with a series that's so racist. They take the Cho and make them into the Nordics. The Cho are supposed to be the Nordics. So they're
These like
inverted.
tiny grays. Yeah.
Yes.
These tiny grays are the saviors of humanity.
Yeah, that they're supposed to be that they're all Asgard and the Nordics. So they're saying that the Third Reich in exile.
Yeah, Asgard was their planet.
Yeah.
And then they, the leader was Thor, and then they were just all named after Nords, but they were all hideous, like slithering grays.
Yeah. Slytherin Grey. So talk about inversion to fuck Americans up concerning your area and heritage. The overwhelming majorities of white Americans are Germanic descent. It was that kind of satanic inversion programming, and the aliens. You must remember this because you were forced to watch it all the time. Had the Chinese character for China for the Asian aliens. There was one faction of aliens that were Asian, literally Asian, and literally wearing the character for China, Zhonghua, right there on their fucking chest, on their uniforms.
Yeah, they did all kinds of shit like that. And then the Egyptian / black guys were like had the, the snake on it and shit. It was like they did all kinds of these like tropes.
Yeah, just racist tropes. Just racist tropes.
Oh, and it was obvious.
Yeah, but their friends were the Russians. They worked with the Russians. Yeah, hands across the Stargate and all that shit.
And that was another big thing is that the Russians were helping. Yeah.
Yes. See, the same kind of programming towards the kind of cutard MAGA Russophilia that you have today. Disgusting.
And it was in Cheyenne Mountain. That's where like the headquarters was.
Right.
Stargate High Command.
Yes. Well, the concept of Stargate's a lot different
Holy
than
shit.
people.
The heat is out here.
Oh, cool. Well, at least you got some protection.
Yeah. But what are they doing? Why are they back here? I guess I'm about to find out.
To kill you. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, you can hear it live on air. The gunshots ringing. Like, I'm just at work, and they're like, get down.
Well, the bottle rockets didn't work. They're gonna claim you resisted.
Oh yeah, then it'll be my fault somehow by the end of it. Yeah.
Oh shit. So when it comes to Stargate, it's not what you think, and I'll try and get it into print someday. Matter of fact, it was supposed to go into print through Peter Moon's book. Of course, he never actually took down what I said about Stargate. He didn't put it in the book.
Right.
By the way, so Heather wants to know, did you guys talk about the guy who is building the Ark in Ghana, and people all over are going there? Let's take a look at what Heather sent to me privately.
The Ark in Ghana.
Oh, here we are. Yeah, so here we are. I'll do a screen share. Let's do a screen share here, and I'll show you. I mean, we got to get there, Brendan. I mean, we don't want to get left behind. Here we are. See this, Brendan? This is from Heather. Right here. Prophet called Noah is building his own fleet. A prophet who calls himself Noah has knocked up a fleet of homemade arks as he insists a biblical flood will hit Earth. I mean, you can trust this guy. Look at him. I mean, it's just like he's the man, and God's talking.
Chance.
Yeah. So she says people are from all over the world are flocking to Ghana. U.S. Army landed to apprehend him for creating mass panic. What? Whoa, come on, honey. How would the U.S. Army have jurisdiction to invade a foreign country because some dude is come on, honey, really? I mean, it's like and besides, Brendan and I are going. We're going because we're putting it all in this. We're putting it all in this. I hope Vin's not taking you there. Come on, Heather. I mean, it's like Troy, hold Troy back. No, he's good.
Troy. Yeah, don't let Troy go. Don't let Troy go, please. Your life is much better in Florida, man.
Yeah.
Like don't fall for it. It's almost like the same Traore trap. They say, come here, bring all your money, bring everything,
Yeah,
bring your wives, your children.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bait and switch. Sounds like.
Oh shit!
Come to Ghana as quick as you can with all your money, and you'll be safe.
Where was Troy again? Where was he? No, not Troy.
Traore. Yeah.
I'm conflating the two.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Troy. It was Traore of what is it called?
Burundi? Was it Burundi?
No, Burkina Faso.
Oh, Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso is this country. Yeah. Holy shit! These the fuzz is still here, dude. They circled around me, 2 of them, and then now they're like just waiting. I don't know what they see back here, what they're trying to get, but they're waiting for me to be by myself. So it's
pretty much.
Yeah. He came at us.
Better stay on the fucking phone so that we can hear it if it happens. You'll have witnesses.
Yeah.
God damn.
He went mad. He went mad. We had to, fill him full of lead. He came at us with a golf cart.
Heather's joined us. Heather, honey, tell us how Vin and you are doing. Are both of you okay? And the golf courses. Tell us about the golf courses. Come on, honey. Honey, can you come off mute? Well, she's with us in spirit, people. she's here.
Oh, man. That's even more sketchy.
Yeah, she can't come off
mute. Let's get her
mute.
to talk.
All right, I'm here.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Cool. Tell us about the golf courses, too.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Yes.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Yes.
Cool.
Hare Krishna.
The golf courses are burial mounds.
Okay. And
so this really is a necropolis.
Yeah. So tell us about the burial mounds. These are Native American that they built golf courses on?
I think all of the golf courses are built over burial mounds.
Okay.
When they had to terminate them or extinguish them or whatever.
It would be so American to do that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. And
I'm pretty sure the one in Honolulu was like literally that was the backstory.
Yeah, that makes sense. I believe that.
And the military just built it. Like they just said,
they don't give a shit. Fine. Oh, if anything, they derive a sense of satisfaction, morbid, gratuitous satisfaction therefrom. But Heather, what else is on your mind? How's Vinny and yourself and his mom?
Oh, we're doing fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Okay. And well, about this man in Ghana, what's your own impression?
Well, I don't know. I read earlier today that they sent the army there or something to apprehend him because everybody's he's causing a major mass whatever chaos or whatever.
Well, are these photographs from you? These photographs?
Yeah, those are the original burial grounds, and then they were built over.
These? How?
Yeah, that's like ancient, like old fashioned, how they used to bury the people. But then when uh, they came in and they just buried over it.
Well, wait a second. These photographs are recent, aren't they? Of these? These
But
are
this is in India. This is just like something that was excavated in
in
India.
in. Okay, I thought this was like I said. Fuck, if this is in your neighborhood where you're.
No, I have a picture that looks like that it was before they built there, that there were some openings on the ground like that.
Yeah, but what the Indians wouldn't cover that with golf courses, right, Brendan? I
No,
mean,
but the white people, the white man.
if these
No,
photos,
the Indians would. The Indians
oh, they
would.
would. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but these look recent.
Because anyone that's buried is it's not Hindu. They're not Hindu.
Okay,
so it's
got it.
Westerners or
Oh,
possibly even Islamic, because
yeah.
Islam buries people.
Okay, okay.
Hinduism, you're supposed to scatter the ashes and stuff.
Right,
Yeah.
but what do you make of this, Brendan? What do you think of these structures? They look pretty impressive. I mean, they look like work really went into these things. These are like
I can't see them, so I don't know.
Oh, but you can't access the text box? They're in the text box.
Not right now. I'm trying to do something.
Oh,
let's
okay,
see.
got it. Yeah, and yeah, he's
Okay.
trying to avoid the cops.
You said these are India. This is in India.
Yeah.
This is like northern India, if it is, because it's like very deserty.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was in the. It looks like it could be the American Southwest. So I thought it was like
right.
our
It's
neighbor.
just like Mohenjo-Daro or something. You know, it's like it's an old city.
Gujarat
That's not
or
what it looks
whatever.
like. What is it? What is it called?
It's Gurat or whatever.
Gujarat?
Gujarat. Yeah, Gujarat.
Gujarat.
Yeah. So that's a peninsula. Yeah, like attached to India, but it's it's the northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I mean, there's so much ancient stuff they can't possibly preserve it all. It's like more,
okay,
Well,
but it's just that
turn
it doesn't
to
have the
dirt
mystique
anyways?
of like Egypt. What?
Doesn't it all turn to dirt anyways?
Well,
It
given
depends
enough
on the
time.
area.
Given enough time, honey.
Well, no,
but we don't.
there's big ass temples that are all stone, and like the Taj Mahal is much older than the Mughals. It's just they took credit for it. You know, Shah Jahan and all these people said, "Oh, we built it." But it's
Interesting.
definitely much older. Yeah.
Okay, fascinating. Then so so now that you've joined us, honey, what else do you want to bring up? Anything on your mind in particular you feel we should be paying attention to? Honey?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, I was really thinking that the guy might be onto something about the floods.
Okay, why?
Because there's I saw another warning on the news that said they're preparing for like a lot of rain on Christmas.
Cute. Okay. That's
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have any like location or anything like that, but I just I'd like to believe that the end is soon.
Why? I mean, why do you like that idea?
I mean, because maybe we could start over, and the world that we live in is so gross.
Honey, it's not that bad. I mean, as bad as it is, it's not that bad. Jesus Christ. And how do you perceive, like, it'd be great to start over? Like, you mean, like, how would you survive such a trauma of a worldwide cataclysm? And after that, how do you think it's any fun to quote unquote rebuild? I mean, it'd
be hard.
I'm sorry,
It'd definitely
what?
be hard.
Yeah.
It'd be hard.
Yeah, hard to say the least. Yes. It's no fun, believe me. Keep talking.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've been in the Christmas spirit a lot. I've gotten a Christmas tree. I decorated a Christmas tree. I'm going to a party in a couple of days where we're gonna make gingerbread whorehouses.
What does a gingerbread whorehouse look like?
Yeah, we've done it before, and we make a little village.
Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. So, at any rate, darling, who are you doing this with? Who's we that you've done this with before?
Yeah, just a friend of Vinny's,
Uh-huh. Male or female?
a female friend.
Okay. And,
It was one of his ex-girlfriend from a long time ago.
cool. Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
we hang out a little bit.
Well, that's delightful, and I'm so glad the two of you get along, and I'm sure he's delighted as well. So that being said, was that a photograph of yourself the other day with the empty book, the book with the empty pages, and the cap pulled over your
Oh
eyes?
no, that was the little girl that I used to be her nanny.
Oh, okay. So you were a
And
nanny.
we would do these exercises of activating the third eye.
Oh, okay. So tell us a bit about this.
I forgot how it went. I mean, I think it's like she just is supposed to draw something that is already drawn. Like if there's a picture of a tree, then she's blindfolded and she draws the picture of the tree
Okay.
without seeing it. I think that's
Wow.
how it went.
Okay. And so it's kind of like remote viewing. She's just drawing a picture of something, and you didn't tell her it was a tree, or you just told her to draw a
No,
tree without seeing the
when she
tree.
puts the blindfold on, I draw a tree and
Okay.
then give her the paper or whatever, and then she draws the tree without even any words.
Ah, got it. Okay. And so that's fascinating, and thank you for sharing that. And you're doing
Yeah, there's a
Advent.
lot of kids that they do that with in India
Okay.
for activating the third eye, and then they also teach them things like levitation and stuff.
Oh, so is this something you learned when you were involved with the Krishna movement?
No, but I learned it when I was really heavy into practicing it,
Okay. And
like learning songs and writing it and just engaging with the community and things like that.
mhm. No, that's fascinating. And so when I spoke of what I did about the funeral industry, this pretty much should have resonated with you. I'm sure you understood what I was talking about and can vouch or
I don't
verify.
think I heard that part.
Oh, okay. You can review it later. Oh, no worries.
Oh, is it on this show?
Yeah, on this show, but I also spoke of it on the show before this show. You know, I mean, the show before the latest episode preceding tonight's show. So you heard that. You were one of the people who said that the show 9 days ago was excellent. You were the one
I
who.
loved it. Yeah, I
Thank
absolutely
you.
loved it.
Well, you made it possible. You were on it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you were on the show.
Okay, I like to hear.
Yeah. And
So have you gotten into the Christmas spirit?
yeah, kind of. Yeah. I'd say so. Yeah. I mean,
Good.
yeah, it's I'm not into the giving spirit, but I'm in the spirit to receive. I'm in the spirit to receive, listeners.
Yeah, I bet you fucking are. He's more in the Krampus. He's Krampus.
Yeah, I'm actually doing Advent.
Tell us about this.
I've never done Advent, and I'm trying to like go along with it, but I'm kind of confusing. I don't know if you're supposed to light the candle every day or just on Sunday.
Brendan, tell her that you were
It's
correct.
definitely every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
Well, how are you supposed to light the candles every day when they're gonna burn? You just burn a new one every day?
Yeah, you grab a new candle.
Oh, okay. I got
Or
it.
just get one of those like holy Mexican candles that last for like years.
No, that's what I've got.
Yeah, so then you're good.
so tell our dear Heather you were right about what I said. I thought that was a picture of her, and you said no, that's a young girl with a cap over her eyes and the empty book.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go. So did you hear what she said?
Yes, I heard what you said.
Yeah, she was. Yeah. So there you go. So you worked with this child. So do you still maintain contact with her family, Heather?
Oh, well, no, she's pretty grown up now. I think she's already graduated high school and everything.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Oh, and her family, no. When her mom got out of prison, I stopped talking to them altogether.
Say that again. Her mother went to
Oh, her
prison.
mom, yeah, I was watching her. I was nanny because her mom was in prison.
Whoa!
And yeah, and so when her mom got out of prison, I really didn't, I didn't have any purpose to be there. I was just helping, while she was gone.
I would think that once her mother was out of prison, somebody should be watching over her more than ever.
Yeah, well, not really, not in this case.
Oh my God. Okay, that's yeah. That's thank you. Oh my God. Well, I mean, so what about her mom? You felt she was safe with her mom. It was okay that her mom
Well,
wasn't
it's
gonna.
just her kid. I mean, it's her kid, and her mom didn't really want me watching her in the first place, but her dad, they needed me, to help. So,
Yes. Yeah.
so
Definitely.
I didn't want to interfere or anything. I was just trying to help her out.
Yes, and that's appreciated. And you're a wonderful human being, and believe me, we're so lucky to have you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. And just acknowledging the reality here. So is Brendan still with us? Dear Brendan, let us know. Wanted to ask you, present to you some things while Heather was with us, and hopefully you can participate. Let's see if Brendan's still with us. If you're there, Brendan, by all means, let us know. Come off mute, because I do want you to be here for this. And
What are you doing?
well, I'll put a link in both the text box and the chat room for what I'd like to talk about. So, oh fuck, that's the wrong link. How did that come up? Okay, so that's the fruit link I gave him from Martha Stewart, and he already gave me grief about that.
Do you know that she's been struck by lightning 3 times?
I believe it because what happens is when somebody is struck by lightning once, which is astronomical that happens, it's like winning the lottery. Then what happens is statistically, for whatever reason, scientists do not know why, but that's because most scientists are not involved with the United States government, military intelligence, occult complex, and they're not familiar with the Mobius continuum and the research that was done into such phenomena. But this involves, again, the return to speaking about psychics and psionics, the people who are savants, are talents. What happens is that once you get struck by lightning, the chances increase overwhelmingly, statistically, that you'll be struck by lightning again. So this is something that happens with winning the lottery. Once you win the lottery, the chances become much higher that you'll keep winning it again and again.
Oh.
Yeah. So the gamblers are familiar with this phenomenon and they ride with it. So Vinny would know of what I'm speaking, certainly in the experiential sense. But yeah, so when it comes to Martha Stewart being struck by lightning 3 times, yes, that's for me. That's easy to believe, because if it happens once, it'll happen again. I think that's what happened with who's that? What's that guy's name who did the? He died a lot. I can't even remember his name. He was on Coast to Coast AM all the time, where he would talk about Daniel Brinkley. That's along the lines of what happened to him. He got struck by lightning more than once. Okay, so I put a link into the chat room and text box here. Damn, I hope Brendan's still alive. I mean, now the cops came and all that. Let us know if you're alive, Brendan. And so let us know if you're still there, because I'd like to bring up what we're talking about here. Still like to talk to Brendan about Liam Payne and his death, and Simon and his shall we say, not necessarily capitalizing on it, but definitely having to contend with it in what I felt was a very insincere fashion. Heather sent an image here, and she's there's
that's the girlfriend.
Oh wow, that's delightful. And Vinny's looking good.
No, this was a long time ago. This was like
so are
8
you.
years ago.
Yeah. Well, you all look great. You all look
Yeah,
great.
that was 8 years ago.
Yeah, and you're really busty up front, and I take it she is too. She by the look of
No,
it.
she's not actually. She's
Uh-huh.
a big girl, but her
Yeah.
breasts aren't that big.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have this wonderful smile. You're all looking good. And but you have
Yeah,
this beautiful smile.
her name is Brenda. She's a dominatrix.
Oh, okay. So you've told us about her before. Yes.
Hmm.
The dominatrix. That's cute. That's adorable. Well,
She
not
came to our
anymore.
house for Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Well, she's not professionally active anymore, correct?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure she still has like uh
The stuff.
parties or like
Yeah.
meetings or whatever, but
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. So to everyone who's listening, and hopefully Brendan will rejoin us. The one thing I do want to cover is the trees. I didn't have a chance to talk about the trees again, but we'll get back to that when Brendan rejoins us. And so I wanted to tell people about the book that I've had assigned to all of the Blood Boys. They've loved it. They've all finished it, and this had to do with our cultural studies and making everyone in my under my responsibility, under my tutelage, aware of the importance of things that are never brought up in popular culture. So, in terms of popular culture and Godzilla, which Americans are familiar with, they are also familiar through the franchise with Mothra. And finally, a Japanese book that was published in 1961 in Japan has been translated into English in 2025. So you're talking about this book is older than I am, believe it or not. I was born in 1966. So this book is literally 60 years old. And it took over half a century before this book was finally translated into English. And that's thanks to Dr. Jeffrey Angles. God bless him. Hope to speak to him personally someday. And Dr. Jeffrey Angles interpreted or translated a couple of Godzilla novels as well into the English. So everybody understand how important this is. But Mothra is far more important than Gojira in the sense that Americans are completely unfamiliar with the context. And they've taken the Gojira franchise, or Godzilla, and they use this to rationalize their own perverted, twisted perspective of World War II. I mean, Gojira, or Godzilla, is obviously a beloved national mascot in Japan. When he originally emerged in cinema, metaphorically from the sea, via the cinema, he was a radio-activated, scar-tissued creature of incredible damage. But after the first film, to expose the morbid nature of depression that he represented, this atomic experience, the Japanese weren't the only people to experience having their flesh sheared by radioactive fire, the fires of nuclear war. The Soviet people did as well, from the atomic bomb in Kurland that atomized, literally atomized, disintegrated the very advance into the Baltic littoral, from Korea, where their advance was literally disintegrated, stopped cold by entire divisions, atomized by the Japanese detonation of nuclear ordnance. These are people who became incredibly married to nuclear power. The power of what was unleashed by the atom on the Japanese or the Soviet peoples never stopped them from developing nuclear power in a civilian use. So it's not like they feared nuclear power. or nuclear energy or the atomic radiation on some pathological level. But to Americans in their twisted, perverted revision of the Second World War, they will take the original message of Gojira as dealing with the post-traumatic stress of suffering a nuclear attack, and they take that and they exaggerate this to cosmic proportions in their minds, that Godzilla represents somehow the Japanese a concept of a fear of nuclear energy, without taking into account how their economy has both domesticated Godzilla as a creature into a children's companion, really, and taken the nuclear energy and domesticated it to the point where even the disaster of Fukushima Daiichi, which is in effect a nuclear terrorist attack because the Stuxnet virus prevented the industrial safety systems from kicking in and shutting down the reactor when the tsunami was approaching. All of this has not prevented the Japanese from dealing with nuclear energy and still continuing in its use and expansion, no less. As well as contending with the fact that they need to become more overt and open about fielding a nuclear arsenal. So everything that Americans take from Gojira, they've perverted it and misinterpreted it and just inverted it upside down and backwards. Such being said, they don't even know about the lore of Mothra. And so this book helps with that, and I put it into further context. By the way, we're getting 8 septillion saying hi, so let's just say hi in return, as I always do when possible to 8 septillion. Okay, there we go. And so that having been said, we've just been sent a image by Dearest Heather, and here we go. So she's showing us ground 0. Thank you. No, this is distant zones from the Gila site. Oh, okay. So this is like, oh, this looks like a nuclear bomb, but it turns out it's the distant zones originating from the Gila Butte site in Arizona. And this is like the circles are drawn here for our friction models for. I'm sorry. So what is this of, if not a nuclear test? The floor plans for that circular city that you live in? The necropolis? Honey?
Yeah, that's it. That's where I live. And if you like zoom in and you see where it says Phoenix and it shows the Agua Fria the river, that's like right next door. Like I could probably walk there.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm impressed. And so
like it's something to be impressed with. But I mean, the fact that I could walk there, you mean you're impressed?
No. I just meant the city, of course, because I'm looking at the photographs of the city from the air. And they really followed the floor plan, so to speak. They really followed the development plan here. And I mean,
that was their thing, is they did spirals. You know, that was their art. They did the spirals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's impressive. And so you live, if you were to point out where you live in an area like this, which part of the circle are you living in? Zone 1, 2, 3?
I've tried to figure that out before.
Okay.
Let me look. Okay.
Yeah. And so altogether, really neat. I mean, it's what a community.
Yeah, like I used to just think that I was dealing with just cemetery things, but then this is like, that's kind of adds a little bit of niche to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there just dead people everywhere, and this isn't special or different?
Mm-hmm.
Because isn't there a cemetery on Russian Hill?
Yeah, well, I'm living on top of one, but it's still, and all of San Francisco, because we had no room for a cemetery, there's a lot of mass burial sites that were all over San Francisco. They've done their best to relocate the majority of these bodies down to Coma, which is the city of the living dead, as they say. It's Coma's where they take it's where all San Francisco's bodies go to be buried, essentially.
And they're
And
still being buried.
I'm sorry?
And they're still being buried.
Yeah. Coma's just a city where the whole industry is just the funeral industry, and it's all run by Filipinos or maintained by Filipinos. They have ethnically specific graveyards, and the funeral homes in Coma are run by ethno-specific families or dynasties that are for the Italian graveyards, the Jewish graveyards, but ethnically specific cemeteries. But everything's maintained in general. Grounds are kept by the Filipinos, who dominate the local industry in Coma. But all of San Francisco's dead, as an aggregate in general, are taken down there to be buried. So, yeah, all
Well,
that.
I think
Yeah.
I heard that LA is they're gonna make skyscrapers and just bury people up, bury them on top of each other.
All right. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
skyscraper of the dead. Super cool. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
they're
like,
already doing it
are they
in
really?
China. Yeah, in China.
Are they really? Let me take a look. Skyscrapers. Oh, dead buried in skyscrapers. Dead, buried in. Do you know the term for these things? Like,
Yeah, skyscraper.
that's cute. Skyscrapers.
What?
Oh, I'm not quite sure that's the term they would use. Dead buried in skyscrapers, but let's look that up. Okay. Yes, people are buried in skyscrapers through vertical cemeteries or tower cemeteries, a growing solution for land scarcity in dense cities, with the world's tallest existing example in Santos, Brazil, the Memorial Necropole Ecumenica, featuring stacked burial niches, with other proposals and structures exist in Hong Kong, Israel, and even past plans for cities like Mumbai, blending tradition with modern architecture to house the dead upwards. Holy fucking shit. Vertical cemeteries, people. I'm cemeteries in the sky. Compact vertical burial designs. I'm impressed. Holy shit. Brazil's Memorial Necropole Ecumenica, 32-story high-rise. Tombs are rented by the year. What the fuck? You've got to...
What the dead people pay every year?
The families have to, apparently. What happens when you stop paying? They move your body, your loved one's body out, and what the fuck?
Yeah.
Private memorial rooms go for about $105,000. Because of the hot Brazilian climate, bodies must be interred within 24 hours. So the MCE, as it's known, is open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It also contains a chapel, a lagoon, a peacock garden, waterfalls, an aviary full of parrots and toucans, and even a small restaurant. Oh, a tower for the dead in Mexico City. Oh my God. What fascinating concepts, or even maybe this is real. I don't.
It's real.
Okay. Yeah. The population of residents aged 65 and older is expected to triple in developing countries over the next 4 decades, and that's a big problem when it comes to burying the dead, especially in places like Mexico City, where buildable area is very scarce. So creating more conventional cemeteries means losing valuable agricultural land. And anyhow, so they go on. So the proposal is a tower for the dead that combines. Well, I'll open the PDF. Let's see if we continue to view manuals. Continue compatible with your browser. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't download this without adult supervision.
Can I just screen share this with you? Because I don't know what I'm trying to take a picture of a map. And I don't know how to share the map, Yeah.
Okay. And so let's take a look here. I mean, all of this is fascinating. So share the map. Go ahead. Screen share with me.
Okay.
I mean, take your time. I don't mean to rush you.
Yeah.
Oh, Brendan dropped off, of course, just when I was beginning to talk about something I needed his
Hang
input
on a
in.
second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me send him a private message here. Here we go. Oh, go here.
The map.
Okay.
Okay, the map.
Mhm.
Duh.
No worries.
I don't know how you do this. I mean, I spent a long time since I had a computer,
Mhm.
or like even worked on a computer, or like anything like that.
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I haven't had a computer in a long time.
So
Yeah.
all this is done on your phone?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know how you do it.
but I'm trying to figure out how to, because I don't
Mhm.
share on Teams.
Mhm. McDonald's pulled its AI shit. You know, they had this backlash for this horrible AI commercial, apparently, that everybody hated with a passion. So I find that to be funny, at least. And you know, I do want to tell people more about, of course, Mothra and how important that is, and how you know, Americans really don't understand Japanese culture, and this is something that they should read so they can get more of an understanding of Japanese culture. And so, of course, that can wait, and I'll talk more about that later.
That's
Yeah.
okay. What they're doing.
What do you mean? Wait, oh, you mean these skyscrapers?
Yeah, being buried, going up.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's a great idea. I mean, I find it fascinating, and like we said, it's obviously you're gonna have a problem burying people in land that's you know, becoming rarer and rarer. So you might as well do it, and it's a great idea. It's a Tower of the Dead, and of course. Sure, everybody will love it. Also, make great horror film footage.
Yeah, you know.
It gives the zombie apocalypse a whole new meaning when you see people crawling down from high development towers, or a ghetto of the dead full of zombies. It's like Petrini Green in fucking where is that located? Petrini Green Projects is Chicago, isn't it?
I've never heard of that. I don't know how to screen share.
Oh no worries. Don't. Honey, it's not that important. We can.
Okay.
Yeah, we can always get back to this later. And okay, so here we are. And just let me get this over to Brendan because I'm definitely worried about him. And all right, so there we go. Entered that. And
Is he been harassed or anything since that one time?
he's been terrorized chronically, consistently ever since he's gotten to know me. So believe me, it's like the majority of people that happens to. You pretty much know they're on the right side. When people aren't being terrorized is when you really have to question where they're coming from. Yeah, if somebody's affiliated with myself and they're not being harassed or terrorized, it renders them suspect. So, at any rate, yeah. So I'll do a little bit of screen sharing, and you can tell me if, well, you know what? Forget it. I'll just send you the link. So let me send you this link here, honey. Are you capable of, you know how to cut and paste a link, right? So if you ever want to use it personally, you can just cut and paste it. Honey? Yeah.
Cut and paste.
Yeah, do you know what that means?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know how to do it on computers, right? Or your phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to say yeah just to say yeah. I mean, if you don't know how to do it, just let me know.
No, I do, but right now I'm not thinking straight.
No worries. Are you are you altered?
Yeah, I'm a little bit altered.
Okay, so take a look at this. Can you see this? The link I just put into the text box. Okay. So
okay.
Yeah, there you are.
I see your face.
What?
I see your face.
Okay, what about the text box? Can you open the text box? I'll do a screen share, so I'll show you where to go. So the first thing. Okay, here's
oh yeah, I see it now. Yeah, I see it now.
Oh, okay, cemeteries in the sky. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, there you can open that up. Go to the link and scroll down. then you see great examples. Meanwhile, 8 Septillion says, OPPO, the Chinese tech brand, ran a Christmas ad featuring Kanye West's Heil Hitler song. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Thank you for sharing that, 8 Septillion. So here we are. Let me respond to him. I do appreciate his giving us news on that, and so I'll respond to that as best as I can. Which is,
Doug, I'm just
yeah,
what
yeah.
I'm trying to say is that I appreciate you like engaging with the things that I like mentioned, and because it is pretty out there most of the time.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's not. I
Yeah.
mean, honey, look what I've been dealing with all my life. Please.
Oh, here, look.
I'm fine.
Share screen.
Yeah. Okay. So now you
Okay.
can share screen potentially whenever you wish. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to probably go plug my phone in, but anyway,
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1.
Mm-hmm.
Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. I see it. I see it. There we are. My face. I see my face. There we are. I see where you're at. There you go. I see you. Oh my God. And there's your face. You're beautiful. Yeah. 10802 West, not to be confused with Kanye West. Yes. And there's your face. You're beautiful. Okay. You can't talk while you're doing this or something? Thank you. That was fascinating. Honey. She's still on mute. And that's okay. Well, so darling, whenever you wish, just feel free to interject. And as you can tell, I'm still coming down from. Anyhow, I was doing a lot over the past few days. One of the things that I want to emphasize about this book was that 3 Japanese authors were involved with the writing of the Mothra novella in 1961, and it has a lot to do with the fact that Japan was expressing itself as aligning with the developing nations of the world and the non-aligned movement. This is something that Mothra represented, was the Japanese, with literally, if you see the Mothra film, you'll notice the Japanese are proudly displaying the Hinomaru, the red sun, on their helmets when they go to work with and rescue the little luminous fairies, the little tiny singing twins from Infant Island. And in turn, this helps Japan, and in turn, Japan helps the world. All of the Mothra film shows that the Japanese certainly did not consider themselves in any camp throughout the Third World War that was what was effectively the Third World War that became misnomered or misnamed as the Cold War. And so Mothra, unlike the Americans who try and promote Godzilla as this incredibly frightening entity that represents Japanese fear of nuclear power and how they were, essentially intimidated. That is why Godzilla is portrayed as being defeated by Mothra's children, Mothra's larvae, in a Godzilla film of Godzilla versus Mothra. So in that sense, the Japanese are showing that fear was intimidated, the fear of what they had suffered, the trauma of what they had suffered in a nuclear attack was defeated by their desire to lead the developed world in the non-aligned movement, as independent of the Soviets are Americans. A theme that they revisited in the Ghidorah film, which was almost banned from the United States because of its portraying the Soviets and the Americans as essentially the enemy, that Japan was independent. Japan has always pushed an independence from America and the Russian Empire in their films, and this does not get any explanation in American circles. Americans only think of these Godzilla franchise the way they want to think about it, as opposed to the Japanese using it as a statement of nationalism. So Americans really misunderstand the entire franchise. Again, Godzilla is defeated by Mothra in a display of their trauma being overcome by their leadership of the developing world. So we'll go more deeper into that as the future comes up, and our man Brendan is with us, and of course Heather says, I recorded the Stack Mausoleum with my ghost camera. Those people look like they're trying to get out. Interesting. Okay. So is this from taken with your ghost camera, honey? Don't be. Wow, this guy's name is Arm Brewster. I thought it said Arm Buster. I don't know if they look like they're trying to get out, but yeah, certainly, I'll say, very peaceful looking wall, and, I think most people just, there we are, looking at it with the ghost tube. Here we are, ghost tube. And, fascinating, honey. Oh, here we are. Let's take a look. Let's hope this doesn't give us any sound. There we are. It's giving us sound. But it's okay. It's Heather. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, definitely somebody's trying to say something. What are these little figures that keep coming up? Heather, what are these little figures that keep coming up on the, I'm impressed again. So there's all kinds of little wiggly figures that are showing up in her. Does it just always do that? Yeah, weird. It's, yeah, definitely interesting. Okay, so that having been articulated, everyone, let's get on with the night. We've got 10:55 here. We've got an hour left.
No, Doug, I was just gonna say one more thing if I could.
Take your time, honey.
Yeah, what's gonna happen when we're stacking bodies like 15, 16, like stories? What's gonna be going on?
Nothing.
With someone's like spirit or something.
Well, I would say they're in the same kind of community, kind of, that they would be. It's just like for the spirits who are in graveyards, it's something that they've adapted to. For the spirits that would be in such an environment as a skyscraper environment, it would be like living in an apartment. Most people would be aware of this development before they died, and as a result, psychologically, they should be somewhat prepared to live in a community that of the dead that is vertical. So it's a vertical graveyard, and it would just be like in a horizontal graveyard, but it's vertical, and so it's like a vertical ghetto. I mean, I shouldn't use that analogy. I keep going back to that parallel because, in a sense, it's a ghetto in the traditional meaning or definition of the term. Everybody should be aware culturally, historically, that there were Jewish ghettos throughout Europe. This is not because European peoples pushed them into these ghettos. They would approach mayors or the governors of cities or communities to request the establishment of a ghetto for trade so that the Jewish community would have an ethnic enclave from which they would basically work for trade, providing their services in accounting or whatever to the community, and therefore they would establish these ghettos throughout Europe. And so ghettoization was not something that was promoted by the Europeans so much as requested by the Jewish peoples. For the dead who are in these vertical ghettos, it's something that is a cultural response to a need for conservation of space. So the dead people would just live with it. That indeed they'd just be closer to the sky, have greater views. I don't think it'd be anything particularly traumatic for the spirit residing in such a structure. Does that make sense, Heather? Or do you feel something else? And of course, she's welcome to take her time in response. Mm. Mm. Heather says thank you. Her phone's probably dying. Okay, thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Yeah, whenever you want to, you can come off mute if you can and join us. In the interim, what I'm going to do is just decide whether or not to go into the topics of psychics and sensitivity tonight, or whether to consider this a transition night and just kind of save that for Sunday. I'm more inclined to save it for Sunday, to tell you the truth. Not really in too much of a mood to continue for even another hour, but I suppose that I should. What do you think, Heather? I'm not really, like I said, in too much of a mood tonight. And
I should
what?
keep on. You should still go on.
Okay, if you say so. All right, I'll do that.
Just for like, a little bit.
Okay, love you dearly. Thank you, honey. So let's do that then. And thanks to Heather Holman, you get this. So everybody thank Heather. Heather's the person who says, go on. My fetish story. Hey, where have you been? She says, hi, Douglas. I found this children under the Getty guy, Stephen D. Kelly. I remember you saying something about him, but I don't remember what. Good or bad guy. Oh, well, honey, let me say welcome back. Here we are. Welcome back. And okay. At my fetish story. There we go. That's incredible. So let's give her the big kiss here. Get her the right emoji. Here we are. Okay. And all right, there we go. And give her the right hug emoji too. She says, burning heart. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Where the hell have you been? It's so good to see you back. It's been years. Like 2 or 3 years since you last asked. The last time after you asked me about Stephen D. Kelly, you disappeared. Have you been well? Is everything okay? Yeah. So at any rate, when it comes to Stephen D. Kelly, well, that'll occupy, another hour. Well, a little bit of time, not another hour. He's not worth that much time. She says working evenings. Got it. I bet. Yes. Okay, honey. And I hope that they've been. Yeah, she gives the thumbs up. Cool. Love you. All right. Okay, give her a wink and a kiss. There we are. Wink and a kiss there. Okay. So for those of you, and again, it's a pity Brendan Zogan isn't here because he could go to town on Stephen D. Kelly as well. Basically, Stephen D. Kelly was, by his own presentation, he presented himself as a product of mind control who required a handler. He was someone who said that he was a product of some kind of trauma-based training and needed a handler. And in his case, his handler was Terry Joyce. So Terry Joyce, who did the Revolution Radio program titled Freedom of Joyce, as opposed to Freedom of Choice, poor dear. She went through this whole period of caring for her parents, and it did a lot to destroy her. I mean, this is what caring for others does. I mean, no good deed goes unpunished, and care provision is horrific. It's the most horrific thing you can engage in your life. And it will destroy you. It's horrific. As I said before, I've been in combat, and I'd rather be in combat than be a care provider. It's easier to be in armed combat and being shot at and having people try to kill you than it is to be a care provider. So all that being said, Terry Joyce ultimately went through that, but she was also a care provider for, in a sense, Stephen D. Kelly. And Stephen D. Kelly needed all the adult supervision he could get. Now, Stephen D. Kelly, here's what I can tell you about him, and it's quite a bit, actually. I personally have nothing against Stephen D. Kelly, but he certainly seemed to have something against myself. He wasn't pathological or about it to the point of my other gang stalkers, but he really, obviously, as Lena Shea / Lena Crane said, had some kind of man crush on me or some kind of fetish for me because he really focused on my boots. And as Brendan Zoget would attest, he was very public about this and would describe my boots down to the shoelaces, the ringlets, as they call them, at the ends of the shoelaces, what are at the end, the Scotch tape. The Scotch tape around the ends of your shoelaces is known as a ringlet. He would describe it to the ringlets that the laces would run through. He was like, he was down at my feet, worshipping my boots, which of course my dear, my fetish history used to work with, the dominatrix industry. She would know about this, people who do this. So he was like doing this, and would talk about my boots and say how feminine I looked in my high heel boots. He really emphasized the high heel nature of my boots. And so as Lena Shea / Lena Crane would say, he obviously had a crush on me and was very much focused on how feminine I looked in my boots. So, okay, so that was going on with him, while at the same time he was often, I guess you'd say, speaking against me. And the way he would, yes, she says, yes, she confirms that, yes, that some guys are really into boot worship and foot worship. And but in the case of Stephen D. Kelly, he was also speaking against me by saying I lived in he would say I lived in an anime fantasy world. And so he, in a sense attacked me, but it was hard to take any of it hard. You couldn't really take it hard because it's just, I didn't feel that he was attacking me in a sense that I took any real offense from. And so he just, I don't know why he even bothered, but but yes, he was tripping off the Getty for, like, I mean, to a degree that was unhealthy. Oh, yes. So let me tell you this. So what happened was, what was so silly was that at Revolution Radio, it wasn't specific to the station, but it was services that are available to anyone who's doing a podcast like this. But particularly with Revolution Radio, they would connect to networks that would monitor how people were listening so that you would get some idea of the number of people that were listening to you. The problem is many people did not know how to interpret this and misinterpreted the number of people that were listening to them because all of this was a very imperfect measurement. Great example was the major networks who thought that Rush Limbaugh and Alex Jones, but particularly Rush Limbaugh, is the perfect textbook case of overreading the number of listeners that someone would have. Yeah, Rush Limbaugh, for instance, by the way, Koshta Zobren says, hi, so that's our man Brendan. What the fuck? Are you able to come back on, Brendan? Anyhow, she says still he has a Telegram channel about Getty with a decent following. Yes, I'm sure he does. Because, you keep hammering something, you're going to get something, you keep hitting a nail. Somebody's going to respond. I mean, it's just like, dude, it's like, why Getty? It's like, I guess he wants that to be kind of like his Presidio military base, or something like that. And he thinks maybe he can bring it down or shut it down or something. As for Koshtazo Brendan, are you back on the call or not? Or can you come back on? Are you okay? fuck? Or did somebody kill him and take his fucking cell phone and is now contacting us through his cell phone or something like that? Jesus, it's worrisome. At any rate, so when it comes to the response time or response number, the good example, textbook case example of overreading it was that everybody thought Rush Limbaugh dominated the country. They thought Alex Jones dominated the country. And it turns out even corporations were misreading these numbers, because what they were doing was they were passing out like little microphones to listen to what people listen to and asking people to volunteer for corporate funded studies. So corporations would pay doctors and psychiatric or sociological organizations and polling organizations to pass out these little microphones that people would voluntarily wear. They'd sign up for a study, get paid $20, $10, $20, literally, it wasn't much, and just walk around with a little microphone so that the corporations could hear what they're listening to. And so everybody thought, the corporations thought, well, everybody's listening to Rush Limbaugh. Everybody's listening to Alex Jones. Well, it turned out people would turn these things on and walk away. They wouldn't be listening to these things per se. They'd just be leaving them in the background. But nobody was really listening. So as a result, when corporations told advertisers they could get on these shows and make big bucks because everybody's listening, these people would pay for ad time but get no response. Like, I mean, zero response because nobody's really listening. It was different with Coast to Coast AM because everybody was listening, but they all live in tent cities, or they're all literally street walking crack whores, or they're all welfare recipients up all night because they too are on crack or meth or various substances. But nobody was able to afford to buy any of the products being advertised. And most of them were old people on pensions that were fixed pensions or limited income, and in Social Security, which might as well be a fixed pension or fixed income. And these people were just all literally just dying, just lying on their bed and withering away throughout the night listening to Coast AM, but they didn't have any money to buy any products. So it turned out that these corporations that were investing into these studies misread the studies, and the people who then took their results and tried to make a profit by advertising during these time slots, it was all a failure. It turned out there's only two time slots on terrestrial radio, meaning radio you listen to while you're in your car, or on an actual radio. There's only two time slots. Drive time, driving to work, driving from work, that people will hear a commercial because they're literally, physically, involuntarily, circumstantially stuck in their car in traffic. And they've got nothing else to do. They can't escape, and they're forced to listen to your commercial. That got response to ad time. So unless you're paying for that, which is astronomical to pay for that drive time ad space, ad time slot, you're not going to get any response almost any other time on commercial bandwidth for terrestrial broadcast radio. So these are incredible misreadings that mistranslated in Revolution Radio, which is a digital podcast, kind of bandwidth platform, who Mike Ringley fantasized. He was the guy who owned Revolution Radio. He fantasized about going terrestrial broadcast radio till he realized, while he was literally dying, while he was literally coming to terms with the fact that he was dying, he realized, I'm never going to be on terrestrial broadcast radio. But during the time that he was still insane enough, stupid enough, demented, delusional enough, where he thought he was making us all try to follow, federal bandwidth regulations, and not swear, not use quote unquote racist terminology, all this bullshit. It was just so fucking stupid. It was meaningless. And ultimately he was forced to confront that just before he died. But when it came to Stephen D. Kelly, like all of us, was exposed to numbers of people that were listening. Now, here's the issue. It would say something like millions of listeners. Ultimately, what would happen is people who are trying to tune into terrestrial broadcast radio, for instance, or you're basically going to get driving state to state. If you're an interstate trucker, you're going to wind up hitting some bandwidth that is going to be broadcasting something that for a few minutes you're going to be listening to a certain program, and then it hits as a listener. But that doesn't mean you heard anything other than a few moments of broadcast. Same way for the digital bandwidth. It's basically all kinds of people were maybe passerby. They're just passingly exposed to the digital bandwidth, transmissions of people on Revolution and radio. But it would ultimately number in the millions because these are all literally transitional, literally momentary listeners. But, he would take that, as all too many did, as being, millions of people are listening like they're sitting down and planted there, like in the old terrestrial broadcast days, listening to the radio like mom and pop used to do because they got nothing better to do. Nothing could be further from the truth. But this guy thought he had millions of listeners, and truly that went to his head. It went to his head to the point where he ran for president. Of course, he failed miserably, like most of these people say. Any one of us can say, I'm going to run for president. And it's, you or I could say that. It doesn't mean anything because you can't get anywhere unless you're groomed for a position and you've got sponsors and people behind you. Even though theoretically anyone can run for president in the United States, effectively no one can. Except extremely, extraordinarily selected, groomed, and privileged people. That's the law of the books. There's the law of the books, and there's the law of the land. And what, Stephen D. Kelly fell for was the law of the books without understanding the law of the land. And that's pretty bad for an adult. Okay, if you're a mature adult male, and you cannot grasp the fact that you cannot realistically run for president. You can technically declare such, but you can't realistically do such. Okay, if you don't grasp that as an adult, something is wrong. And so that's what was wrong with our man, Mr. Stephen D. Kelly, right off the bat.
You're talking about the dude that was into your boots?
Yes! Yeah. Yes! God. Where have you been? What the fuck? We thought the cops had killed you, and how did you wind up in the chat room saying hi? And then you retracted the message.
That was not me. I did not send that. And I was listening on YouTube, and it just showed up.
God damn!
I did not enter anything.
But you see that at Koshta Zobran, that's you. Somebody jacked your... And did you retract the message then, or did they?
Yeah, I deleted it because I didn't even have, my keyboard wasn't even open. It just showed up.
Well, there you go. They jacked your account. And
what was the point of saying hi?
Yeah, I thought maybe it was just to show you're alive and that you were in the trunk of the police car or something.
Right. You know I would never say. I never use the chat.
Yeah. No, that's what made it so sinister. So, that's so creepy. That's so sinister.
The police were here for a couple, an hour, and then they were talking to each other, and then they left.
Uh-huh. God damn.
They're kind of acting like they were looking for someone. They shine their lights a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And then that was it. No contact was made. Very strange.
God damn. To say the least. Least. By the way,
before they never even thought about coming back here.
That's right. They'd avoid it like the plague. They were like anything to do less work. I mean, come on, no matter what your profession is, you try to get away with as little work as possible if you can help it.
But are they like vampires? I invited, I asked them to...
You asked them in once and then they keep coming back?
Yeah, it's they never drove, they drove into the facility, which they never do. So it's very strange.
Yeah, no, that is odd. It's creepy as hell. And
even when I was getting the rockets shot at me, they just stood outside the gate and they did the flashlight, little flash here and there.
Yeah. It's instead of coming in, They literally flashed a flashlight light beam in as if that were their teleported presence into the facility.
Yeah, like, oh, we don't see anyone. And I'm like, dude, they were in like the way back. You won't see anyone over here. Like, talking about. But you know how they are.
Oh, by the way, so Heather asks, what did they say in the YouTube chat? It said hi, which made it straight. Why would they, why would Brendan come on and just say that, but
yeah, I did not enter that, like,
But it's what they do. Whenever they enter, it's always a single word. And it actually
I was listening on YouTube, but my keyboard wasn't open. It just showed up.
Okay. Interesting.
It's not like it was a pocket and like a pocket dial.
So why'd you drop off the call? What did you drop off the call for?
Because I had things to do and I didn't want to keep going back and forth because it's like,
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand. So Heather says, I think it's so AI. So is it possible this was an AI? I don't think so. No, this is human intervention and they're creepy as fuck and they do all kinds of stupid things.
Like a whole paragraph about what I was doing or something.
Yeah. There you go. And
it was it could have just been a pocket dial where my phone hit like the keyboard and it happened to type a word, and then send it all in one swipe,
No, I don't buy that at all. And so obviously they're fucking around. But now that you're back with us, definitely I did want to say a bit more about Stephen D. Kelly. We're talking about the guy who was worshiping my boots and my fetish story. She asked about him.
I'm wondering if the cops, like someone would try to swap me or something, and they just saw me taking out trash, and they just said, "Okay, better leave him alone."
Yeah, I can easily buy that. I can buy that easily as a scenario. That's
he's going crazy, and then they just saw me taking out trash, and they said, "Oh, maybe we shouldn't maybe we shouldn't say anything."
Yeah, and nothing seems to be going on. Let's go back. It's all quite sinister. And I definitely just keep your combat antenna up. That's the best advice to follow. Like I said, you're just running in between the armored vehicles as they traverse the battlefield, and they're all just cover for you. You roll with it. In terms of what I'd like to talk about with Stephen D. Kelly, because the young lady asked, but Stephen D. Kelly, this is the most important things I remember about him personally, was that we had Amanda Eitenaier with us on the show a number of times in the past. She's always very sporadic or erratic in her appearances, and she's gone for years at a time, but she's a person who acknowledges herself officially that I saved her life. And so Amanda Ute, as she was known, Mandy Ute, her full name Amanda Eitenaier, she was helping a young professional sex worker get to her clients at a certain point in her life where Mandy was just helping her out. And so she would drive her to her clients, and one of them was Stephen D. Kelly. So Stephen D. Kelly was making use of a young prostitute, and his specific request professionally was fart tubes. He loved her. Yeah, so my fetish story remembers Mandy Ute. She remembers Amanda Eitenaier. So Amanda Eitenaier said that the young prostitute that she would drive to various clients, one of them being Stephen D. Kelly, she was she was paid by Stephen D. Kelly to fart into a tuba or a fart tube to make kind of like fart music. That's what he was into. So aside from that, Stephen D. Kelly also, according to Lori Ann Fenton says that there was some chick who needed help from Stephen D. Kelly. I cannot for the life of me, to save my soul, remember who, but there was some chick who Stephen D. Kelly thought he would tutor. And so Heather has something to add. So Heather, don't be afraid to come on the call. Heather has got a detail to add. She remembers. She says, He liked when she made him smell her farts. She says, I can't away from keyboard. But she yeah, well, that's definitely part of the fetish. And look, I got no judgment on the guy. Look, I don't hold this against him. I'm not trying to portray him as a pervert. Just okay, it's what he was into. It's all right. And so with her comment says it's too late.
I don't know, man. They
Yeah.
definitely didn't like you. They were jealous of your ratings and shit.
Oh yeah. So tell people about that. How they were on. Oh, Mike Ringley put them on channel B. He put them on the Doug
Yeah.
channel.
Yeah, they were
That
on
same time slot.
station B or something, right? And you were
Yeah.
on station A, or vice versa. Or
Yeah,
what?
I was on station
But-
A. They were on B, but they were on the Dud channel. That was like the alternative. So
Yeah.
yeah.
and they felt like they got slighted.
Yeah.
Have the slot opposite of you because
Yeah. I
everyone
was the
went to your
highest. Yeah.
everyone went to your channel because you were just raving and going off and talking about like crazy shit, you know.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
they're just talking about like boring ass shit.
yeah.
So everyone goes to your channel and they're left just sitting there like, you know, like two jaded lovers or, you know, like siblings gossiping. And I accidentally clicked on the wrong station. You know, I was like, oh, Doug's on, so I'm going to click on station B. And it was on Saturday, so everyone goes to your channel on Saturday because they want to hear all the crazy Cthulhu shit.
Yes.
You know?
Well, tell
So they
people
had,
a
like-
little tangent there. Tell people
Yeah.
when I held calls, Saturday night firing lines, that's all anyone would call
that's-
about.
Yeah, Doug hated it, but everyone listening thought that was like the best of the best for Revolution Radio station. It was like people would just call in and they would like patch him in, you know, like Ringley would like patch him in and they would just start going off like, tell us about the deepest, darkest Cthulhu, you know, night though. You would just like, you know, have to repeat every night at least a few questions about Cthulhu. It was just
Yes.
constant. Yeah, it was constant.
Oh my gosh.
But everyone loved it. Everyone loved like the black, you know, you were talking about like the shadow over Innsmouth and
Yeah.
you know, all the dark shit, all the dark Lovecraftian shit. Anyways,
You would think that's all anyone cared about. By the way, Heather says, Douglas, you're the best. Thank you so much, Heather. She's remembering those days. So go on. Yes, continue, Brendan. Yeah. About
yeah. But anyways, yeah. So I went to their channel by mistake because it was like the way they had it set up was like all in HTML. It was so hard to use, you know, it wasn't user
yeah, that's right.
So I went to the wrong channel and then I just hear these two people saying, yeah, that Dietrich guy, don't go. They're like, don't go to station A. They wouldn't mention your name. They just said, don't go to station A. You don't want to hear that sick shit, you know, and all that. And they would never
anti-American. And he's that's calling for the extermination of the white race.
Oh yeah, no, it got worse from there. They wouldn't mention your name, but I knew who they were talking about because I was trying to get to your channel. And so I just listened because it was, you know, I was like, oh, here's some crazy people. Like, this is funny talking about Doug. And I was like, they were like, yeah, his boots, his elevated boots. And the guy was like, yeah, and he's like, he had like, you know, the silver boots with
the guy is Stephen D. Kelly. Tell him it's Stephen D. Kelly. Yes, I see. Talking about
whoever. I just remember Joyce. I remember Joyce and the other guy, right?
Yeah, that was Stephen D. Kelly. But go on.
And yeah, so he was saying, yeah, Douglas's boots, and oh, what a freak! You know, he was wearing those high-heeled boots and his long hair and his what is that thing that you wear, the ascot? He was like going into detail about your outfit and saying, yeah, those you know, those boots. It was bizarre how much detail he put into it.
I mean, just extraordinary detail.
Yeah, like he knew every detail of your like wardrobe, and I was just like, this guy's weird, dude. And then she said, and then she kept saying, yeah, he advocates white genocide. Don't go there. He hates everyone. You know, he's just talking about genocide and all the white men and all this. And I was just like laughing because I knew that's not what you said because, you know, you just wanted everyone to die. When you were in Revolution Radio, you were hardcore.
Yeah. I wasn't as bad as Jambo the Reese Monkey, but still, yeah, I was pretty angry.
No, but basically, I mean, you were like adjacent to what he was saying. But it worked. Everyone was listening. It was like, you know, and you would go like, you know, military style, just raving. But anyway, Arlie Ermy, you'd go Arlie Ermy on. but anyway, so that's what happened, and I was like, these people are sick, man. If they're so upset about your ratings, why not just talk about something interesting? How about that? You know?
Imagine that.
Yeah,
Imagine
imagine. But instead, no, they couldn't handle that. It's just, you know.
Oh, that would take work. They'd have to figure out something to say. But instead of saying something with
Like
substance,
they were
yeah.
talking that as if you weren't there, they would have all these ratings, and it's
Yeah,
like, oh, no
yeah.
one was listening. Yeah.
Oh, that was the sad part. But at the same time, that was on, I believe, either it could have been Truth Cat. He called himself Truth Cat, and it might have been a different show that he had called Truth Cat, or it might have been the Freedom of Joyce hour, the hour of Freedom of Joyce.
It was that. Yeah, it was
Okay,
that.
that
It was
was
her
it.
show.
Okay, it was her show, which he was
Yeah.
just kind of on as a good. Okay,
He just
got
was
it.
there. Yeah, he
Yeah.
just was there.
So, and he also had his own show, which, you know, ultimately he thought was getting millions of hits, and it deluded him to the point where he ran for president. And then, while he's declaring that he's run for president on his Facebook timeline, where he made that declaration, I'm running for president, he was so dissociated. He thought, oh, okay, because everybody loves their dogs. He put up a picture of his dog. And this was not done in the sense of satire or humor. I'm running for president. I'm putting up a picture of my dog. It's just the level of his dissociation. His compartmentalized brain was not processing that, okay, if you declare that you're running for president, you don't put a picture of your dog on your, you know, you got to put up a picture of yourself, right? But aside from that, he thought he would have a best-selling book. I can't even remember the title of his book, but it had something to do about Getty. The Getty, that he felt they were trafficking children and keeping them prisoner under the Getty. And so he wrote a book to this effect, and it wasn't selling. So he was like, oh, he was beside himself, saying
because it's like,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
just talking about, you know, suspect shit is going around Getty is like, I mean, that's like saying this guy's blue.
yeah.
Like no one's gonna give a fuck about that. And this was before, like, you know, the Epstein was Vogue, you know.
That's
it was
right.
like no one gave a fuck about that shit.
Yeah.
And it's like if you were into the occult, you knew how sketchy shit was, but no one, like, it wasn't mainstream enough. Yeah.
No, but let's put it this way. It was mainstream only in the sense that the American public is obsessed with pedophilia because so many of them are into it themselves.
It seems like that's the only thing they care about.
It's true. It's true. You would think it. Let's put it this way: when I think it was Truman or Eisenhower, I can't remember which. Probably both cases. We could look it up. But the question came up on a national scale about merciful slaughter. And so the overwhelming majority of Americans at that time were meat eaters to the core. It was steak and potatoes every night, which is what they show on Family Guy. If you notice a Family Guy, every episode that they show them at dinner, it's steak and potatoes. And that's done intentionally.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the American public, it was steak and potatoes every night. And so when the question came up about merciful slaughter, people sent letters to the president. And as the White House said at the time, you would have thought that all Americans cared about was merciful slaughter. It's all the letters that came in was about, please make certain the animals die quickly and they die without pain. And, you know, and that's nice. It speaks well of Americans in one sense. But, you know, of course, Brendan's response to that would be quite logically, why don't you just stop eating meat? But,
yeah, it takes a little more than just killing them nicely.
Yeah. There might be an intuitive awareness of karma there that they say that, but they're just not getting the 2 + 2.
Yeah, I get it. Like it was definitely like an attempt. You know, you get little points for attempt, but the jump didn't quite make it. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. And yeah. But such having been said,
yeah, and I hate to say this, but what you've said about vampires, apparently they keep their prey alive for the most part. Is that not the case? Or are you just talking about damn fires?
It's damn fires, really. That and that depends.
Okay.
If you're like half a vampire, like my mother was, hey, it's 50-50. You know, vampires generally will kill their prey almost always.
Well,
Real
you're not
vampires.
getting any points from me,
Yeah,
so you don't
yeah,
gotta
I understand that.
defend yourself.
Yeah, not attempting to. With
You're still
someone
a
like
cannibal, basically, to me.
it,
Someone like me.
well, not really, because I'm still technically a different species. But in terms of a subspecies, but still technically a
Whatever
different
makes you
species.
sleep, or whatever helps you sleep.
For someone like me who's only a quarter vampire, I can't physically imbibe that much blood. So it's impossible for me physically to kill a person unless they're an infant, and we're not going to go there.
Oh,
And
I'm
I
sure.
literally
I'm
drain
sure
them
you
dry.
tried it.
Yeah, and we literally drain them dry. But yeah, for my mom, she could drain a man dry, because she still had the capacity a real vampire does of her stomach distending like a camel hump and holding that much blood. She could do that. I could not. So when it comes to such a thing being said, however, point being made here that about Stephen D. Kelly. When it comes to the public, you would think the public, during the time that he was on Revolution Radio, all the way back to quote unquote the so-called Satanic Panic, which was no panic, it was real response to real Satanism at the time in the 80s and the 90s. But you would think all the public cares about is pedophilia. I almost said Filipina. and yeah,
No comment from me.
Yeah, you would think all they care about is pedophilia. Which, by the way, Filipina comes up as a Freudian slip because this has a lot to do with Americans marrying Filipinas, is because they're so small, they're so underdeveloped. I remember the Serbian female attorney. She was a Serbian American, an American who was born here of Serbian descent. Her name was Danica Stepanovic, I believe. And Danica Hugen Stepanovic, I think was her full name, but she lived in Coma. And her biggest complaint was, as a big white woman, she, by that I don't mean fat, I mean tall and proportionate. She was bosomy and buxomy, so she had tits and hips. She couldn't find clothing to fit her to save her soul in Coma because it was completely occupied by Filipinos. And all the Filipino chicks were just children's clothing. Literally, the adult women were wearing children's clothing. So it was just, everything was children's clothing scale. The stores were selling children's clothing, and the adult woman would buy children's clothing and wear it because they could fit. And so Filipinas, you see all these white guys marrying Filipinas, and it's pedophilia. Really, it's frustrated pedophilia, because it's like having a girl child that never grows up physically. You're fucking somebody without tits who's just like, some little girl that sorry, I don't mean any insults. Some of my best friends are married to Filipinas. You get my point, though. With many of Americans, it's frustrated. Asian chicks, they love Asian chicks. They call it yellow fever. It's just really, again, passive or frustrated pedophilia. You grab some Asian chick who in general has a chest so flat you could land a glider on it, and they just like, this is their way of fucking kids without having to pay the legal price for it, without going to jail. A woman who never cultivates into what I would consider an adult female proportion. So anyhow, when it came to what we're dealing with here, you would think that everybody, that all they cared about was pedophilia, and that's all they ever bring up online and everything else. And Stephen D. Kelly was pressing that button. That's why our lady, my fetish story, says he's got a Telegram channel about the Getty with a decent following, because this is what people are into.
God, he won't stop. He won't stop.
Yeah, but the problem is how many people are willing to pay for a book about the Getty. It's too specific a site. It's like
It's
first
too
off,
niche.
yeah, it's so niche. It's like, what the fuck? Why would anyone care? It's not just the Getty. We all know it's universal. If it were about the White House, it would mean something. If it were about, the Capital District, DC,
Right.
it would mean something.
Yeah, an art museum. Come on, everyone knows how sketch that shit is.
Yeah, thank you. It's like that's what people go there for, is the sketch. We know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's the real Comet Ping Pong Pizza place, but nobody, even though he knows that and he says it, where's his
anyone
evidence?
that's taking an art class, they're just like,
yeah,
they bring in a chick that's like super
Yeah.
young and just you draw her naked. I mean, it's like,
yeah, thank you. But what evidence was he providing to expose anything? Obviously nothing. And so the point is, nobody was buying his book. Literally, no one was buying what he had to sell. And so he was really pissed and he was beside himself. So on his own Facebook timeline, he was raving about it. If everybody just put in $1 for my presidential campaign or bought my book across the United States,
what an idiot.
Yeah, I'd have millions of dollars. Literally. Yeah, well, if I had 10 cents for everybody calling me a liar, I'd be a multi-millionaire too, but
yeah, if it was that easy.
Yeah, but this poor dumb
people say that. Yeah, if 1 million people gave me $1, I could be rich, and it's like, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, tell us something we don't know. Yeah, tell us something we don't know. Okay, the math is right, but why would they do this? Anyhow, nobody was buying his book, and he was really pissed about it. But let me give you a good example of this. Parallel example to what Stephen D. Kelly suffered was the idiot named Clyde Lewis. And Clyde Lewis, when he got nationally syndicated, thanks to my interviews, quite seriously, this is even what his co-producer, Olaf Phillips, said. And Olaf Phillips, who was his gay lover and co-producer, basically lived in San Francisco, but had a gay relationship with Clyde Lewis, who would come down and fuck him, or he would go up there and fuck him. They were traveling back and forth constantly. But Clyde Lewis and Olaf Phillips were this gay couple who were both married. Olaf Phillips to a Filipina, most pointedly, and Clyde Lewis to a really short white chick who looked like a child and never physically developed. They both had the child girl fetish, whom they never fucked, and they were fucking each other, and they were both big fat bears. I don't know how anyone can get off on a body that looks like that, but there you go. But the two of them were rolling around like bears in I don't know where did bears roll around, but they were into that.
Shit.
And yeah, there you go. In shit, that's where they belong, to those two
rivers.
Yeah, no insult to the bears. We love bears, but real bears. I mean animals, not these assholes.
Yeah, animals.
But these idiots who were human bears, whom we despise because they're just gross. Anyhow, the thing is that this idiot, Clyde Lewis, wrote a book that Prince William is the Antichrist. And now this guy got nationally syndicated.
Prince William?
Prince William. Yeah, Prince William. It's like, what?
He's like
you
the
don't
most
see
innocuous one of them all.
Yeah. No shit. It's like our dear Heather says bears roll down hills. Well, that explains these two guys. But anyhow, Prince William is the Antichrist. And he truly believed this. He was committed to this 100%. So he wrote this book with Tracy Twyman. For those of you who keep bringing up Tracy Twyman to me, he co-authored this book with Tracy Twyman. She had to do the writing, and she just got paid by him to put his name to it. So she really wrote the book, and Clyde Lewis's name was put to it. But nobody bought it. And this guy was nationally syndicated. He was on 6 days a week, and he promoted his book literally at least 3 times each program. He was on for at least an hour, and throughout like the ads, which were 4 times during an hour, 4 ad periods during an hour, each ad period, because he was the host of the show, he promoted his book. So he's promoting his book 4 times a show, each show, 6 days a week, and nobody bought his book. And
I think it's basic demographic marketing. If someone's listening, they ain't gonna want to read.
Yeah,
doesn't that make sense?
Thank you. Yes, they would go for an audio book if anything, but they're not going to go for that either, because you know why they won't go for that? Because they hear you say the same shit every show.
Right.
Why would
For
they
free.
pay for an audio book where you're saying the same thing?
Yeah. Fuck that.
So, at any rate, instead of doing an audiobook, which actually would have made more sense, neither Stephen D. Kelly
The
nor...
smartest thing InfoWars did was sell supplements.
Yes, thank you.
Because he would scare people and say, there's radiation, and then he would say, I have zeolite, and then they go buy the supplement. So that was smart. Whoever did that marketing.
It's not smart, but it's cunning. It's animal level cunning, but it's at the level of a rat. It's actually the rats. That's an insult to the rats, but it's not even snake oil.
I mean, he made billions. He made billions.
That's
more
just,
than we could say.
Well, we've got to just start doing that shit. We got to just start doing that shit and just
vampire antidote.
Yeah, that's it. Vampire antidote. Yeah, that's right. Know why Brendan never gets bit? Because he's not a smooth twink, but it will just say it's because you got the antidote. You've got what repels me.
The vampire oil.
Yeah, that's right. He's got the vampire oil. Yeah, and so anyhow, at any rate.
But the problem with that is people want to get bit by vamps. So
yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Like they watch too much Twilight. They think it's like. It's like hot. All the chicks are like, it's so hot. Oh. It's like, no, trust me. If you see these people, you won't. These real vampires.
Well, actually, real vampires have the charm, obviously, but it's not what people. Let's put it this way: it's stop romanticizing it. It's not a. It's still an assault. It's still an assault, and they just don't get it. They think of it as love. They think of it as this romantic love thing, and Twilight really.
Is there anything you need from me before I carry on?
Yes, please. So take a look at the. First off, I do want you to say something about Liam Payne and Simon Cowell and what I was speaking of earlier, and all of these kids in England who have no hope, and they're just in the north of England, and this is the only chance they have is for this guy to make them a star, because there's no other opportunities ever coming to them in their lives of quiet desperation. Give us some thoughts on that.
I mean, that's been like that. It's been like that since the 80s. That's where you got all those boy bands like, the original ones like the Smiths and the Cure and
that was it. This is what made is what made George Knight so suspect. Was that your average heterosexual guy would not be following Liam Payne, and yet he seemed to know about him as if he were a fan.
Yeah. No, he knew it instantly, what we were talking about. So yeah, who knows?
Yeah. It was just that was odd. And
but also, to be fair, it was a very famous group. Like
true.
That's
true.
That was like their version of the Backstreet Boys or something. It was something big.
Right.
One Direction.
And our lady brings up Depeche Mode as well. So you know.
So anyway, so they all came from, and this is literally the term for it. I don't know where I heard it, but it was literally called the Satanic Mills of Manchester and shit.
Yes.
Literally, that's
Dark
what they call
Satanic
it. So it
Mills.
was
Dark Satanic
Mills.
So
there were these
Dickens. That comes from Dickens and those authors at the time.
Robert
Louis Stevenson and the like. Go on.
Yeah. So that was a term that they used in those books, but it was later applied to the music industry of the North, like in Manchester and Liverpool. And then that's where you get the Beatles. That's where you get like I said, the Smiths, the Cure, like a lot of these, niche groups, like, I can't remember all of them from the 80s, whatever, but they all were like super melancholic, dark, but somehow they got world famous. They just, they got the top of the top. They went to LA, they were pushed out of London, etc. But what the word on the street was that they were doing satanic rituals in Manchester to get this fame.
Yes.
So they were making deals in the north of England because there was only like you said, the monetary situation was so bad in the late 80s, early 70s that they had no choice but to make deals with the devil to actually get out of that situation. And it wasn't like now where you could like move to London or move to Europe. It was like they were really strapped for money. They had like no money, no nothing, you know.
No hope.
What was the situation there? They had some kind of economic downturn in the
Well,
70s and
they
80s.
had no opportunities because of basically Britain had effectively lost the war, even though they told people otherwise. I could go on about this for hours. It would take a college course to explain it, but in reality, was Britain was everybody was decolonizing, and that's a factor. So
they outsourced a lot of stuff, and most of their money was made on trade and external trade. And so the people in England didn't have a lot of money, especially the ones in the north. Like you said, they once they stopped producing, like the steel mills were up there. You know, it was like the South here, like the Rust Belt.
That's right.
They were making
once it deindustrialized, they were left with no opportunities. Yes,
they were making cotton and coal. And once the coal went out of style, then all those jobs were gone essentially. So what happened is that's where they were getting these desperate kids to sign pacts with entities, like Morrissey and, like I said, Johnny Marr, and who knows who else came out of there. And then eventually it trickles down to the boy bands, because that was just the culture. So there you go.
That's right. And the other thing I'd like to talk to you about is this link that I put into the text box. Can you see it? Can you access it? The link I put in, the latest link into the text box here on this call. Do you need me to put it in again?
No, I can see it.
Oh, you can see it? Oh, not the Urbanist. Oh, that one I put in for Heather.
Oh, no, it says, I just see 3 dots next to your name, so nothing.
Okay, so let me re-enter it. So I have to go up further and then grab it and re-enter it right here at the bottom of the text. So as a matter of fact, I'll just send it to you personally in your private mail, your private message here. Here we are with Brendan. So here we are. Can you see this? Okay, that. I just sent it now in your private messages on Microsoft Teams. Can you see that? Luminous, Fairies, and Mothra.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I heard you talking about Mothra earlier.
Okay, so what did you hear?
That you were talking about how this book didn't get translated right away.
Yeah, it was first published in Japan. Well, none of them did. This same professor.
There's so much. I mean, there's so much that's not published from Japan, and people think like
they think they know all about Japan. They think they know all about Japan. They don't know shit.
No.
So
I want to say, like you said, like almost 99% of stuff is not translated.
Thank you. Thank you. So
and people talk shit to me. Why do you want to learn Japanese? Why are you reading all these weird squiggly characters? Because you can get so much nuance even out of manga. You can get 10 times more nuance if you know like 5 Japanese words than you'll ever get from some translator idiot like the One Piece translator guy. He's become a meme. The American translator they have, he's so bad that it's like he's become a joke. Like he translates shit that is not even in the original, and they let him because who knows? We'll just leave it up to speculation. But and other series like straight up they let the Jews do it, and they literally made their own name, like the Yu-Gi-Oh card. I told you guys about that.
They put their own name as the gods. Go on.
Yeah. That one's unforgivable because it's like, why would you do that other than some kind of weird egotism, like mania? So the 3 Egyptian gods were named after the Egyptian gods in the original. And they not only that, but they had English names because they were created by Pegasus, the character Pegasus, who was an American. So they already had English names, but when they localized Yu-Gi-Oh, there was this company called 4Kids that was ran by a certain group of people, and they had a producer his name was Roger Slifer. And instead of naming the card as it was in English from the manga, the Sky Dragon of Osiris, they named it Slifer, the Sky Dragon, after the executive producer. And that name has stuck, and it's permanently named that, and everyone in the West knows it as that, even though it's just some Jewish guy that was running the show at the time.
Disgusting.
The showrunner. Yeah.
Disgusting.
So like, and everyone in the West, even like the hardcore fans, all we want is one printing with the original name, and they refuse. They say, no, that's the localized name and we're not changing it.
God.
And the
damn.
one time they printed the manga card, it was like this $500 metal card print, special printing, and you can't even play it. It's just a decoration. So anyways, I just vented a little bit, but
Yeah, it's, believe me, it's desired. It's
nothing
desired.
nothing against his his background or anything. It's just
his ethnicity. Nothing against
or
his
ethnicity, but it's just like, come on, dude.
And,
Like,
and yet
that is
somehow,
crazy.
that factor is inextricable. It really is. The factor really is inextricable because you don't see other ethnicities doing this.
I don't see anyone else doing that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, I'm sure the
yes.
Brits did some shit, but it's nothing as bad as that. I mean, that's pretty bad. Anyway, so most stuff is not translated out of Japanese, and it's almost deliberate, but on the part of the Japanese, like, because of like this Mothra stuff, they don't want the West to know what Mothra really is. It's like
Thank you.
Japan becoming, becoming its own entity and all that. Like,
Yes, think of the cocoon, and the great creature Mothra emerges from the cocoon to save the world. So that's
which is what Japan's doing.
Yes,
its culture has saved everybody at this point.
Yes, as a matter of fact, its culture is world culture. Japanese culture is world culture. There's so much that the world is watching. With One Piece is now inspiring a world spring, a spring of nations that are people are
the youth who want some freedom and want some reality and want to have a better life, and that's all coming from Japan and anime.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of Mothra, the book, and why it's so important, and the Blood Boys have all finished it at this point, Dr. Angles is this professor, and he's involved with the university press that enabled him to translate these books. The University of Minnesota. That's what was it? Jesse Ventura territory. But what happened was Dr. Angles, he translated the original novel of Godzilla just last year. I mean, think of this. How long has it been since Godzilla? And we've just translated
the 60s, so we're talking like 60s.
50s. Godzilla's the 50s. So it's literally how many years? I mean, I was born in 66. Mothra came out in 61. Godzilla in 50 something, 58. Goddamn. It's like so these books. These creatures, as a franchise, are older than I am, and their books have only just been translated now by this guy named Dr. Angles in the University of Minnesota? Minnesota! We're not even talking a big place. It's like this backwoods area where this guy is operating out of, and he's finally translated these books, and they were put in English. And that's the first time you get the novel of Godzilla, the actual Japanese novel, and Godzilla raids again. And so what happened was he finally said,
there's a lot of these, they, like I said, they deliberately don't want them translated.
That's right.
So it takes someone doing all that work to do it.
It takes
the Japanese could do it overnight.
Yes, that's right. So in America, you have to move heaven and earth. It takes an act of God to get these books published in English. But this guy finally...
Imagine, because you have to learn Japanese, like, not only, like, textbook Japanese, but you got to learn the cultural nuances, and it's a very... Even as literature, you have to know the nuances of the language. It's not so easy to translate it.
Thank you. Well, like
especially a full-on book.
Yeah. Well, like Dr. Angles said, he could never have translated these books without a thorough knowledge of Japanese mythology. And you have to understand the cosmology of the Japanese to even understand what they're alluding to. But in the movie Mothra, which I believe anyone should be able to find on YouTube, I'm not sure, but they should be. I haven't looked for it myself, but if you look for Mothra on YouTube, you should be able to find the 1961 film. But you'll notice that the little singing fairies who made it into Godzilla versus Mothra, they are wearing little medallions that have crosses on them. Not a Christian cross, but more like the Maltese or the German cross. It is an even cross, a beam cross. They're wearing a beam cross. And that beam cross is shown in the Mothra film because Toho Studios wanted to make it accessible to Christian Americans. So they added these elements into the film, but they're not in the book per se. What it is in the book is that Mothra is a messianic creature on Infant Island that is coming to rescue the natives of Infant Island, but it's done through the help of the Japanese, and the Japanese are shown as rescuing them from American and Soviet colonization. So this is all deeply political. This is profoundly political. The Mothra book is considered to be subversive in America and would never have been allowed to be translated into English because it's too ideologically explosive. So bear in mind, all of this has to do with Japan's role in the world.
That's almost giving the American public too much credit.
Too much credit. Yeah, no, well, it's not the public. I'm thinking about the authorities. Yeah, but definitely. Yeah, even them. Yeah,
but you
even
could put something out like that. You can put something, say like the Japanese think they're better than us, and people would say, "What you mean the rice people?"
Yeah, the chopstick jockeys. The chopstick jockeys.
You mean sushi? No,
yeah.
I love sushi, man. Like you could go around waving signs that say Japan is evil, and they say no, it's sushi, man. That's all they do.
Well, all kinds of people think the Japanese are evil on YouTube. You see them on YouTube, these people, and so Japan in the Mothra novel and the movie, you see that Japan is identifying with the decolonizing people. The people on Infant Island are all colored people. Only the little twins look more Japanese-style Asian, but everybody else has got the blackface. Everybody else is essentially in blackface. Not blackface to an offensive degree, but definitely they're suffering from colonial masters. But the Japanese are coming as the liberators in Mothra. So you've got this. That's so important to realize. So once you get the political aspects of Mothra and how the Japanese scientists benefit from identifying and helping out the people of Infant Island, then Japan helps itself and the entire world by doing so. You've got to watch the film Mothra in that context before you understand. By the way, in the novel, Mothra is not this kind of moth you see in the movies. Mothra in the novel is a silkworm moth. It's a moon moth. It's very white and silvery. So Mothra in the novel is a white silvery moth that reflects the moon to the point where she glows and lights up the night. If you can imagine that, a giant kaiju moth who's lighting up the night and the sky by reflecting the light of the moon, which itself reflects the light of the sun. Get it? The sun representing Japan. So does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying? So yes. So as the moon moth,
symbolically, yeah.
Yes. So symbolically.
Metaphorically.
Yes. Thank you. Metaphorically. And once you get that context, then everything. This is why the cocoon in the novel, which in Japan is illustrated, it's an illustrated novel. So the cocoon is literally representing this giant silkworm, which of course Japan's industry after World War II, this was one of the few things they had to sell to the world, was silk. Immediately after World War II was just their silkworms and the silk. Mothra represents Japan rising like a phoenix from the ashes out of those silkworms to become something monstrous, but in the most positive sense. Monstrous that saves the world. Yeah. The monster that saves the world. And now compare that to insects in America, like the grasshopper films and the ant films, them, or the beginning of the end, or there's these insects are horrible creatures produced by atomic radiation. Who has more fear of radiation? The Americans, as opposed to the Japanese. Whereas the insect they're presenting is something that's beautiful and defeats the radiation monster, Godzilla. So, yes, then you understand that the Japanese overcome their trauma, which Godzilla represented, with Mothra, their industrialization. Now, none of this shows through to the Americans in kaiju films, and so they all take it as, it's Godzilla's world, and we just live on it because they've Americanized Godzilla. You know, they've appropriated him in their MonsterVerse franchise. I mean,
they sanitized it. They just made Godzilla like a dinosaur.
Oh, well, not only that, remember they made him fat and he waddles? He's fat and he waddles like a penguin. He's fat.
Yeah.
Yes. like Americans. They made him like an American, fat and waddly.
Of course.
So, anyhow, so in terms of the novella, it's required reading. But again, the fairies, they are something that comes through in the film, and they're so important. You never saw them after a while, because they were in there when Godzilla and Rodan. They're the interpreters for the monsters. They speak monster language. The kaijus, they speak the language of the kaiju, and they serve as the interpreters for Godzilla and Rodan when they're saying, "Why should we save the Earth?" When Ghidorah was the villain at that time. So all of that being said so far, again, any thoughts on? Yeah, King Ghidorah. Yes, who represents Ghidra, which is the biblical burial ground of the evil dead. That's yeah, and so by all means. By the way, that I told you about that. Remember that woman who wrote The Beast of Bray Road, the authoress. So let me see. Here we are. She died. Did I tell you that? God.
No, the bummer though.
Oh yeah. So sad. Author Beast of Bay Road. Let's look her up. And I spoke to her telephonically a number of times, and it's so sad that she died, and she was young. And so maybe it's because so it was Linda S. Godfrey, Wisconsin based. So so, Jesus, I don't know how old she was when she died, but I'm sure we could find the obituary. Very sad, very very sad. Matter of fact, here we are. Let's take a look at some of her photographs they've got here of her. Not exactly a looker, but she was definitely very academic. Here we are. Oh, this is what I'll show you. Let's take a look at the call here. See if I can go on screen share. Here we are. Click on this. Go on screen share, and there we are. Click down this shit. What's this? Ready to face the ghosts? Anyhow, so they got some guided tour going on. She got an action figure, Linda Godfrey action figure. Look at that. Oh, poor dear. She looks horrible. Paranormal Roundtable. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, that's cheesy as hell.
Oh, that's so awful. Is that awful? It's. I would feel
They
insulted.
could have at least They could have at least done an anime chick or something.
Yeah,
Like,
seriously. Seriously, they instead they went for hyperrealism. That's
that was bad. Bad choice.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. Yeah, poor dear. There she goes in the center, poor dear. But anyhow, at the Bigfoot convention. But anyhow, the poor dear died young. 2022. She was born in 1951. So it was Parkinson's disease. That's what took her. Parkinson's. Yeah, poor dear. Anyhow, there you go.
I'll save my comments about chasing ghosts does that to you and shit.
Thank you. Nice. It's true. It's true though. As a matter of fact, there's nothing wrong with bringing this up. This is not a good thing to go around chasing ghosts. Really, it's not a healthy thing. I mean, literally, it's bad for your health. Yeah, tell people it's like, you know what? It's like it's like the guys at Chernobyl who were going around. Oh fuck! Let me see if I can find it on the YouTube. But anyhow, people who go to Chernobyl.
The guys that were spelunking, man.
Yeah, you remember that? Where did you see that?
Swim in the water. They swim in the water.
That's right. Did I show you that, or did you find that on your own? How did you find that?
No, I knew about it. There was a famous YouTuber. They were like spelunking in the water.
Yeah. Yeah.
For no reason.
Yeah. I mean, oh my fucking God. Ukrainians, by the way, the Ukrainians. That's because it's in the
they were Ukrainian.
Yeah, but just as I told Brendan said, oh, the infrastructure has been compromised at Chernobyl by the Russian drone strikes, but the Russians are simply doing that to basically fuck up the rest of Europe. Just like with the original meltdown, all the radiation blows into Europe. It doesn't blow into Ukraine. The wind blows it in the direction of Europe. But like Brendan and I said, Well, honestly,
doesn't it have
yeah.
collateral damage like Belarus and shit? They don't care about them, I guess.
They don't give a shit about them. Yeah. I hope Belarus
Expendable.
rebels.
Yeah.
I hope Belarus rebels for just that reason.
Because even now, like when you get like dried mushrooms from like Czech Republic and Belarus, like there's a warning, like you can't eat too many of them and shit because they used to have radiation. Yeah.
Holy shit. And so it's like I'm like yeah. So that being said, they also said that about Japan. You remember they said, "Oh, the tea. You gotta watch out for the tea." Anyhow, I need to float up on my Japanese tea. I'm running out, but thank God I've got what Brendan brought. Bren brought quite a bit, and thanks so much.
I think I gave you some Japanese tea somewhere.
You did. So
you can find it in that pile of shit you have. Some.
Oh, at any rate, we made it to midnight. We made it to midnight, people.
Okay, well, with that, I have to go.
I love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And for God's sakes, if something happens, call me. I'm free the next few days. So, Jesus Christ, I'll catch up on your links at this point. I'll take advantage of that.
You can see the trouble I got myself into.
Oh God! Oh my God! And again, anything you're willing to share with us, please do. But I'm always
nothing right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, this. So let's hold a vote here since we got pretty good numbers. If anybody wants me to go on, start talking about sensitives and psychics and go into monologue, we can do that Sunday, or we can do a little bit tonight. It's up to people. Let me know in the chat room. Otherwise, I'll sign off if somebody doesn't say something soon. But love you dearly, Brendan. For God's sakes,
whatever you talk about, it's not good for kids. So. Let's do their work for them. It's not.
Yeah.
What does Troy say? I do not.
I don't. Yeah. You like how? Go on, say it.
Disclaimer. His disclaimer.
Disclaimer. You like how Aristides also was covering himself when we brought up the episode, and he said, "Mostly you talking about it, Douglas. Mostly you."
It was you.
Yeah, it was you. Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, it was you.
Yeah, it was him who brought it up, though. Yeah, I like how he does go into that. Yeah, he brought
but
up
it's fine. You can take the fall.
I can take the heat. Yes.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
could be worse.
Yeah, it was something that. Oh, he brought up. How is it that the Holocaust survivors are multiplying the further we get away from the Holocaust in terms of time? How is it that there's more and more of them showing up?
We were talking about that privately.
Yes.
Myself and
yourself. But I brought it up publicly. Well, when he brought it up, I answered publicly. He brought that up publicly, and I answered it publicly. Right. And believe it or not, that's not the episode that got the age restriction.
Of course not.
No, the episode that got the age restriction, we were really almost innocuous, but not. Obviously, it's important and people need to review it. And for God's sakes, everyone, review my Thanksgiving Day episodes. For God's sakes, go back to the Thanksgiving Day episodes and review them. They need your attention. Geopolitics are important, as well as, the episode thereafter. So, the Palestinian themed illustration episode, which was for no Thanksgiving Day itself. The other one was the Friendsgiving Day episode. Everybody review those. They have illustrations as opposed to photographs. Anyhow, we all love you dearly, Brendan, and for God's sake, stay safe. Thank you for coming on and bringing all this up and bringing up the nuances of Japanese culture and why you're learning the language and how important One Piece and so many elements of Japanese culture are. It really is. It's bipartisan on either end of the aisle. Whether people are liberal or they're reactionary, the reactionaries are all turning towards Japanese anime now because they feel all American entertainment is too woke. So how is it that the Japanese are presenting something that the reactionaries don't consider woke? Brendan, if you'd be so kind, before you go. Let's see if he's still with us. There we are. He's trying to talk. There we are.
Well, I can't comment very much right now, but
that's
the realism. That's just because they're talking about real stuff. That's all. There's
relevant
no truth in it.
Yes,
More
it's
keeping it. Yeah.
yeah, it's relevant. It's real. Thank you. Okay, we love you dearly. Have a
All right.
blessed night.
Blessings.
Okay, bye for now. And we love you too, Aristides. God has bless you. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Love you, Heather. Love you, honey. And whose grave is this, Heather? Is this your mother's? I presume it's your mother's grave. And Brendan, do take a look at that. She's lovely setup she's got there. And yeah, the dead are very much aware. Treat them with respect, and again, don't go hunting for ghosts, kids. And aside from that, Holly, we appreciate the fact that you checked in. My fetish story, thank you so much for checking in. Love you dearly, and gosh, we got good numbers. Maybe I should continue on for a little bit, but yeah, probably best I save it till Sunday. Okay, then let's save it for Sunday, and we'll get back onto topic of the psionic warfare, psychotronics, the psychic talents and services. But definitely I need to catch up on my rest after what was quite the opening few weeks of December. And to all of you out there who support myself morally or financially, I can't do this without your help. So by God, please contribute. And or this simply cannot go on. Obviously, I'm living on borrowed time in an environment that is collapsing, literally collapsing all around me, as opposed to other people who just made up that such a fantasy to excuse themselves. So I'm going to count on all of you to respond and come back to us on Sunday night. We'll be back again, and I'll get deep into it. And till that time, all of you, it's your war. You've got to fight it. And if you can't contribute, for God's sakes, distribute. Get my name, my number out there. Oh, Ari's with us. Oh, say good morning, dear Ari. Please, by all means. Yeah. Say good morning to everyone, if you would be so kind.
Barely with you. I'm going to say good morning and please contribute to the link there. PayPal link in the chat. Just search for Douglas D. Dietrich on PayPal, so we can find out how this fascinating saga goes.
Thank you, and dear Aristides. So yes, and remind them next time we're on. Say, if you can't contribute, then distribute. If you can't contribute, then spread the word. Love it. Okay, love you dearly.
That down.
Okay, yeah. Can't contribute, then distribute. Yes, love it. Okay, love you dearly, Aristides. Stay safe and be well. And so to everyone out there, we'll be checking out now. And let's end the stream. Okay, going to formally end stream. Fuck, where's the buttons? Where did the buttons go? Where I end stream? How do I end stream? Oh, here we are. There we go. All right, and stream is ended in a second.